Hello, am I audible, please?
Yes,
Hello?
please.
Okay.
Yes, you
Yes, you come
are.
here.
All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gents. My name is Lutrat Bintumenin. I am the NWE president, but today I'll double as your moderator in place of Mr. Ivan Zajay. Once again, today is our second day of our Congress, and today we hope we'll have fruitful discussions and fruitful deliberations. I believe that we are all set to begin. So, as part of our program lineup, let's please start with a word of prayer from Leslie Afote Adai.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Please, can I be heard?
Yes, please, you can be heard.
Okay. Let's pray, please. Father, in the name of Jesus, we thank you, we bless you. We say there's no one like you. We thank you for our lives and we thank you for how far you've brought us. Father, we thank you for giving us the opportunity to be gathered here once more for the second day of Congress. The word says that we should commit our works unto you and our thoughts will be established. Therefore, just as we made yesterday's program a success, we ask for the same outcome today. It is our prayer that you take charge of every session of today's program, and during the program, O Lord, teach us and enlighten us to be better versions of ourselves than we were yesterday. We thank you for answering our prayer. In Jesus' name, we pray with thanksgiving. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Mr. Odai. Good afternoon once again. I believe I have the permission of the chairman and the LOC chair to continue. Now, with today's program, there's been a bit of a small change. After our national financial report, we will directly have our audit report before the special guest of honor speaks. This is to accommodate his schedule. So there's been a small change in these two programs. Right after our national financial report, we'll have our audit report. So first and foremost for today's agenda, after our prayer, after welcoming everyone, I'd want to, together with everyone, say a big welcome to our president, who has done a good job over the year. And today he's going to present to us our national report from Nugs-China. Let's please all pay attention since this affects us and has data that will be very important to all of us. Mr. President, please, are you available?
Okay, thank you. Can I be heard?
Yes, please. On my end, you can be heard.
Okay, so before anything, I heard that Beijing chapter would like to do a presentation of what they couldn't finish yesterday with their financial report. So if the Beijing FC is here, please, we would like to give you the permission to do your presentation first, then the proceedings of the... Please, are you here?
Is the Beijing FC currently around, please?
So once we keep waiting for the Beijing FC, please can we also continue to call on congressmen and women to join, because we've not been able to reach the quorum. Yes, we are more than 100 there, and we've got less than 26 here. And the proceedings of the day cannot start when we've not been able to reach a quorum. So please, we are waiting for the quorum to start. So please, let's go. LOC, please try and engage people to join. We have started. Whilst we still wait for the
FC from Beijing. So DJ, please can you give us maybe a music for the next 5 minutes to see if he's ready? If not, if you're able to reach a quorum, then we can begin. Please let us continue to call our colleagues. Okay, please, can I be heard? Hello, please, can I be heard?
Yes, please, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you very much. So, since we've given the Beijing chapter about 5 minutes and then they are not here, we can continue with proceedings. And then I think we are already 31 now. Please, let's continue to call people in. We are far behind time. So I would like to start something. Whilst I don't know if I will get the permission of congressmen and women to start because we're still waiting for the quorum. We should be able to, I think one third of this one should, maybe we should cross 50. Please, I think we can't start until we're able to get the quorum. Let us continue to call people in. We are waiting for them. They should come and hear the annual report of Nugs-China from National. They should come and hear, ask questions, whatever that you don't understand. Most people ask, what is the 100 doing at National? Please, let's call our people to come and hear what their monies are doing or how their monies are being used. So, Mr. Moderator, if you're able to cross 50, then please you let me know so that we can start. I'm waiting.
Okay, Mr. President, once we cross 50, I'll let you know. Hello. Yes. So as we wait for us to form a quorum, I believe there are people here, and so we can make some use of the time. So I want to put our president on the hot seat for maybe the next 5 minutes as we try and reach a quorum for Congress to officially begin. So, Mr. President, um, because of how dispersed we are in China, I'm sure not everyone gets to meet you to ask you questions of how things have been. So we want to know, since you took over the seat of our dear association, how has the journey been? At least just in 5 minutes or something, as we wait for people to come in.
I wish my vice president could answer that because it's been very hot. It's not been easy for myself and the whole next team. Right from the 15th of July last year when we took over, it's been very, very hot. I can't describe it, but it's been very hot trying to bring members on board, chapters on board, getting executives. It's a challenge we accepted. So we just saw it as a way to also give back to the union in the best way that we can because the union was there for us, some of us way back in 2016 when we entered China. The union was there for us. So we saw this duty as a call to also help in our little way that we can. So that's how it's been. The journey has been. Yeah.
Okay. But how have you been able to balance this with your own student work? Because sometimes that's one thing we forget. We forget that our executives are also students like us too. And they have deadlines, they have supervisors, they have graduation deadlines to meet, just as us. So how have you been able to manage that as a student and as our president also?
Thank you very much, Mr. Lusrod. The truth is that I was lucky. Personally, I was lucky because before I took this position, I had already finished about 85 to 90% of my requirement as a PhD student. I'd finished all my publications, and then as I then finished all my classroom work. The only thing left was putting my thesis together, which I just felt I should be able to use. I mean, the 1 year balance it with the next work. So it wasn't that I had to go to lectures, I had to do serious research work. In as much as I was still publishing, and then I'm still, in fact, as a PhD, you keep publishing, but the pressure of getting your requirement done, I wasn't. So I wasn't personally in that angle where I had to push myself to go for lectures, serve the union and stuff. So I had sometimes I'm free. Most of the times I used to be free. Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, okay. So would you say that if anyone wants to become president, they should make sure or at least have your kind of conditions before they attempt to serve an association? Do you think that would be ideal? Make sure you have a lot of things in the bag before you take the step forward, just so that you have time to serve the association as it's needed. Would you suggest that?
Okay, thank you very much, Senior Lutros. When it comes to some of these things, it's about the individual who is coming up for the position. Okay, so each and everyone has their own way of balancing things and how they can manage things at the same time. But if you are a type that you think that you cannot put the chapter, so you cannot manage these two key things, the national presidency and then the coursework or your academic work, please, you shouldn't come because it's very, very demanding. That one, I will not lie to you, Congressman and women. It's very demanding, but it worth it. It gives you a lot of training and capacity building. So I would advise this personal advice from me to each and everyone here that anybody who would like to come for next this year or next year, or those who are coming, I know probably the incoming executive side, they must first make sure that their classroom works are okay. their course requirement, academic requirement, school requirements, everything is set, or else we can give them a challenge as they go through the services of Nugs-China. The truth is that it's good they take the mandate up when they have not still finished, but sometimes they conflict. And when that conflict comes, people would like to first choose the academic because they feel that is why they're here. But a next position doesn't go with, let's see what we can do. No, it's like we must do it. It is a must. We must get it done. That is next work. And then that should be the motto and then the spirit that most of us we came with, that the work must be done. And then, as the saying goes, if it must be done, then it must be done well. So I would advise that if you think that your classroom works are not fully completed, I would advise you that coming to the chapter is okay. After you can manage it. I've been a chapter president before, so I understand. But national is demanding from the national president to the WUCO. It's very demanding. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
We are still waiting for the quorum. And then, Mr. Moderator, just an opportunity, maybe a way of engaging congressmen and women before my presentation. I don't mind, maybe, but I will do the presentation very soon. But I think that, okay, so you let me do the presentation. I think that it's okay. Please, is there any NJC chair here or any NJC member here? Okay. Okay, so, okay, thank you. So I think I can go ahead. So, good afternoon, congressmen and women. Hello, Honorable Engineer.
Yes, please, a minute. 2 years. Sir, please talk and listen.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Chair, please, we want to continue proceedings or start proceeding. Let me say it like that. But unfortunately, looking at the number on that page, on the Congress page, and the one we got here, we want to find out from you and your office if you have permission to continue proceedings, or what advice can you give to congressmen, because time is also going. So please, what do we do? Any advice from your office? Any advice?
I mean, give me a minute.
Yes, there's no problem. So please, whilst we are waiting for the NJC chair to do their checks for us, so that we don't go against our noble constitution, it's also an opportunity for me to engage everyone. I mean, today is my last day. By tomorrow, everything will be over. So please, congressmen and women, your humble servant is here. Maybe if you have questions for me, anything. I think after the report, more questions will come as to the work. But I mean, general questions around the meeting. We can talk. It's an opportunity for us to also talk. We have come for a congress, so let's feel free and engage ourselves here. Questions, inquiries, okay. Let me check. 167.
Hello, Mr. President.
Yes, please.
This is Paul, an observer from Taiwan chapter.
Okay.
My question, I don't know whether it's a question or suggestion, but I want your take on this. Don't you think it would be prudent, or I want to use that word, prudent, for, as the Constitution stated, that all members in good standing should be given the opportunity to vote, to elect their executives, and don't you think going forward it will be appropriate for us to amend the constitution so that every good standing member will have an opportunity to vote. Personally, I am in good standing. I wasn't selected as a delegate, so I don't feel part of the whole process. The whole process electing our executives. So don't you think it will be prudent that we can give everybody the opportunity to every member in good standing opportunity to vote? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I leave this one to Congressman and Women. Okay, we just want to hear from everybody. Okay, before we'll go back to the constitution and why our seniors or those who were before us, why they took that. I think we can just deliberate on this in the next 5 minutes. Whilst the NJC is working for us and then getting us the feedback. But let's not forget that Mr. Paul, please, are you Paul? Or please, your name again. Sorry,
Yeah, Paul.
Okay, Paul. Okay, so Paul, before anybody comes, you don't worry. You know, constitutional reviews are done from time to time. For the constitution that we have now, next year, God willing, there's going to be a whole constitutional review by the incoming officers as required. If they want to do it, they have the permission to do it or to touch it. So we will know some of these things and concerns, and then probably we hope that we can it can be considered, and then when they are reviewing the constitution, they can add it to it. So we would definitely make time on this matter. There's a time for brainstorming and then the way forward of the union. I think it will happen today or tomorrow. No, tomorrow. And then all these things will come up and then we'll work on it. So please just be patient. When we get to that section, concerns will be noted and then amendments that needed to be done in the constitution when the time is due will be done in it. Thank you. Please, I hope you're okay, sir.
Butcher.
I'm not okay,
Yeah,
but
please.
it's okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. We would like to hear from you, sir.
Okay, so far as I know, the number you gave to me, 88 people registered for what do you call it, as delegates.
Yes, yes, please.
Okay. And we have 167 people, including observers' rights.
Exactly, yes, please.
Aligns with these aims and objectives as spread out.
And now
So give me some minutes.
Yes or
here
no?
we've got
Come again.
in Congress present now we are 48. Present at Congress now we are 48.
48.
Yes, please.
Oh, okay. Okay, and quorum should be at least 50%.
While the NGC is talking on LOC, please. Let's call our people this afternoon. Let's call our people.
A minute. Give us some few minutes. A minute.
Yes, please. Yes, please. We are waiting. So LOC, please continue to call people in and inform them that we are started. In fact, we are about 30 minutes gone, and then we should have been, I'm sure, through by this report. Please, is the Beijing FC around now? Beijing FC. Please, Beijing FC is still not here. Okay, no problem. So please, let's continue to wait for the yes. So Paul, we can go back to our discussion. So Senior Paul, my own Senior Paul. I think Paul in academic committee, right? Paul. Hello,
Yes,
Paul.
Mr. President. Yeah.
Okay, are you Paul in academic committee?
Yes, please.
Okay, so Paul, don't worry, some of these things will be attended to very soon in future. And then I'm sure you'll be so happy. You are going to be here for a very long time. Hopefully, we would like to see you at next year or at the chapter level and all these things and worries will go. So please, more questions, any other clarifications? I know people have come here with concerns. We would like to hear everybody. I like to talk. I like to engage. I like to listen. In as much as our tenure is over, but we still want to learn. Okay. So NJC, please, we are 50 now. NJC, we are 50 now. So any questions whilst we wait for NJC chair to give us the go ahead to start?
So, Mr. President, if there's more room for questions, I know you're very passionate about this one, and so I'd want to ask, go home or stay?
My answer has always been straightforward, like straight away, go home.
Okay.
After school, not within school, after school, not start early after school. So especially after PhD. After PhD, my personal advice is that you need to go home or maybe get somewhere else. But go home. Because the next move and the next stage of Ghana, I'm sure after some time, the MPP gathered in the US and then they came to bring a lot of change into the system. And then everybody was happy. So I feel the next move will come from China. So please, all of us studying here, when we finish, let's begin our packings and everything. And those of us who have completed and wow. Okay.
I believe we have 51 participants now, Mr. President.
Yes.
You said to alert you once we hit 50. I do not know if NJC has come back with their
So
determination. There's a hand up, Mr. Michael Patton.
exactly. So whilst we wait for Michael to speak, Michael, a moment, please. If you're a delegate, can you raise your hand? You want to count the delegates to decide on something very urgent now. Please let's continue to call our delegate observers that we are bringing to Congress. Okay? It is not good that we come to Congress and this is happening. It's not really the best. Okay? So that's that time we said choose people who have time, who are willing to come. So some of these issues will not be. Yesterday it was good. Yesterday we started quickly, everything went straight up and we're able to move like that. So please,
Honorable Chair.
if you are done, yeah, please, sir.
Yeah, we need at least half of the delegates to be able to continue. So let's count the delegates. When we are done, then we can decide if we can continue.
Okay, so please, if you are delegate, could you please raise up your hand? Delegate. So Senior Richard, please help us count the delegates. If we get, that means that from the record the AG served us, the delegates are supposed to be 88. 88. So 88. All of us, I think I'm also a delegate. So please, delegate, if you are coming as committee member, delegate, NEC, Senate, everything, please raise up your hand so that we can count. Let me also do mine. Please, hands up. Oh, please, let's do this quickly so that we can finish and move on.
Please, if you're a delegate, please put your hands up so that we can take the count and then determine if we have a quorum. There's still a number of people with their hands down. So I'm not sure if they are delegates that have not heard us or they are observers. So please put your hands up and keep them up as we count, please.
I think because I'm sharing, I'm not able to raise my hand.
Mr. President, currently we have only 18 hands up. Okay, we just got the 19th one. So
Sorry,
I'm not
Mr.
sure.
Moderator. Sorry,
Yes.
Mr. Moderator. Yeah, there are some delegates. You can even see them in the participant list, but their hands are down. I have the master list here because I compiled the delegate list, and I know some of them. I can see them in the group, but their hands are down. For example, the
Okay.
Beijing FC is here. He's a delegate. I can see here as a person, for example, Malan from Chansha, that is also a delegate. His hands is down. Hannah Agbogbo is also a delegate. The hand is down. So I see most of them in here. So I don't know if we are supposed to mention the names so that they leave their hands high. I don't know if we have that option. Because some of the delegates are here, but their hands are down.
Okay. All right, then. So what we'll do is, since we asked everyone to change their handles and add the word delegate, you're going to count those that attached. And so please, if you've not done that so far, please do that right now. Let's all make sure that we have used the right handles we've asked everyone to do on the pages. Your name, your chapter, and whether you're a delegate or an observer. That should help us take a quick count, whether the hands are up or down. Then we can move forward.
Yeah, and also please, for the standing committees like NJC, EC, VC, and audit, they are also part of delegates because they have voting rights. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, super. What I have, we currently have 35 people listed as either delegates or people on our committees that have voting rights. And so I believe we are still short of the number we needed. Delegates list totals. I think our delegates list totals about 80.
Yeah.
So we need at least 40 to go on, and I think we are about 5 participants short of that. So please, if you logged in with your name and have not attached your status, please do that so that we can take a quick count and go on. 5 more people to go, please. LOC, please let's get our people in as quickly as we can. I believe we are 43 minutes behind time. So, and I think everyone can put their hands down now. We'll be using the statuses attached to the names so that things will be a bit more smoother. So we can put our hands down. And please make sure that once again, we have all attached our statuses as either delegates or observers to our names. Or if you hold a committee position, please put that next to your name so that we'll be able to take an accurate count. And ladies and gents, we are live on Facebook and YouTube. And so if you would want to let others log in and see and take part in our proceedings, or maybe you do not have access to Zoom, you can log on these two handles on Facebook and on YouTube, check our Nugs-China handles, and then access us from there. We are still waiting for quorum to be formed so that we can proceed.
But I would like to find out, is the Beijing FC around so that maybe he can start something? So, the Beijing
Yeah,
president.
I'm around. I'm around.
And then are you ready, sir?
Yes, please. I'm ready.
Okay, so please you can take yours. Yours is an old presentation that you did yesterday, and then you just want to correct it. So you can go ahead with yours whilst we wait for the call. So please start you can start sharing. And please could you Mr. DJ, could you please make the Beijing FC the co-host so that he can share, and then I'm sure by the time that he'll be through, would have formed the quorum and move on. Thank you. So please, Mr. Michael Jordan, you can take over. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Let me share my screen first. Okay. Okay. I presume everyone can see my screen now. Okay. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to clear and then finally give a full overview of the financial statement. So this is the financial statement for Beijing 2023-2024 academic year. And the first section of the budget, or more or less like the details, indicates the revenue. And with the revenue, we have the total surplus that we received from previous administration, which is 5,046.5. And balance that we had after the Akwaba night event was 589 RMB. And yeah, in accordance, other revenues that we received with regards to dues for Beijing chapter remain dues after recording in the portal, and then remain dues for national, together with the total amount of tickets sold for Afishapa and total sponsorship for Afishapa. Overall, we had 16,889.5 RMB for the revenue. Now, with monies that we spent, the first one, which is the total expenditure presented for food and DD, was not money that we spent, but that was the receipts that were provided by our president. So I indicated that because that was the receipt that I received from our president. Now, the money that I spent or we disbursed as a chapter was 12,420.1 on Afishapa venue and food. So clearly, the overall expenses for us was 12,420.1. So that is what we spent for the Afishapa venue and food. And the surplus currently in Beijing coffers is 4,469.4. So this is just a summary of the whole financial statement. Now, when we move down, this is the receipts that we had from previous administration on the 9th of September 2023. And then the next page indicates the Aquaba night. The total balance remain after sponsorship received, after expenses we made, and then the budget for the event. So this was the total balance remain. And these were the said receipts that we received from the event. So we made sure that the receipts were added as well after the event. Now, this is the dues that we received in details. The ones that we recorded on the ones that we recorded in the portal was 1,735 for national, and then for Beijing chapter we recorded 1,735 for Beijing chapter. In all, we recorded 3,470 for Beijing and national. Yes, so this is what we recorded. The reason why we recorded only this amount was some of the members did not register their name on time. So I think at the last hour, they sent us additional money. We received it, but we are yet to transfer that to the next administration. I think that was the advice that our National Financial Secretary advised us on. So in all, I would say that the total dues, in addition to those that were recorded and then those that were not recorded, was 3,680. Now, the next one is what we recorded on the portal, as I indicated earlier, and then the total amount that I sent to the National Financial Controller. So these are the sale receipts for what I sent to the National Financial Controller. Now, this is the total ticket that we sold. We can see that within the details, we realize that some of them, their name is not in full because these were people that I would say they came to the event. They are not members of the union. They came to support. So yeah, we were finding it difficult to get their full names. But again, the money was indicated. So in all, the total amount was 4,955 for tickets sold for Afishapa. And then there's also one thing that I want to indicate. Our president and vice also decided to kind of add their ticket, but unfortunately, we've not received that yet for the ticket. Now, with the Afishapa food and DD expenditure, this is what I was explaining earlier. I think we budgeted for 3,000. I think I gave 3,000, but the receipts that I received, I think was more than the budget. So I had to indicate that as well. This was what was sent to me, the total expenditure on food and DD. But that was not the money that we spent. I think I indicated that earlier. And this is what we spent as a chapter, Afishapa venue and food. So for the details, you can see that for location, we spent about 7,120.1 if you add the two locations. And then photography was 800 MMB, DJ was 500. And then food was 3,000. That was the initial money that I sent or spent. And then another one was 1,000. So in all, 12,420.1 for the total expenditure. Now, these were sponsorships that we received for events organized. So yeah, we were lucky to get a total of 4,354, although some of us pledged, but I still didn't receive the money. So yeah, I think that is what we had. So I think that is all for the the budget, the overall budget. I think yesterday I only presented the dues, but I think today I've given a rough or overall estimate of what we've done as a chapter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jordan. So please, any question for Jordan with what he has presented? Please, if you have any question for him or any clarification with what he has just presented to Congress. Okay. So Michael. Okay.
Yeah.
Michael, please ask the questions.
If thank you very much for the opportunity given. If I heard him very well, he made mention of selling tickets for the Afishapa party, right?
Yes, I did that.
Very good. That is where my problem is coming from. Then
Okay.
the previous administration handed over 5,000 plus to you. But then after the party, you wrote 586 as a balance. I don't know if you can explain that to me, because you had a party whereby you were selling tickets to promote that program. What happened to the balance that you were handed over?
The balance for the ticket, which is 4,955.
The previous administration handed over to you.
So the previous administration handed over 546.5. I indicated that here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so when I indicated that here, I also indicated the ticket that we sold here. The total amount of ticket, I indicated that here, 4,955. So if you add, or in addition to all the monies that we received, this was the total amount that we received. So that money is not missing. The money we sold, the monies we took for ticket is not missing. It's still in there. I indicated that clearly in there. In addition to the money we received from previous administration. So maybe I didn't understand your question. So
can I come in there? Maybe I have a chairman, if I can.
Yes, please. You can.
I think maybe the basis of the question is the ticket sold and the other sponsorship money could not cover all the expenses of the official part. Yes, sir.
Can we know your name and probably your position in this, so that clarity could be given to?
Okay, I'm Samuel Abwaji, Beijing chapter, Vice Chair of LOC.
Okay, and then in Beijing chapter, please, your position there.
I'm the outgoing Vice President.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so I'm sure the clarity is that the tickets sold and the other sponsorship money could not cover all the expenses for the official part. So technically, it means that we actually ate a bit into the balance that was there before maybe had any extra money. That is why the surplus is still not the same as or close to the previous money that was given to us by the previous administration. If maybe that answers your question.
Yeah, to add up, I think I must commend you guys. You did quite well looking at it, but all the money that you raised during your tenure, you just spent all. So the next administration, supposing that they are not lucky enough to get this kind of programs to raise money, how are they going to do it? Because looking at it, it's like all the money that you had, you just spent all.
I agree with you. For some of us, I think we try our best to advise on like the monies that we were spending on, but you can give me your suggestions, but it doesn't mean that is what will be taken. So I think some of us did our bit to kind of give an advice on the money, but still I think yeah, it didn't go the way we wanted it. So I think that was the shortcomings that some of us had as financial secretary for the chapter.
Please, okay. So, President, Chairman, we agree to that. No, I'm just going to say something for the incoming administration as well to also probably we agree that yes, indeed, it was a challenging situation because after COVID, we were trying to also mobilize the association to a level that will actually help. So we admit that we made some expenses there. The ticket sales could not account for a lot of the expenses we anticipated. And I think it's going to be a lesson for the new executives coming to also look at it and build on it and see how best they will be able to plan it well so that they will manage the cost-related issues when it comes to organizing student programs to keep the union going forward. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you very much, Mr. President. So I think somebody also wanted to ask that follow-up question, and then what the Vice President has just mentioned are taking care of that. So we would like to use this opportunity to advise of that it's good that when you take over the chapter or even at the national, it's good that any amount that you come to meet, you either leave it there or you add up. Don't try to bring it down or else it doesn't give the incoming ones a good start. So it's okay. Sometimes situations will also demand another thing to show up. So please, could somebody move for the acceptance of this financial report from Beijing, and then a second person will give us, or a second that will go again for it. Please, acceptance of this financial report and a second that, please. I think now we form the column so we can move forward. Please, we will not take anything on this one. We are now able to form the column so today's proceedings can begin. Yes, I'll be informed by the exactly. So I've been informed that we can go ahead. Everything is intact. So please, any acceptance, any person to accept this one financial report from Beijing. Yes, sir.
How many delegates do you have now?
So
you yourself told me that you need to be guided. So I guided for get yourself.
So
you need to find more people. Okay.
Early, ahead of time. Effective planning.
Hello?
Hello, Lucian, can you hear you?
Yes, so as of 20 minutes ago, we needed 5 more delegates to form the quorum because we were short of the number 40 we needed. We had 80 registered delegates, and so we needed at least half of those to represent
the registered delegates 88 or 80?
Join the presidential race.
Please,
what strategic move have you taken?
Selena Grace, please mute your microphone for us.
Is the NJC using a minute?
Okay. Who is speaking, please?
So please, can somebody move for the acceptance of this financial report? And then a second, please. Whilst we wait for the go ahead to continue.
Yeah, thank you very much. I, Timothy Masun Nagrium, FC4 Jinja chapter, therefore move for the acceptance of the financial statement.
Thank you very much. Please, a second. Michael, are you seconding?
Yes, I second. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So please, Beijing, you are cleared, and this report is duly accepted. Thank you very much. So please, you can please continue to stop your projection. And
I was the one asking. My question was, how many delegates we have on the list? Is it 88 or 80?
So from what I have here, we have 88 registered delegates on roll. 88.
Okay.
So half of that is 44.
So we need at least 44. Yeah.
Yes.
So can we cross check and see if you have the 44, at least 44 delegates, then we can proceed. Thank you.
Welcome, sir.
Chairman, sorry for the interruption, Chairman. NJC Chair, I think we should be a bit malleable on this issue because others have come, others cannot waste people's time here. This issue of quorum, no quorum, we have enough numbers here. So we should be able to agree and move on and stop this forth and back on quorum, no quorum, quorum and no quorum. It's my humble opinion.
Okay, thank you very much. It's fine, but you see, we are not able to use all the chapters, all the people in the chapters to vote. So we use a proportion of the people to represent the chapters. So if you're able to form a quorum, decision make are binding to all the other chapters. So we cannot go ahead if we are going to make decisions that will affect the chapters without having the quorum. So that's the more reason why we need.
Here, Chair. They know they are supposed to be here. Time is going. We cannot be held to ransom because some people are not here. We might as well end the meeting. Whenever we are all ready, we all notify ourselves and come. This is not too big a deal. Let's proceed. We are not voting right now. Anytime they come, the voting can wait for them.
Or if you are not voting, then we can proceed with this.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and then thank you very much, Senior Ben. So now that we've been cleared, I think we can start today's deliberation. So I'll quickly do my presentation and then we'll take it from there. Thank you very much. So we can go on. So good afternoon, congressmen and women. I am your humble servant, Stephen Safuelu, and I will be presenting our national report to congressmen and women and the noble members of Nugs-China that give us the nod last year to serve them. So, okay. Okay, this is the overview of Nugs-China. So now Nugs-China acts as an umbrella organization representing Ghanaian students in China. And currently, we've got about 730 individuals across 27 chapters. So my China, we're working with 27 chapters as of now. By the grace of God, we're able to go through our activities and then as the aims of the union are, we're able to help with the social, academic, and then the welfare needs of students. We would like to acknowledge and say a big thank you to quite a number of people who helped us. But the first one, we would like to say a big thank you to the Most High God for giving us the strength to go through this China. And they would also like to say a big thank you to the Beijing embassy in Beijing, the Ghana missions. They've really been with us throughout. And our own honorable members from Senate, chapter executives, commissions and committees, ad hoc committees, and then the entire members, you come this far because you all assisted and helped us. And we say a big thank you to you. So a little introduction about Nugs-China. So Nugs-China was formed in 1988, and then it continued proceedings, and then most of the proceedings that we were doing, especially at Congress like this, was done in person until 2020 when the COVID set in, and then everything had to change. So it really affected almost everything in the union. And then today we are still on e-Congress. So our administration took over last year, 15 July, on a virtual annual Delegates Congress with only 3 NEC officers on board. So we started with the vice president, the main president, myself, the vice president, and then the national secretary general. So by the grace of God, we were given the nod as NEC members and the senators to fill the 3 vacant positions, which were the financial controller, the organizer, and then the WCOMs. So on the 5th of October 2023, they were sworn in, and then they also came to join to continue its proceedings. So these are your the list of the national executives that served within the stern. Stephen Samuel Duyabwa, the president of the Anwi chapter, Patience A.D. Kosoku, vice president, Niger chapter, Laurentia Agin Davis, secretary general from Shanghai chapter, Jonathan Kofite, financial controller in the Anwi chapter, Kojo Kumar Dakwa, organizer from the Xi'an chapter, Mami Efia Akovian Boti, women's commissioner from the Hangzhou chapter. So this was a structure that is constitutionally binding on us all. So the structure of the union is supposed to go through the Senate, and then it will come down to NEC, and then the national standing committees and other committees, and then the chapters. So with the National Senate, we've got the National Senate was formed on the 15th of September 2023, and currently we have provincial coordinators from Anhui, Beijing, Sichuan, Zhejiang, Shanxi, Shanghai, Shanxi, and Jiangxi, making 8 provinces in all. So these are our national senators that we work with. So we've got the Senate chairman, Mr. Michael, now Dr. Michael Wilson Adu, in the Chengdu and in the Sichuan province. Dr. Philip Kofi Alimu, the vice chair from Shanghai. Mr. Kulu Isa Ibn Ali, the secretary from the Shanxi province. We have Dr. Raphael Kwachimia from the Hangzhou province, a member. Isaac Kumsin from Beijing, he was also a member. Joseph Benjamin Allman from the Anhui chapter. Erica Ojia Opoku from the Shanxi province. Frimpong Edmund Owari. Please, I'm sorry the name of mentioned well. Frimpong Edmund Owari from the Shanxi province. Stephen Safo, myself, we were part of NEC, so NEC members from myself, Stephen, Patience, Laurentia, Jonathan, Kojo Kumar, and Mami from the NEC joined up to form the Senate. So we also work with national committees and commissioners, the standing committee, work with the National Judicial Committee, the Finance Committee, the Welfare Committee, the Academic Committee, and the Electoral Committee. Then NEC saw the need to also form an ad hoc committee. So we formed the Project Committee, the Media and Publicity Committee, the Shipping Committee, and the Sponsorship Committee. So chapters. Now, during this term, 2023-2024 administration, we worked with 85 chapter executives from 27 chapters. The total number of registered members currently stands at 730. So these are the rough estimates of the chapters and the numbers. So we would also like to please like to take a record of this one, that the incoming executives, I know most of them are here, all of you are here. Please take care and then take charge of these 3 chapters. I would say they are chapters because they are almost ready. So we started searching for new chapters to come on board. We're able to engage the Xi'an, the Chongqing, and then they have been successfully. And but we realized that they needed to be trained. They needed to be guided on so many things concerning looks and structure, because some of them were new in the system. But we think 1 year down the lane, they are okay, and then they are also ready, and then they will join. So in all, we will be leaving 30 chapters for the current tenure or the future tenure to take over. As of today, 16 chapters are successfully presented and submitted their new executives, and then the remaining ones are all at different stages of the handing over. So we will use this opportunity to also encourage them that right after Congress proceedings, when Congress ends on Saturday, they should please continue and then complete it so they can join the 2024-2025 administration. So in the action plan that we came out with an action plan. Then this was our vision. So the vision that we had was that, in fact, the action plan, before we will be able to execute it, we had to source for the approval of Senate. So Senate gave us the approval to roll it out. So this was the vision to become a globally known Ghanaian students association with vibrant members and a strong sense of commitment to Ghana and China. And our mission statement was, we are pledged to ensure the welfare of members whilst using educative and capacity building programs to prepare members for leadership and responsible citizenship. So these are some of the things that we took into consideration in our action plan. Developing human resource based on our union through training in education and health. Membership drive. We also decided to continue with the registration of the union. Management of social media handles. We decided to continue it and then work through what has already been done. Friendship, to build relationship among members and in between members of our unions and that of sister unions. And then we also decided that with the financial aspect, we are going to efficiently and transparently manage the union system and also maintain the digital system that was put in place by previous offices. Information delivery. We decided to be efficient, give an efficient information delivery and feedback to systems, and then such a way that it is not only us getting an in-person engagement, but also through SMEs, WeChat, WhatsApps, we're able to get information to our people. We decided to also continue with the shipment of things for the union. Database system, it has always been recommended, right from the record that we've got as and now, start from 2019. So right from 2019 up until now, China go, China come. All officers required, in fact, all reports that we received were saying that we should do a thorough data cleanup in both the system and then in the union pages. So we decided to also do that in the digital online platforms, provide welfare assistance to the people and then our members, and then also the traditional activities of the union, talking about the scale up, the master class, after and AEE. We decided to also embark on all of them. So this is the raw program online that was scheduled out. So now in the development model, we decided to train chapter FCs and then junior secretaries. We decided to train our MMPs on how to get digital skills and smart learning skills, and also be perfect on content creation, and then how they would put things together to make it appealing to all. We decided to embark on career empowerment for our people within and after school. And then talk shows and legal issues on marriage, we decided to also talk about them. On health issues, we also decided to talk about breast cancer, prostate cancer, and mental health talks. And then social, we decided to engage the women. I mean, we have a whole unit, a whole office of women's commission. So the Women's Day ought to be celebrated, our ladies ought to be acknowledged. Praises were conducted. And then we also decided to also embark on debate and have close meetings with personalities, of which we thought it was very necessary. Now, mentorship and training. So we decided to also train our leaders and then our members through leadership trainings and seminars. We decided to do HSP classes since it's a requirement by all students in China before graduation. And then we decided to also embark on from entrepreneurship plan and provincial in-person and online registrations, meeting with chapter executives and engaging them to get to see their problems that they are having at their chapter levels. We also decided to do that to help with the membership drive. We decided to continue with the registration of the union. And then by the grace of God, we're able to come out with something. So we would put before congressmen and women. So management of social media handles, we decided to also dedicate ourselves so much to the MMT committee and then to make sure that whatever was that be done, we continued and maintained. The WhatsApp platforms and stuff were all maintained and then continued. So we decided to also create friendships among ourselves. It was very necessary that we decided to also, even with that core spirit, have the in-person games and socialization with ourselves and also find ways to collaborate with sister unions from different countries so we can create friendship. On finance, we decided to keep the digital PV system where whenever the FCs pay the amount, the payer will receive receipts in their emails. We kept it, and then we decided to also keep a fundraising system to raise sponsorship for the union. We decided to also maybe sell out souvenirs to raise money for the union. We decided to reload that right after most of the chapters went down. Now they are coming. Most of them were already in the system. So we decided to do debt relief policy to clear some of their arrears so that it will help them come back. Information delivery on recharts was also done. Shipment, we decided to do shipment this year. So what we decided was that it was very necessary to do shipment and that if it's feasible, we will definitely do it this year. At the same time, we decided to keep and clean up the database. That's always been recommended by all administrations of the union. Digital and online platforms like the website, Facebook, YouTube were all kept and then used. We also engaged so well with the Nugs-China radio and then we supported them in the best way that we can. Welfare. So we I think the welfare had to do with fundraising, student aid schemes, and welfare buffer to support students' needs and challenges that they go through. Now, traditional activities of the union, Alpha, a scale-up, entrepreneurship clinic, and then we also decided to also observe the national holiday. So a review of our administration. So the former administration worked with 19 chapters during their tenure. So upon assumption, most of the chapters weren't in office as then. So we successfully brought them on board. And then as announced, I'm talking to you, the number has risen to 27. And then we hope that the 3 other chapters added will be 30. So we hope that all the 30 chapters would, after Congress, be operational with the new 10. So our first activity that we did, was the open forum meeting with the GHIE, the Ghana Institute of Engineers. So we had this meeting and then a lot of questions came up and then it was this meeting. I would like to acknowledge Engineer Engineer George Lutros. He was so much blessing to the union and then he brought the GHI people to support the engineering students. And as of now, most of the engineering students are able to register with this association free of charge, and some of them they've been able to embark on some trainings for them, which we so much appreciating for that. So some of the questions and then points that was raised for students of what can be done, and then the solutions to it were also given. So the next activity that we embarked on was an Aquaba celebration for the newly arrived students. I know this was the first time that Nick was doing this. Normally it's done at the local level, but we felt that since the model has really been opened, it would be good that we bring everybody together through online. If I would have been great if we would have made some way to do it. We hope that future tenants will find a way or a better way to meet in person. So we met ourselves online on the 24th of September, and then around this day, the ambassador, His Excellency Dr. Renfred Lee Okai Hammer graced the occasion and the welcome all students. And then we got the time to engage the embassy and then brought our issues before them. Right after the Akwaba, we had the National Games and Socialization, which occurred on the 3rd of October 2024 in Jinjin. I would like to also use this opportunity to say a big thank you to the Jinjin chapter executives. You were so great, and we say God bless you so much. They did a human job, and it was good. We all met there, and then we had about 512 people in attendance from 15 chapters when we did the National Games and Socialization. There was a scene that had people coming from different places all over China. And then we got a feel of, look at some of us, it's been a long time. We ate Banku, Kinki, Wachi, Jollof, Kobe. So many foods, local meals. And then I would like to stand on this one to also acknowledge Oba Papebi from the 19th chapter. We say thank you for the assistance of Free Kinki and then Free Banku. You really help us. Thank you. We continue with the State of the Nation's address, which was an opening forum. We wanted to meet the members. If I say the members, the people that we are serving. So in order to create a forum for us to meet them, to interrogate with them what we are doing right, what we are not doing right, where we took the union, and then what has been achieved so far, the progress and the challenges that we are facing. And then that forum was held on the 4th of November 2023. And then the attendance was fairly good. So we also carried on 15th of November with a career empowerment with which Dr. Michael Mwachi Yadon of UNESCO Campus University Campus, Professor Hirokusi of University of Education Reneba were in attendance. And then in fact, it was a hybrid meeting, and then the Beijing chapter met in person. So Beijing executives, we say a big thank you to you and then the organization that you did. It was great. We hope to see such meetings in the nearby future. And then all other social media handles were also engaged with it. The members most of the members also joined online for this career empowerment. We moved on to the Independence Day celebration. And then for the first time in the history of Nugs-China, we were able to bring four sister unions from different countries. In fact, there were supposed to be 10. But because of time difference, we got students from South Korea, Ghanaian students in South Korea, Ghanaian students in Morocco, Ghanaian students in India, and Ghanaian students in Russia joining. And then it was a good and great activity. And then the guest speaker was Professor Yaya Jagasie from GTEC. Right after that, on the 14th of February 2024, we had a debate in the movie night. And then this activity, the panel members were Dr. Isaac Sappho, Miss Judith Aika Brown, Miss Irene Koko, and I think the ladies won. So the topic was men and women who was more faithful. And then it was something that was supposed to go for the men, but the judges said who is more faithful in a relationship. They said the ladies won, so the ladies won. Entrepreneurship clinic. So we had an entrepreneurship clinic organized by the project committee, and they had so many guest speakers on board. We got Mr. Gondre Gemachu Baisa Dulant Company he spoke on making the best of China businesses. Yeah. So we had Mr. Richmond Lai also speaking on the integration of artificial intelligence in business and marketing. We also had lawyer John Wang also speaking to us about business registration in China and its practices. And then I would like to use this opportunity to address Dr. Lawyer John Wang of his assistance to this union throughout our throughout our tenure, because he decided to freely provide legal services for any member who found himself in any challenge. And then what we did was that anytime there was any advice, legal advice or something, we were consulting him, and then he never charged us. He did all these things for free. So we would like to acknowledge Lawyer John Wan for this selfless service to Nugs-China, and then his readiness to defend people even in court if they need be. Business plan. So business plan, the theory and the practices was also presented by Dr. Mrs. Benedicta Pew, a senior lecturer and a management consultant in UPSA. So, and then these were the highlighted achievements from the event. Research persons, creating a long-lasting relationship with the resource persons and a holistic approach to entrepreneurship unity and the necessary aspects of entrepreneurship unity. Okay, so we also moved on to the ABBA, the African Beyond a Conference 2023-2024. So ABBA was also held from June 1st to June 3rd, 2024 in June. And then the theme was African Beyond Aid in the context of harnessing capacity for sustainable development. So ABBA 2024 was held, and then this was the captured portions. So a lot of people also did a presentation during the ABBA, and they would like to, and they were coming from different fields. Some of them came from the economics, finance, technology, AI, engineering background, and they would like to acknowledge them. So list of ABBA presenters. So we have Mr. Samuel Abuaji, PhD, from the Capital University of Economics and Business. So he presented on this topic. And they've got Francis Atasapo. He is also from the School of Finance, Tonan University of Economics and Law. He also presented on this topic. Mr. Raymond Sigisa Atanga. He is also in the School of Government, University of International Business and Economics in Beijing. He also presented on this topic. Mr. Kofi Alimo and Dr. Alimo from Chonji University also presented on this topic. We've got Mr. Ebenezer Sherman also presenting from the Department of Beijing Sea Laboratory of Functional Food from Plant Resources College of Food Science and Nutritional Engineering. You've got Mr. Goffin Watson Dilim from the Guangdong Oceans University also presenting, and he presented on this topic. We had Shadrach Alimu also from the Nanjing Agriculture University also presenting on this topic. We've got Mr. Andrews Kwamina Bram also from the GGN Gongcha University, Hangzhou, also presenting on this topic. So ABBA 2024 was a huge success, and then the attendance was great. And then a renowned personalities, including Professor Mrs. Oski Alabi, co-founder and president of Lower University College, Ken Bam Dorin, University of Wisconsin, Professor Benjamin Peter Brown, University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, and O.D. Elijah, corporate strategist and president of OAAD Group, and I.M. Otaki, lawyer, also coming the Ratata man, and then he and his team also came. So we also, in the ABBA, we also had the Academic Excellence Award, and I would like to acknowledge the awardees. So during AEA, this awardees were also given to people. So awards. So in the bachelor category, we have Lukman Idrisi Jadi. He was the winner. We've got master's category. We've got Basasumi Sebastian, and then Godfrey Kufuor. In the PhD category, we've got Dr. Kofi Alimo, and then Jima Justice. And then there were also personality awards that was won by members. we've got Lukman Idrisu Kizidi winning the most outstanding Nugs member. And then the most influential Nugs member went to Mr. Godfred Kofor Teria. And then the most impactful alumina also went to Dr. Isaac Safo. Now, Nugs-China embarked for the first time on fundraising because we felt it's also another means constitutionally to raise money. And we thank all and sundry that attended. So we did it, and then it was successful. And then we had Dr. Michael Wachiyadom chairing the meeting. And then it was co-chaired by Dr. Ben Bafo. We also continue the Scaled Up Masterclass program for our union and the MIT members, and then we embarked on this one. So Scale Up is an educator and informative platform that offers academic training and certification to its members via virtual or on-site meeting. The Scale Up subcommittee is a sub-unit of Nugs-China, an academic committee. So these are the main roles and responsibility that ought to be taken care by the Scale Up, and then we follow suit and all was achieved. And then the significance of the Scale Up program. Realized. So in line with what we wanted to achieve, there was one thing that we felt students really need in China now to successfully complete their academics. That is the HSK classes. So we organized 3 HSK classes, as HSK 1 to 4 master class for all students. And then we had more than 200 participants always attending. And then it was run 3, 4, continuously for 2 months. So we have a tutor, Lisa Gao. Lisa Gao is an HSK teacher and an examiner. And then we had the research master class, which was a 4-in-1 program. And then we had most of the topics around research being handled. In fact, it was that mastering the act of research writing techniques and best practices. So we had Professor Bright Akwesi Jenfi from the Serhat Pandemic Singh Hania University in India and presenting on the first day, which was on the 16th of February 2024, followed by Professor Michael Asmum Apia, University of Dubai, also presenting on the 17th of February. And then we continued again on the 23rd of February. And then we had Dr. Asari Philip Akufi Atitianti, also from China Center of Policy and Senior Research Fellow, the Africa Advisory, ACCPP, and also presenting. And then we also had Dr. Hemas Abudu, also an associate researcher in Chile University, also presenting. So we embarked on seminars and conferences also for chapter secretaries and financial controllers to be able to serve their various chapters well. So on 21st August 2024, we conducted one. On 25th August 2024, we also did another one. And on 25th September 2024, we continued. And financial controllers also were trained on the 21st September 2023 on video. Okay, thank you. To get to know the financial portal. Membership drive. So our main focus was how to get the people's attention, because we realized that a lot of things need to be done to revive the union to where we want it to be. So we did quite a number of general meetings here and there with the chapter executives. Like I already mentioned, whilst we were doing open forums for the general public and the State of the Union address, we also constantly meeting the chapter executives. I personally, I used to meet the presidents also privately to engage them on things and what's happening there. I personally built a rapport with them, and then sometimes I call them personally to check up to see how things are going, so that once their chapters are functioning well, NEC will also function well. So virtual and provincial visitations were also done. So NEC embarked on provincial visitations on the 19th, 20th, and 21st of November, which we tried to group the chapters into maybe 3 or 4 provinces, or maybe 2 provinces, then they come, then we will speak to them, all the chapters in that province or within that circle. Then we talk to them to find out what's happening, their grievances, what they want us to do, what we are not doing right. All these engagements were done. And then I personally also went for an in-person activities and engagement in these chapters. I visited the Beijing myself, the Beijing chapter myself. I also visited Huzhou. I visited the Jinhua, and then I also visited the Jijian on the Akwaba night, Akwaba day. Yeah, it was a great occasion. So, executive session. So, there were, like I've mentioned, we were doing quite a number of executive engagement here and there, just to get them on the work and engage the members where, especially now that we wanted to move from online to in person, so that we can get to know their challenges and let could provide the needed support and assistance. So there was one thing that we wanted to also do. We felt that would go a long way to help the union. That is capturing the new members that are arriving in China. In fact, we had to go way back to Ghana. So when we took office in 15th of July, we decided to engage the members in Ghana right from 16th, and then try to help them do their visa applications and buy tickets, medicals, and so forth and so forth. And then when they came here, we also did the pickup services for them. So all these things were done so that when they arrive in China, they'll get to see the need to join China. So free pickup exercises were done, and then over 200 students benefited from this project. So some of the chapters that you are seeing come on board are the reasons behind. These are the reasons behind some of the new chapters, and then the growth that we are seeing in the Nugs-China projects now. So yes, we continue with the union registration. We would like to acknowledge that China that came before us all did their best to register the union, including our China. But as it stands now, what we've done so far, engagement that we've done so far, we were advised even by Senate that it would be good that this union will be registered in Ghana. So the truth is that in as much as we are recognized institution in China, we can operate without any fear or panic because we have the permission and the go ahead of the Ghana embassy here in China. And then the foreign affairs of the government of China is also aware of the consent given by the embassy. So nobody should fear that, oh, the union is not registered, it's not registered. No. This registration is a different dimension altogether. We wanted this registration so that once the union is a registered company now here in China, it will give a lot of opportunity to union. But it looks as if it's just not that they don't want to give it to us alone. It's a policy by the Chinese government. So it's difficult. So since 1988, we have tried up until now. The Chinese government is not open. So we are advising that the future tenants or future tenant that will take over from us would probably heed to the advice that we are giving that they should plan and then open an account in Ghana. We were given the go ahead by Senate to do that, but it was close to our tenant, and we had a challenge with ID cards and some of the things that we needed to provide for the proceedings to go on. So we couldn't. So we are admonishing future tenants to take on this. Okay, so management of the social media handles. So we continue with the management of the social media handles, right, from WhatsApp, social media, and then we engaged the members through all YouTube handles, Facebook, and all channels that the union has. We have been engaging members from them. We also created friendship with GASCA, a student union in South Korea, and then GASAI, Ghanaian Association of Students in India, and then Nugs Italy, Nugs Russia, Nugs Morocco, Nugs US, Nugs UK. All of them are now part of GOOC. So with that, once Nugs is part of GOOC, we have that collaboration and partnership and friendship with all the sister unions across the board. We decided to also keep with the financial people, which all those who have paid their dues, you received an email confirming the payment. We embarked on sponsorship for the union during our tenure. And then tomorrow, the FC will give more details on it. And souvenirs, we sold out souvenirs. That's the staff, and then we were able to raise some little money for the union. And tomorrow, today, right after, today, the FC will do that after my presentation. Debt relief policy. So we decided to embark on a debt relief, but like I mentioned, right after the COVID, we felt we had to bring up a debt relief policy, especially now that we were able to bring. The problem that we were having was that most of the chapters that we were reviving, they were not part of Nugs-China for a very long time. Some of them had gone 2 years, some of them had gone 3 years, 4 years back. So you could see that some of the members were captured into the system. But the challenge was that now they are now coming. So let's say I came to China in 2016. So my name is in the system and has been captured. So now when we decide to revive the chapter and then I show up, it will show in the system that I've been owing since 2016 up until now. Yes. Or maybe 2020 when the system came up. I think the system came up from 2020 up until now. So right from 2020 to 2021, it will be showing the system that you are owing. So we wanted to do something to relieve. And then Senate, by the approval of Senate, where they gave us to go ahead. As for 2022, 2023, 10, we should take, that was last year's tenure. The members were supposed to pay in full. But when days after time or owings after 2021 going back, that one we can cancel it off. So we went by that, and then we gave a certain timeline. I think it was for 3 months or 5 months, and then when the time was up, we ended it. So welfare assistance were also given to a lot of people. Welfare is an integral part of this union structure, of which assistance were given to Mr. Ebenezer Oforiwa. An amount of 3,250 was given to him because he had a terminal bleeding and then he had to be taken to Ghana after all treatment in China failed. Mr. Bright Ofori, a breast student who had just arrived, also had a big problem of which the school was sacking him. I had to personally go there and engage the authorities to even allow him to stay for some time. And then we came to the members, we came to you all, and then you help us raise money to cater for his fare ticket back home. There were quite a number of police-related issues that I attended. I think I've been to so many cities and provinces in the past 1 year, let's say in the past month, yeah, because of this issue, police-related issue. And we would like to use this opportunity to advise all members that China has its own rules and regulations. So we plead that let's be circumspect in what we do and go a long way to help you, help NEC, help the whole union, and then Chinese embassy, Ghana embassy, and everybody. So NEC players with the embassy and assistance were given to quite a number of people because of the nature of laws and stuff. We didn't want to state names here. It was for the sake of security reasons. Security reasons, we didn't want to state any name here, but I would like to assure members that we encountered quite a number, more than 20 police cases that we had to attend. Sometimes, if I'm not able to go, chapter president executives were engaged to stand in on behalf of NEC and them to attend to the issue. So health-related issue where we also handled a very serious health-related issue in one of the chapters, and which had to cut the president's stay in China. And the NEC felt that because of the ailment that the authorities were saying, we needed to step in quickly and make sure everything was settled. And the victim went back home safely. Information delivery, but we used all channels to engage our people, either in person or online. And then the MMP would like to also say a very big thank you to you. You've been very effective And then when we chat to, we did quite a number of engagements on the whole pages and the executive page, chapter pages. And I know at your various chapter levels too, there were a lot of engagements there. Database cleanup. NEC felt the need to do a database cleanup because of the bloating of the system or the database of the union. And then moreover, all the whole pages were also bloated. I know this exercise yesterday even brought an issue that the 19th chapter even captured it in their report. This was in our own good, okay? NEC will never take a decision that would kill or destroy the union. What will be the wisdom? What will be the sense in taking up? You are a leader of something and then you are crashing the thing. Excuse me to use this. Are you wise to do that? Will you be wise to do that? Okay, so please, it's not everything that I can stand in camera now and then say to Congress. But to the best of the knowledge of Senate, this was approved by Senate. This was approved by NJC. You should know how sensitive the matter was. This was an emergency from the embassy. Like I said, I can't say anything now. The best thing was that we did this in the best interest of all of us. I've taken the blame up on some people who call you and you saw to say a whole lot of things, but it's normal, it's part of leadership. So we accepted on myself and my team. I would like to say a very big thank you to the NEC officers. They kept with me throughout. I'm a very difficult leader, I know, but they were with me. So, in fact, there were a lot of things happening behind the scene. But as at that time, we felt it was needed, very urgent, extremely more than urgency to clean the page. We devised a whole lot of strategies, to do this work. But I think they were not complying. So the last one was what people didn't understand. But it was all in the name of in the good name of the union and the its members, just to secure the members, and then we are staying in China. Like I said, we can't say everything here, but all congressmen and women should know that we did it. Not only these are basic reasons. If I say basic, you should mean sometimes I know we say the system is bloat, this one they are good, but there were more sensitive reasons to what we did. And I've been here since 2016. I think I was added on the page in 2017. Even before becoming a NEC member, I was in 3 whole pages. I didn't know how they added me, but I was just added, and I'm there. I was just there. I was in one. I was there. Then they created this page in 2016 or 17 or so. I was in one. And then I was in 3 whole pages. I was not a NEC officer or a senator. No. I was there. Okay. So some of these things that we did, it was not the bloating. Out of the bloating, we could have managed it. But there were quite a number of emergencies. Like I told you, there were sensitive meetings between us and them. I'd like to say a big thank you to Mr. Opoku, Eric Opoku in the Beijing Embassy. They've been great support, and then anytime anybody falls into a situation, they will call me, and then they would advise with the lawyer or the barrister in the embassy. So please, we did it in the best interest of the union. That's what I can say for now. Thank you. So digital and online platforms we also followed with, and then we the MMP also handled the website well. Nugs-China Radio also did a great job. Nugs-China Radio, we thank you very much. For the first time, we're going to give you certificates. To all Nugs-China Radio staffs, you've really worked hard. I know you've been working and then you've been asking for this. Now we will be granting it. We will give you certificates. You have done so well. Thank you very much for your selfless services to the union. We are so grateful. Not only me, I'm thanking you on behalf of my former NEC officers and everybody. You have really, it's not easy to be a radio member. It is not easy. Because they are always remember that they are also students like us all. That's one thing that we should always not forget. Anytime I see Selena Grace, I see Godfred, I see all the Husman, me, and all of them. I just see God, these people, and they are always doing this. So we say a big thank you to all. And then these are the programs that we had on the Nugs-China radio. We have the gospel, Sunday gospel vibes, Sunday sports arena, mental health, Pentecost Nugs-China, and you, and then Islamic Ghana Today, Adventist yeah, I think that's that. So these are the programs that we have on the Nugs-China radio. And then the Women's Commission also did quite a number of activities, including cervical cancer awareness, roundtable discussion, the third edition of the Women's Quiz, and weekly activities. I think they also did sports exercises for the ladies. We all wanted to join, but they didn't allow us. So I think these are the captures that they had to do on the cervical cancer, the program that they did, the roundtable discussion. And then the third edition of the National Women's Quiz, they also was also continued. And Miss Aisha Tuyombaka, thank you so much for your selfless and continuous assistance to the WUCOM during our term. We are so grateful. So yes, weekly activities were also done by them. I think Love was also the rep. So Madam Love, our aspiring WUCOMs. Thank you very much. So these are the challenges that we think that during our term we face. So several chapters were turned due to the unwillingness of members to take up leadership roles. Like I mentioned, when we came, let us see, most of the chapters were not there. We had to go and look for leaders, and it was a difficult. So we had to do a lot of engagement. I would like to thank the former NEC officers, Mr. Steven, Mr. Terry, Aisha, Brown, and Rachel. We'd like to say a big thank you to them because they were always with us, and then they really helped us throughout our term. And then I also like to acknowledge and then say a big thank you to former senators, former NEC officers, executives of this union. And some of the chapters will go there, they will tell I was the former president, I was that, and they will fall on that person, they will continue. So it was like that. Most of the chapters that we are seeing now, we had to follow an old senator or an old executive of the union, and then we worked. So we say a big thank you to all of them, and they opened their doors to us when the time arose. So non-payment of dues by members is also a challenge that we had during our term. Project structures on the system. I don't know, a lot of owings and then commitment by members. Members want to get benefits before they pay dues. Okay, instant benefit. But let's not forget that the money that we are paying, we are using this money to cater for our own self, and then it will be good that your money is going to help a brother or a sister. So even if it's not coming through direct, it will be used for certain things. Okay. We also had a challenge in members willing to commit to the union. It's all about the commitment and the sustainability of the truth that we wanted to see in the union and then in various chapters. And then some of them chapter leaders too. The ones, I mean, chapters that we couldn't bring on board. I think chapters like Jinjo chapter. Jinjo was there last year, but we were not able to bring them because people were not willing to come and serve. There are a lot of people there. There's so many chapters that we contacted, but because people are not willing to serve, the lack of appreciation and enthusiasm for members towards the union and its activities has also demotivated the leaders. Okay, sometimes leaders take time to arrange programs and then do a whole lot of things, but members will not come and they will also not appreciate it. And they will only find fault with everything that you do. So because of that, people don't want to even step up for positions. So congressmen and women, let's all look at these problems so that we can solve it and see the way forward of the union. Member engagement in illegal activities. And then I think I don't want to mention the drug trafficking work without requesting document and permits. They were all challenges that we faced during our term. These are recommendations for the incoming executives. We were able to bring most of the chapters of what we did our best to bring them to standard before they started their work. Most engagement was already done, but they should continue to get them at the grassroots, engage them, also get close to the chapter executives so that their work will be easier on their shoulders, and them orientations and the reorientations of new and old members to understand the core values of the union must be done. The union should adhere to its existing working plan while incorporating new elements to ensure continued growth and development. Implementation of the model to educate and train chapter leaders on effectively engaging members and executing their responsibilities at the grassroots level is also very necessary. This will contribute to the desired vibrancy within the union. While efforts are made to reorient members, leaders should practice those who are willing. They should prioritize those who are willing and ready to commit to the union. Looking ahead, the union can explore registering the union in Ghana. I think I've mentioned this one. Since all efforts since 1988 have been made and then proved fertile, even after the intervention of the embassy, it still didn't work. Orienting Ghanaian students coming to China on the benefits, the risk associated with agents in the admission process was also one serious thing that we faced. Please, let's all be agents of great deal and of good message. And then let's not be agents trying to milk students who are coming to China. In conclusion, there's our fervent hope that we all as members will rise up to the task of progressing and promoting the union for our collective good. We are counting on the maximum cooperation of all and sundry for the success of the new net. We wish them a productive and a memorable tenure in office. Long live Nugs-China, long live Ghana. God bless our homeland Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. This was a national report by our President and Head of NEC, Mr. Stephen Safo Ediaboa. Please, we would open the stage for a few questions. If there are any questions, concerns, clarifications you need, let's put them in now. But let's do that briskly because we're already far behind time. And today's schedule is very long. So the floor is open for questions. Are there any questions?
Okay, yes, yeah. So Paul, audit committee, Paul.
All right. Thank you so much, the national presidents. Thank you so much for that wonderful speech. I don't have a question, okay, but all that I want to say is thank you so much for the work that you've done, you and your team have done for the union. I know, definitely. I sit back and I assume myself to be in your shoes and I can't find myself, right? In instances where there are issues that are supposed to be taken care of in various jurisdictions, if not for you, I know definitely there will be some issues that would go way, like overboard. So I just want to say a very big thank you to your team, your able team, your vice presidents, organizers, financial controllers, for the good work that you've done. And I think in our very last meeting at Angwi, one member said something that had it not been you, there may be a lot of issues or challenges that we couldn't even find our feet here in China. So God bless you so much. And it's just my prayer that as you're leaving, try as much as possible to inspire and groom some of us to also be like you one day. You've inspired a lot of people, actually. So there's my humble recommendations that I would want to pass across. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Paul Dribbin. Are there any other questions, suggestions, commendations, any other applause for IBO President? Well, we are already far behind time. So if there are no issues, no comments, and no questions, may we have movers to move for the acceptance of this national report so that we may proceed. So please state your name and your status as in delegate and chapter, and please let's move for the acceptance of the minutes, if there are no corrections or questions to be added. Okay, Engineer Eugene Ansah, I can see your hand up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. My name is Eugene Ansah Usampao from Chanshat chapter. In the absence of no further correction of the report from the National Executive President, I move for the acceptance of the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you too. Any seconders? Any seconders, please? Oh, Nugs-China, where are you? All right, Mr. Hansen.
I, Boachi Hansen of Shanghai, second the motion. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So let the records reflect that Mr. Eugene Ansah and Mr. Hansen have moved for the acceptance of the national report. Mr. President, thank you very much for a job well done, and thank you for your presentation. Well, next on our list, we would have a report from the Senate. And so we're already behind time. Is the speaker ready, please? Mr. Kulo Isa Ibn Ali.
Okay, congressmen and women, I will be reading on his behalf. So if you can allow me to share my screen.
Okay, please proceed, please.
Still cannot. Okay.
Mr. DJ,
all right,
please
all right.
make it closed.
I think it's better now. Yeah. Okay, I hope you can see my screen.
Yeah, sure, we can.
Yes, please.
Great, great. Okay, so summary of Senate's activities for the 2023-2024 academic year. This report captures the activities of the National Union of Ghana Students China 2023-2024 Senate's activities, progress, challenges, and recommendations for the continuity of the Union, presented to Congress on 5th July 2024. Senate functions. The Senate comprises all National Executive Council members and provincial coordinators. It oversees policy making and ensures they are effectively implemented across all member chapters. Provincial representation is guaranteed by the election of provincial coordinators. The Senate convenes at least 3 times a year, one of which is within 21 days before the Congress. So our National present already went through this list of senators, so I wouldn't go through it again. Now, Senate activities. The Senate, during this administrative year, has embarked on activities to augment the functions of NEC towards the smooth running of the union. These activities include the swearing in of a new NJC member, the nomination, scrutiny, and induction of the national organizer, national financial controller, and national women commissioner. More so, 5 meetings were held to deliberate on the national action plan and budget presentation and discussion on the registration of the union in Ghana to enable the NEC to create a bank account. The penultimate meeting of the Senate, which was held on 25th May, was in the deliberation and approval of the Congress date and the form it will take, as well as approval of the standing committees. The final work of the Senate was approval of Congress committees. We are also proud to mention one of the novel activities this year's Senate engaging is the creation of the album, which motivated every member to pay their dues in full and on time. The Senate, also through its initiatives, ensured that certificates were provided on time to executives in good standing. We hope subsequent Senate would follow suit to support the union. Now, our challenges. As a human institution, there obviously were a few challenges that may need to be brought to light, so the subsequent Senate may work on them. Though the leadership of this year's Senate commends all senators for their presence in most of the meetings, we face the challenges of some members who sometimes would log in and concentrate on other things without actively participating in deliberations. We therefore advise that members who so wish to serve their provinces should be ready to devote their time whenever they are called upon. Secondly, some PCs have sometimes absented themselves without any official permission. We therefore suggest that some standing orders be formulated before every Senate is formed, so they guide the conduct of members. Finally, whenever a PC is for any reason no more in particular jurisdiction, an official note should be served to Senate leadership for the necessary steps to be taken to replace them. Resolution of Senate. In accordance with the Constitution, the Senate has been officially dissolved since its last meeting to approve Congress and standing committees. Recommendations. The following are our recommendations. 1, to improve attendance and participation. Implement a more rigorous attendance policy, supplemented with reminders ahead of meetings. Providing an agenda before the meeting could foster more informed discussions and encourage active participation. Now, saving time. Important documents should be shared on the group page for members to peruse and make their notes before the actual meeting time to save some time during the meeting. Proper regulation could also be outlined on how many questions a member is allowed on a particular agenda to avoid unnecessary delay or display of secrecy. Discipline. Write officially to the provinces of members whose conduct at meetings and attendance are not encouraging to be made to be replaced, so they can also get good representation at the Senate. Now, conclusion. Senate is ever grateful to the union and its members for their trust and support during this tenure. Thank you very much. Signed by the Secretary, Kulo Isa Ibn Ali, the Senate Vice Chairman, Philip Kofi Alimo, and the Chairman, Michael Wilson Edu. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. May we know your position in the Senate, please?
Yes, I'm Philip Kofi Alimo, the Senate Vice Chair.
Okay, so Mr. Philip Kofi Alimo. All right, thank you. Do we have any questions for Mr. Kofi Alimo based on what he read as the report for Senate? If there are any clarifications, let's seek them now so that we can move for the acceptance of this report. All right, we're far behind time, and so if there are no hands up, we may assume that there are no issues and questions. And so if there are none to be raised, then please let's move for the acceptance of Senate report so that we may free Mr. Kofi Alemu of his duties for today. Any movers, please? All right. Hannah from Beijing, please speak. Oh, I saw a hand up.
Can I be heard?
Yes, please, Hannah.
Yes, please, Hannah. Okay, so I, Hannah, a Beijing delegate, move for the acceptance of this speech.
All right, thank you, Hannah. I can see Mr. Paul Drebin's hand up. You may speak, please.
All right. I, Paul Drebin of Anhui chapter, and the delegates move for the acceptance. No, second, the acceptance of the Senate report.
All right, thank you. So let the records reflect that Hannah, a delegate from Beijing, and Paul Drebin, a delegate from Anhui and an audit committee member, have both accepted and moved for the acceptance and seconded the acceptance of the Senate's report. Thank you, Mr. Kofi Alemu. Per schedule, we're going to observe a brief musical interlude, but before we do that, I would want to also introduce my co-moderator for today, Gifty Techua. Gifty, if you're there, please let our dear delegates hear your voice for today. I think they are tired of my masculine voice for now. Hello, Paul. I can see a hand up. Do you have any concerns?
No, please. I think it was from the last. I'll just put it down.
Okay. All right. All right. So per outline, we need to have a musical interlude. DJ, I believe this is your time, so please serenade our members for a few minutes. And as we do that, let the National Financial Controller prepare to read his report right after that. We'll come back in shortly. Thank you. Right. Thank you, Mr. DJ. Right. Thank you very much for the local bash and the Jama. At this point, we would want to reconvene and once again take over proceedings. So from this point on, we'll have a presentation by our National Financial Controller. And at this point, he will present to us the financial report of the association. Then NFC, please, are you available?
Yes, I'm available.
Okay, please. Then you may proceed once you've been
Please,
given control.
can I be made the co-host?
All right. Mr. DJ, please do that for us. I think you have been made a co-host now, so you can proceed.
Okay, thank you. Please, everyone can see. Hello, can I be heard?
Yes, please, you can be heard and your screen is visible.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, honorable members. Good afternoon, congressmen and women. And good afternoon, all protocols observed. I'm pleased to present the financial statement for 2023-2024 academic year. I'm starting from receipt. Balance brought down, N1 is 61,939.43. Dues payment, N2, 10,056. Fundraising, N3, 4,383.40. Game sponsorship, Note 4, 7,150. Proceed from sales, SASH, 1,680. Welfare, 57,385, giving us a sum total of 80,654.4. So our total receipt was 142,593.83 RMB. To payment. Academic Excellence Award, Note 7, 3,241. Zoom subscription, Note 8, 1,073.53. National Game, Note 9, 14,701.05. QID, 78, giving us a total payment of 19,093.58. So our total surplus for this year, 2023-2024 academic year, is 1,223,500.25 kwai. I'll take that one again. Total surplus, 123,500.25 kwai. I'm reading the notes to receipt and payment. Nugs-China is an apolitical and social culture student body comprises Ghanaian national admitted into a recognized institution in China. The union seeks to uphold the good image of Ghana and support members throughout their studies in China. N1, balance brought down, or BD, This is the total amount of money handed over to the current National Financial Controller, NFC, from the Nugs-China main account. The past NFC handed over an amount of 112,620.43 RMB to the present NFC. This includes a significant welfare allocation of 50,681 RMB, which should be utilized for welfare activities, i.e., 112,620.43 minus 50,681 will give us 61,939.43 RMB to be the actual balance brought down for 2023-2024 academic year membership dues payment for 2023. As stipulated in Article 30A, a source of funding for Nugs-China is the annual membership dues. Below is a breakdown of the annual, Below is a breakdown of the national dues collected from chapters during the 2023-2024 academic year. Per the welfare policy of the Nugs-China, 40% of the total dues paid in academic year goes into the welfare account. Below is a breakdown of the dues received from the various chapter. Anhui chapter paid 2,125 RMB, Beijing 1,735, Chengdu 1,750, Xi'an 1,525, Guangzhou 300, Wuhan 1,100, Hangzhou 1,775. I'll take it again from Wuhan. Wuhan 1,100, Hangzhou 1,175, Zhejiang 1,150, Jinzhou 200, Nanjing 600, Taiyuan 2,950, Nanchang 400, Qingdao 100, Shanghai 750, Changshan 600, Tianjin 100, Zhangzhou 100, Hangzhou 100, giving us a total of 16,760. And I'll use this opportunity to thank my various colleagues, FCs, for the great work they did to achieve 16,760. The total amount received as dues payment is 16,760 RMB. However, 40% of 16,760, i.e. is 6,704, goes into the welfare account, remaining 10,056 RMB as the actual dues paid. Entry, fundraising. An amount of 4,383.4 RMB was realized from the fundraising to support Nugs-China welfare. Details. WeChat. We had 1,524.4, Alipay 1,809, Pledge Qingdao 50. Dr. Michael Wachiyadom, the chairman of the day, gave 1,000 RMB, which sum up to 4,383.4. National game and socialization. N4. The summary related to sponsorship and contribution for the game event. The contributions are detailed as follows. National president, venue and media, 3,200. Zhejiang Old and New Executive, 1,150. National and Chapter Executive, 900. Professor Ben Kuliga, 500. Blessing Co Limited, 300. Aaron Koko, 100. Other sponsors, 850. Non-member participants, 150. Zhejiang Executive Water and drink, because it was not quantified in figures. That's why we are having the dash. Case Royal, Oima Papebi provide Kinke and Boutique. same, it was not quantified in figure, we had dashed there. So the total sponsorship was we had 7,150 renminbi proceed from SASH. SASH were produced at a cost for graduating students. A total of 41 students purchased, and the breakdown is as follows. Revenue. Non-good standing members, we had 26 members ordering for it at a price of 100 kwai, giving us an amount of 2,600. Good standing members, we have 15 ordering for it at a price of 70 kwai. That gave us 1050. So our total revenue for the SASH was 3,650. Expenses. The cost for production was 80 cedis. So 1,160 Ghana cedis at equivalent of SU rate of 0.5589 on 23rd March was paid, as in 6,480 was paid to the producer. On 27th April, 2,040 Ghana cedis at SU rate of 0.5382 gave us 1,097. Cost of shipment from Ghana to China, 3 kg, at a price of 75 RMB, gave us 225 kwai. So our total expenses for the SASH gave us 1,970. So total proceed was 1,680. Welfare account, note 6. The main source of Nugs-China welfare is 40% of membership dues. An amount of 50,681 RMB was handed over to the current NFC. 40% of this year dues of 16,760 is 6,074. 6,704 RMB, sorry. Welfare. Balance brought down 50,681. 40% of dues is 6,704. Which sum up to be 57,385. This year, 2023-2024, no expenditure was catered for welfare. So the total surplus was 57,385. Note 7, Academic Excellence Award, AEA. Below is the cost of items purchased to reward the winners of the Academic Excellence Award in each category. Plaque 1 academic category. We have 5 quantity at a unit price of 100, which sum up to give us 500 RMB. Plaque 1 again, other category, we are having 4 at 85, which sum up to 340. Brand package 10 at a unit price of 218, which sum up to give us 2,180. 2,180. Delivery, we are having 9 at 24.5. which sum up to give us 221. So our total expenditure for that was 3,241. Note 8, Zoom subscription. Nugs-China has a Zoom account to host its members. Sorry, Nugs-China, let me take that one again. Nugs-China has a Zoom account to host its meeting. The account is renewed yearly. The account was renewed at a unit cost of $149.90. The exchange rate as at 13th October 2023 was USD 1:7.1616 RMB. So for the account, it costs 1,073.53 RMB. Note 9, National Game and Socialization. National Nugs Games and Socialization, a total of 14,701.05 RMB was spent to support the event. This funding was allocated to cover various expenses associated with organizing and hosting the games. The expenditure includes costs for venue, rental, media, transportation, drinks, and meals, i.e. breakfast, lunch, and small chops, for 300 estimated participants, as well as administrative costs. Note, there were, however, about 512 participants in attendance from 15 chapters. So in details, lunch, 5,760, breakfast, carbs and others, 650, small chops, 300, bottled water, unit cost 8, quantity 30 pack, 240. Drink, 8 as unit cost, quantity 50, 1 liter, giving us 400. Venue, 1,500. Media, 1,700. Bus, 1,150. Other items, 3,001.05. Total expenditure was 14,701.05. N10, Kwaidi. The union's item for the former Secretary General include a laptop and some important documents related to the union activity were transferred to the current Secretary General. Thank you, Congress members. Signed by the National FC, myself, and the National President, Stephen Eduyegwa. Thank you.
Thank you, our very own Minister of Finance. Congress, ladies and gents, this is the state of our monetary affairs, and I believe when it comes to money, we are all eager to see the state of things. And so this has been presented to us. Do we have any questions, any comments, and anything we believe must be rectified before we move for the acceptance of this report? So let's put our feet down and take a good look at this. Okay, I can see a hand up from Paul from the audit committee. Paul, you can talk, please.
Yes. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much for the report, Mr. Jonathan. A little concern that I want to pass, which has to do with some differences that I see in my books. And when I refer to my books, I mean the books that has been given to the audit committee or for purposes of auditing. Can you take me to the total number of chapters as well as the dues that has been received? That page, if you can. Yes, just this, please. I see a bit of difference with the total number. I'm sorry, the total dues collected. I don't know if it's okay for me to go ahead with what I have as well as what you have, or there has been other instances where payments have been made after the audit committee was sent their books to review or to audit. If you can speak to that, please.
Please, my records and the information sent to auditors is the same information I'm providing over here. So you can equally share what you are having since we are all here as Congress members. Thank you.
Okay. I don't know if any of my committee members are online, but let me just get a figure. I think I should have it just a minute. Just, okay. Oh. Okay, all right. So can I share my screen if that's possible, moderator?
Mr. DJ, can you please make Paul co-host, please?
Okay, thank you. So if the National Financial Controller could stop sharing so I could share briefly and then we can...
Let me stop sharing.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, just a sec.
Okay, I think I'm trying to get some issues with that.
Okay, so as Mr. Driven tries to get his screen to share, if there are any other questions or concerns, we can address them in the meantime. And when his screen comes on, he can take over. Are there any other questions we have for our financial minister? Are we sure there are no questions? We is Sika no hasem na yeka.
Seriously, if I'm not able to share, then it means I may not be able to do the presentation, I think. But
is there another member that can share the slide for you and maybe control it as you speak?
Just a sec.
Are there any other questions pertaining to the financial report?
No. Yeah. Okay, so I'm just trying to work on changing the machine. So if there are any concerns, please let's go ahead as I do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. And I believe right after this will be the audit team's report. So
Sure.
what we'll do is we'll defer these differences and wait for your report on what you received as the audit team. So we'll go ahead and decide for the financial report. And if there are any other questions or concerns or any corrections that have to be made after the audit team and the financial team confer, they can be made and put into the final report and presented to members on the delegates page so that we do not wait all day. If there are no further questions, I think we would have to acknowledge the good work done by the Taiwan chapter. They've done a very good job in terms of dues mobilization. I am the Anhui president, and Mr. FC. When I saw the list, I saw Anhui on top there with good money. So I was about to indulge myself and clap for my people right after. I didn't see that Tan Yuan is down there and is pushing the money barrel. So this one, you've taken the wind out of my sails. Maybe next time let's put the highest payer on top. Was the way I was about to clap, and now Charlie Sikanashi by Benny. But still, Mr. Paul Driven is Anwi's financial secretary, and so I believe he also deserves a kudos. He's done a good job. All right. If there are no other questions, no other issues, can we move for the acceptance? Pending and also knowing that if there are any differences between what the audit team has and the financial team has, some corrections may be done. So let's move for this, knowing that there might be some some corrections that may come up and may be addressed to the delegates on the delegates page. So are there any movers, please? With this one, we expect to see maybe 5 hands up at a go because this is the money matter. The rest there. All right. Isha ex officio. Can you please give us your name and details?
Good afternoon or good evening, congressmen and women. I want to say a very big congratulations to Mr. President and his team. They did really great, and we are grateful. All right, so without any questions, suggestions, or anything, Aisha move for the acceptance of the National Financial Report as a working document of the Union. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Isha, if possible, please add your status as a delegate or an observer to your name, please, for us, just in case we need to take a head count. Thank you. Are there any seconders? Any seconders for our money matters, please? From the delegates page, I could tell that a lot of people were paying attention to the report. So I believe we should find it easy finding a seconder. Okay, audit committee chair, I can see a hand up.
Yes, can you make me sorry, can you make me an admin or a co-host or something so I could on the new account?
Okay, so you've added a new account. So DJ, please do that for the new account name is Paul Audit Committee. Are there any seconders in the meantime? Hey, Mr. FC, what did you do to Looks and We that no one wants to second your report? Yeah, they have issues with you. Okay, Felix Kofi. I can see your hand.
Yes, Felix. Can you hear me?
Yes, please, I can hear you.
Yeah, it is Felix, delegate from China. I do second. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you very much. Let the Congress records show that Yisha and Mr. Felix Kofi both moved and seconded the acceptance of the National Financial Report, pending any other or taking into consideration any other corrections that might come after conferring with the audit committee. Thank you. I believe my masculine voice has tired you out by now, so I would let my co-host, Ms. Gifty Techua, take over from now and introduce our audit committee chair. Gifty.
Yeah, can I be heard?
Yes, please.
All right. Thank you, my honorable co-host. My name is Techiwa Abwaje, Techiwa for short, and I'll take it from here. So the next item that we have is the National Audit Report by the Audit Committee. Do you have the Audit Committee here? Audit Committee.
Yes, please. We are here.
Please, are you ready?
Yeah, sure. I think I've still not been made the co-host. So if you can.
Organizer,
I just
can you
tried.
please do that for us? I think you are made a co-host on your Paul Angry Audit Committee accounts. Can you check that?
Well, what I'm trying to say is that I've joined with another account. So if the
okay. So organizer,
yeah,
please make the Paul Angry Audit account rather the co-host.
The Audit Committee, not Angry.
Yeah, Paul Audit Committee.
Okay, I think it's working now. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Okay. I hope I can be heard, please.
Yes, please.
Hello. Okay. All right. So before I even go on to present the audit report, I was just trying to draw the attention of the National Financial Controller in relation to some documents that the audit committee received, especially with the total, and I think you all can see, congressmen and women can see my screen. We did receive this figure here, 16,260. Okay. Now, when the financial report was being read, I think it was around 16,700, and I don't know, I still can't keep that. So I only wanted to get a confirmation as to which figure was the right one. So this is actually the records being sent to the audit committee for purposes of auditing. So if the National Financial Controller is still on.
I'm still here.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Auditor, you could equally have chat or talk to your chairman because he had the updated statement. A week to close the account, some payments came in and we did the update. So you could have equally spoken to your chairman, whether he has received the updated list of 16,760. Thank you.
Okay. All right, that's fine. Thank you so much, honorable member. At the moment, my chairman is actually a bit engaged, so he hasn't, I don't think he has connected yet. So if there's anything, probably we'll go back to that. But then I will still want to read the audit reports on behalf of the audit committee. My name is Paul, and I'm actually the audit secretary. We're doing this with Mr. Suleiman Bawa, who is the National Audit Committee chairperson, and a member, Ms. Kwashi Abigail, being the member of the National Audit Committee. So good afternoon once again, and this is the report for the 2023-2024 academic year. And we, the Audit Committee, have completed an audit of the National Union of Ghanaian Students China, Nugs-China, for the 2023-2024 financial statements, and the final reports are attached for your kind reference. The audit was conducted following applicable audit standards and provisions of the Institute of Internal Auditors and External Audit. Included in our reports are recommendations for the next delegates, Congress, and other financial controllers of all the various chapters of Nugs-China. Now, the Independent Audit Committee reports. We have audited and validated all receipts from various sources in the accompanying financial statements of the National Union of Ghanaian Students, China, for the academic year spanning from September 1, 2023 through to July 1, 2024. Now, the statements include the receipts of payments, the receipts and payments, and accounts and related notes to the financial statements. The National Financial Controller accurately reported 50% of all dues collected at the chapter level, totaling 16,760 RMB. Of this amount, 40% was allocated to the welfare account for Nugs-China. Compared with the financial statements of the 2022-2023 academic year, dues collected this year increased by approximately 20%. However, some chapters reported collection as low as 100 RMB, according to the breakdown of dues received from various chapters this academic year. Next, responsibility. In compliance with accounting standards, NEC is in charge of preparing and fairly presenting the financial statements of the union. This responsibility encompasses the following: choosing and utilizing suitable accounting policies, creating reasonable accounting estimates given the circumstances, and developing, putting into practice, and maintaining internal control pertinent to the preparation and fair presentation of financial statements free from material misstatements. Audit Committee's responsibilities. We were tasked with assessing these financial accounts as part of our audits. We adhered to the generally accepted auditing standards set by the union. These standards required us to conduct an audit to gain reasonable assurance that the financial statements, including receipts and payments, are free from material misstatements and to comply with the ethical obligations. To demonstrate compliance with ethical standards, we carefully examined the union's financial documents for the year under review, scrutinizing payments made and receipts from other sources. Our audit evidence, particularly regarding the disclosures and amounts in the financial statements, provided a reasonable level of certainty that the financial statements were free from material misstatements, as each entry was supported by evidence. In conducting these risk assessments, the Audit Committee considers the internal controls related to the preparation of fair presentation of the union's financial statements to design appropriate audit procedures. However, our audit was not intended to form an opinion on the effectiveness of the union's internal controls, and therefore we do not express such opinion. We believe that the audit evidence obtained through inquiries, source documents, and recalculations is sufficient and appropriate to provide a basis for our audit opinion. Emphasis of matter. We conducted the audit without specifically or physically inspecting the bank statements, which is currently a personal account of the financial controller, used to validate receipts and payments. However, the National Financial Controller provided screenshots showing the available balances for all payments and receipts. Basis of opinion. The Audit Committee conducted the audit following generally accepted auditing standards and internal standards of supreme audit institutions. The audit involved examining, on the test basis, evidence related to accounts, disclosures, and the regularity of financial transactions included in the financial statements. We planned and performed our audits to gather all necessary information and explaining to provide sufficient evidence, ensuring that the financial statements are free from material misstatements, whether due to error, fraud, or other irregularities. We also verified that in all material respects, income and expenditure were applied according to the required provisions. In our opinion, we evaluated the overall adequacy of the information presented in the financial statements of both the chapters and at the national level. Audit opinion. In our opinion, the financial statement presented a true and fair view of the financial position of Nugs-China as of 1st July 2024. They accurately reflect the results of the union's operations for the period ended, and the transactions comply with the financial regulations and guidelines. Now, before the recommendations, this was signed by the national chairperson, myself, as well as one member named Ms. Kwashi Abigail. Now, specifically, let's look at some of the recommendations that the Audit Committee would want to recommend. And congressmen and women, please, let's take notice of these. Mr. Chairman, these are some of the recommendations that as a committee would want to suggest moving forward. The first one has to do with explore business ventures or other business ventures. Now, we realize that in the statement of accounts, Nugs is only currently doing something in relation to the procurement of SASH. And I believe, Mr. Chairman, in your report, you made mention that there are some other businesses in the pipeline that in due course will be rolled out as soon as possible. So the first recommendation is to utilize collected dues for business ventures, such as SASH production and other income streams, to boost the union's revenue levels. Secondly, Mr. Chairman, there should be a strategic plan development. Now, in addressing the challenges of declining revenue trends, especially in some chapters, create a strategic plan that sets realistic revenue targets for these affected chapters. Thirdly, Mr. Chairman, we want to also recommend that there should be a comprehensive trend analysis when it comes to the mobilization of funds from these chapters. Analyze the pattern of dues mobilization over the past few years to understand the factors driving the increases as well as decreases in dues within these chapters. And then these two previous points were in relation to some of the chapters receiving quite lower dues when it comes to mobilization. Now, 4, strengthen internal controls. We want to also advise or recommend that enhance internal control procedures to minimize the risk of material misstatements in financial reporting. Now, this includes implementing segregation of the duties, an internal audit body, and conducting regular financial transaction reviews, at least on a quarterly basis. And we are saying this based on some of the reports or evidence that were sent to us as an audit committee from the National Financial Controller. At least if this evidence came in quarterly basis, I think that it would have helped to better scrutinize the transactions better. Again, we also want to recommend that we maintain an asset register. Now, designated officers of the union must maintain an asset register, which should be attached to the financial statements for verification purposes. Next, we also want to recommend, Mr. Chairman, that post-audit events. Now, what we realized was that the documents or the books of the union that were sent to us for purposes of auditing for the previous year, that was the 2022-2023 academic year, had 2 audit reports. Now, when we say 2 audit reports here, means that the main reports that was read at the audit at the Congress for congressmen and women to accept, and then there was another one that was done or created after the Congress had dissolved. Now, what we want to say is that going forward, we should try as much as possible. And then we associate this to reasons of non-handing over of, the books to the next, what do we call it, executives of the chapters before Congress. Now, when this happens, executives may have to go back, make certain expenses, receive certain monies here and there, and then they would have to send it back to the National Financial Controller. Now, what we're trying to recommend here is that these events normally create such challenges when it comes to the auditing activities. Now, we discovered after the financial statements of the 2022-2023 period that they were post-audit events. Now, these events had complicated verification efforts for the new NEC officers and the audit committee. Hence, efforts should be made to put a stop to this trend. Now, we also want to recommend that ensure timely payments. Now, chapters must take timely payments or must make timely payments to the National Financial Controller, ensuring that they are recorded in a system before preparing the financial statements. Again, Mr. Chairman, we also want to recommend that post-mobilization of dues after portal closure. And I think, Mr. Chairman, you made mention of this in one of your briefings yesterday. And I think it was just best that the audit committee was able to think further to include this in the reports, that we should ensure that all dues received at the chapter level, even after the closure of the national portal, must be treated as dues in arrears and subsequently handed over to the new executives in the next academic year for further action. And I think this was a major reason that we had to have a lot of, discrepancies when it comes to looking or taking a further look at the books of the individual chapters as against what the audit committee had and then what the National Financial Controller also had. So please, let's ensure this as we go forward. Now, again, I think that we also want to recommend, Mr. Chairman, that the 50% quota must be strictly applied. Now, we realize that in the books of certain chapters, that once they receive the money or the dues from members, they, at their own discretion, they are able to tell that, you know what, let's pay this to national and then keep this at a chapter level. We want to ensure or want to recommend that the 50% rule is constitutional. So as much as we want to live by the constitution, any money that chapter executives or chapter FCs do receive must ensure that the 50% is paid adequately to the National Financial Controller for further action. Again, timely appointment of audit committee members would really help, because it was just yesterday that the Congress accepted that members should go, and then we have just some limited time to do some scrutiny when it comes to the books of these various chapters. So we want to say that the timely appointment of audit committee members would really help when it comes to the audit processing. And then lastly, Mr. Chairman, we also want to ensure that or recommend that an audit implementation committee be established so as to ensure the implementation of the recommendations being made by the audit committee and also oversee its implementation. So the House, this is the end of the audit reports. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question.
Okay.
Okay, so my name is Michael
Moderator,
Jordan.
if you could. Okay, all right, sure, go ahead.
Okay, so sorry for the interjection, but my name is Michael Jordan from Beijing. I happen to be the outgoing financial controller. So I remember when the National Financial Controller was given his report, he made mention of 16,760 and as an amount that he collected. And I think same figure was given to the audit, but I remember you had issues with it, but in your presentation now, it seems the same figure is being recorded. So I want to know, is it that you didn't get a prior notice from your chairman or something? Yeah. Because yeah, I don't know why you were challenging the national
No,
FC.
no, no. It wasn't purposes of challenging. What happens is that when these documents are being sent, they are compressed. And I think the first documents that the audit committee received was what I just presented. I mean, what I just showed. But the point is that we divided this auditing into various categories. So the chairman overseeing everything, but then myself and then one other member of the audit committee looking at the payments as well as the receipts. So I was only speaking based on what I was given to look into.
Yeah, but my suggestion would be that you should get a prior notice. Like,
okay, what I'm trying to say.
Hello, Paul.
Yeah.
Can I come in?
Yeah, sure.
For clarity's sake, Jordan. So what's happening right now is that constitutionally, the FC is mandated to submit the report to auditing committee 3 days to Congress. Okay, but what we did was that because they had come, we wanted them to look at it maybe some days before we submit the final one. Okay, and then dues were coming in. So after we sent them on the third day in the morning, dues were coming in. So we sent the first one. Then along the way, in the afternoon, in the evening, dues were still coming. Then the FC contacted me, and then we decided that if that be the case, as and when we were receiving dues from the chapters, we can't keep the money. Even if we had to work to 12 a.m., we will have to do it. In fact, it was a very Herculean task that I think that that's why he's trying to tell you that the thing compiled so much that the FC will send, and then very soon, in no time, another chapter will pay, and then we have to change everything. And then I would like to say a big thank you to the auditing committee for even that patience of, withdrawing, sending in, we are sorry, we have received another money and those stuff.
So that I'm sure this is the root cause of all these inconsistencies. So please, let's allow some of these things so that we can move forward. Thank you. So now that we've all probably confirmed that the amount that the FC presented is what has also been presented in the financial auditing report, I think that please let's move forward. So time is fast spent, a lot of things to do in the day. Thank you.
Okay,
All right,
thank you,
you.
Mr. President. And thank you, Mr. Paul, for that comprehensive report reading.
Please, my hand is up.
And please, because of time, we'll take one more question. So, Paul Observer, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. All protocol observed. When you made mention that you couldn't physically check the various accounts to confirm, yet you accepted the screenshots of the accounts. My question is, was it due process to rely on screenshots as the basis for confirming whether what was provided was accurate and truly reflected the physical content of the said accounts, or were you not allowed physical access to the accounts? The concern is that screenshot can be altered and may not be reliable proof. So should we trust that the audit truly reflects what is physically available? Thank you.
Well, the screenshots you're talking about has to do with screenshots of receipts of payments being made by the national FC in terms of any expenses that is being made at the national level. It had nothing to do with at the chapter level, if I should say. So those screenshots are not what I made mention, or what the audit committee made mention, is the physical inspection of the bank statements, not the financial statements, but the bank statements. I think that is what we made mention of. Or if your question is still not answered,
Yes, it's still in line. That means you couldn't physically access the bank statement, but you accepted.
We don't have the bank statements. Yes.
Yeah, you accepted the screenshots, which I said
yes.
It can be altered. So should we truly accept it physically, since we can't really accept that one as the basis for the believing that whatever that is being given to you is physically present? That is what I'm just trying to. Should we, based on the screenshot alone, which I think is not a reliable proof?
So I think the national FC, I don't know, Mr. Jonathan is here, if he may want to speak to that. Is he?
Mr. Auditor, there's a question for me.
Well, they are asking, how sure are your screenshots to the audit committee?
Please, every screenshot sent to you have date and payment transaction, and you checked it accordingly. And that's what it was presented to the auditors.
Now, there was also another request that I think the audit committee also wanted to make. It had to do with the respective financial statements of the individual chapters. Because the only thing that we could do yesterday was that we had to look at the financial statements as they were being presented here at Congress.
Yeah, the statement from various chapters were provided to the NFC to make sure the entries made by each chapter tallies with what the national FC has received. Previous years, sometimes when they come to Congress, then they may have the difference. It is not tally. So mainly, the National FC wants the statement of these various chapters to make sure it tallies with what they have paid to National, so that I can equally report to Congress. Thank you.
Okay,
All
thank
right.
you very much, the audit committee. Thank you, FC. So in the absence of any other questions, deliberations, suggestions,
Please,
can someone
I
please
have
move for the acceptance? Please, because of time, we can't take your question. I'm so sorry. Can we please move for the acceptance of the audit report? Mr. Michael, are you moving for the acceptance?
In the absence of any further concerns, I, Philip Kofi will move for the acceptance of the National Financial Report.
Thank you very much. Any seconder, please. All right, Honorable Ferdinand, please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Ferdinand, Shanghai delegate, and I second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so can we enjoy a few minutes musical interlude from the DJ? Mr. DJ. All right, thank you, DJ, thank you. Thank you very much, DJ. So our next item is the introduction of a special guest from the Global Citizenship and Social Responsibility. And to do this, as the ex-Anhui President, Mr. Benjamin Otsen. Please, are you here?
Yes, please, I'm here. Can I be heard?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Our protocol duly observed. DJ, can you please project what was shared with you? Whilst he does that, we are privileged today to have in our midst an astute academician who is here to present to us on global citizenship and social responsibility. Our guest speaker for today is an academic and consultant in the field of community and regional planning. After graduating with BSc Hons Planning from KNUST in 1980, he proceeded to the University College of Swansea in UK in 1983 and later to the University of British Columbia, Canada for his master's in social planning and PhD in community planning and regional planning, respectively. As an academic, he rose through the ranks as HOD for the Department of Planning. He later became Dean for the Faculty of Planning and Land Economy, and later Provost of the College of Arts and Social Sciences, all at KNUST, Kumasi. His research publications span across areas including strategic planning, project management, monitoring and evaluation, impact assessment studies, microfinance and enterprise studies, social policy, and collaborative forestry. Furthermore, Prof has served as consultant to many local and international agencies, including the World Bank, UNDP, International Labour Organization, Australia Agency for International Development, USAID, IFAD, ECLOF, Geneva DFID. Once upon a time, our guest speaker served as director for Opportunity International Savings and Loans Company. He was also a member of the National Development Planning Commission. He's also served as board chair for Mid-County Microfinance Company, and also as a member of the board of International Association for the Promotion of Christian Higher Education. He is a member of many international boards and committees, and currently he's serving as the president and vice chancellor of the Christian Service University, a full-fledged private university located in Kumasi, Ghana. We are privileged today to have in our midst Professor Samuel Kofi Afrane, as our guest speaker. Prof, you are warmly welcome to Nugs-China for our 36th Annual Congress. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Prof, take over.
Right. Can I start?
Yes, please, Prof. Kindly proceed.
Good. Yes. I don't know whether I should say good morning or I should say good afternoon, since we are in different parts of a big, huge country. So whatever fits your situation, please let it just go. It's a privilege indeed for me to be part of your Congress, the Seed Congress, 36th Congress, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to do that. I hope my time with you will be very fruitful, and we can all learn from one another. But let me congratulate you on this 36th Congress.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good. Now, my speech. The chairperson of this session, the president and executives of the National Union of Ghana Students China, other dignitaries attending the Congress, Ghanaian students studying here in China, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor and a privilege for me to be part of your 36th Annual Delegates Congress as a guest speaker under the theme Strength Through Unity, Collaborating for a Resilient Tomorrow. I appreciate the opportunity to address you today on the vital topic of global citizenship and social responsibility. Let me first of all thank the organizers of this conference for the opportunity given me to address this August gathering. Introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, in an increasingly interconnected world, the concept of global citizenship and social responsibility have never been more relevant. As we navigate the complexities of the modern society, it is essential to recognize that our actions, decisions, and behaviors have far-reaching impacts that transcend national and geographical boundaries. The philosophy of global citizenship urges us to look beyond our immediate environments and consider the broader implications of our actions on the global community. We will explore what it means to be a global citizen, the responsibilities that come with it, and how we can embody these principles in our daily lives, whether we are in China, Ghana, or any other part of the world. We will delve into both the conceptual frameworks and the practical ways of fostering global mindsets, the importance of collaborative efforts, and the role of advocacy in addressing global challenges. By the end of my presentation and discussions, I hope you will be inspired to take proactive steps towards making meaningful contributions to both your local communities and the global society at large. Now, let me tackle some key concepts and attempt to define them. My address revolves around three key concepts, and I would like to clarify them first. One, globalization. According to Ajay Jain, the term globalization refers to the system of interaction among the countries of the world in order to develop the global economy. In other words, it is a process by which nations, economies, and cultures become increasingly interconnected and interdependent through the exchange of goods, services, information, technology, and cultural practices. Globalization integrates economies and societies all over the world. The term globalization emerged and was popularized in the 1980s when computer technology first began making it easier and faster to conduct business internationally. The use of technology made economic, political, and cultural exchanges possible, largely by advances in communication, transportation, and infrastructure. Globalization is therefore characterized by the removal of barriers to international trade and communication, leading to more integrated global economy and society. It is now generally accepted that we live in a global village. Two, global citizenship. Nyake Eliza, in the paper published in 2023, defines global citizenship as an individual's sense of belonging and responsibility to the global economy, and involves recognizing and acting upon the interconnectedness of all people. Global citizenship has to do with the rights and responsibilities, or a mindset that emphasizes the interconnectedness of the world and the impact of individual actions on the global community. Global citizenship transcends geographical boundaries. It is the recognition that we are part of a larger human community, bound by shared values, responsibilities, and the effects of our actions as well as our inactions, both what we do and what we fail to do. It is about understanding and respecting cultural differences, advocating for human rights, and working towards sustainable development. The idea of global citizenship has garnered more attention in recent years as the world becomes more interconnected as well as interdependent. It is based on the notion that individuals have a collective responsibility to contribute to the common good of the global community. Global citizens and international citizens are similar but different. Both of these involve individuals who engage with global issues and cross-cultural interactions. Here, I'm trying to show the difference between being a global citizen and being an international citizen. They are similar, but they are not the same. Global citizenship emphasizes a sense of responsibility and awareness towards global challenges. This does not depend on where one is living or where one comes from. On the other hand, international citizenship often refers to legal or political status related to the rights and responsibilities under international law, such as citizenship of multiple countries or legal residency in a foreign country. While international citizenship may involve legal rights and protection across boundaries, global citizenship emphasizes ethical and proactive engagement with global issues and communities beyond legal or political affiliations. A global citizen is someone who is aware of and understands the broader world and their role within it. I want to take this again. A global citizen is someone who is aware of and understands the broader world and their role within it. This means that everyone is a global citizen, no matter where they live. 3, social responsibility. Social responsibility means showing concern for the consequences of a person's or institution's act as they affect interests of other people and the environment. Social responsibility may be considered as the ethical framework that suggests individuals and organizations have an obligation to act for the benefit of society at large. It involves making decisions and taking actions that positively impact the community and environment, rather than solely focusing on personal or organizational gains. Social responsibility encompasses various aspects, including the following. 1, environmental responsibility, implementing sustainable practices that protect the environment. 2, economic responsibility, ensuring fair business practices and economic opportunities. 3, ethical responsibility, upholding moral principles and fairness in all actions. And 4, philanthropic responsibility, contributing to the welfare of society through charitable activities and community service. With above introductory definitions, I now proceed to consider ways in which one may live responsibly as a global citizen. Responsibilities as a global citizen. First, environmental sustainability. The human impact on the natural environment has been overwhelmingly detrimental, marked by extensive resource depletion, ecosystem destruction, and habitat alteration. These actions are closely tied to our continuing reliance on non-renewable resources like fossil fuels, which significantly contribute to climate change and other environmental crises. In Ghana, Ghana and many other parts of the world, environmental destruction continues to threaten the very ecosystem that sustain our very human life. Environmental sustainability is crucial on the global scale for the survival of our planet and its biodiversity. Challenges such as climate change, deforestation, pollution, and overconsumption pose serious threats to environmental health, affecting both human populations, and wildlife alike. To tackle these issues effectively, a comprehensive approach is necessary, encompassing reduced carbon emissions, conservation of natural resources, and preservation of biodiversity. Quoting from Patterson 2022. This endeavor requires international cooperation and commitments to sustainable practices from individuals, businesses, and governments to ensure a healthy future for generations to come. Achieving environmental sustainability and addressing climate change requires a multifaceted strategy. I believe you have a key role to play in addressing Ghana's environmental challenge. In what ways? I want to share a few areas of action. You can engage in public education. Education and awareness campaigns can empower individuals to take informed actions in their daily lives and advocate for policy changes that support environmental sustainability. When you meet on your various platforms, brainstorm ways by which you can educate the Ghanaian populace and other nationals on issues related to environmental destruction. When you call your family back home, ask them about how their immediate environment looks like. And based on the answers you get, encourage them to work towards making the environment a better place to live. 2, you should be actively involved in the promotion of corporate responsibility for environmental sustainability. The concept of global citizenship should hold everyone accountable for their environmental practices and ethical standards. As people schooling outside your country, you are expected to contribute to the welfare of the society in which you live in. You need to help build your immediate environment. Do not destroy what already exists. Improve it, or at least maintain it. Conserve energy and encourage others to do the same. 3, there is also the need for advocacy and activism. Global citizens often engage in advocacy efforts to influence policymakers and promote environmentally friendly policies and practices. They participate in protests, sign petitions, and support organizations dedicated to environmental conservation and sustainability. By amplifying their voices, you can pressure governments and corporations to adopt more sustainable and friendly practices and policies. Now, I move on to social justice. Global citizenship is a powerful concept that can drive significant contributions to social justice in Ghana, China, and other parts of the world. In this context, the expression social justice refers to a concept and practice that seeks to establish fairness and equality within society by addressing and dismantling systemic inequalities, unfair practices, and injustices. It aims to ensure that all individuals, regardless of their background or circumstances, have equal access to resources, opportunities, and rise. There is widespread injustice in Ghana and other parts of Africa and the world at large. Many people endure poverty while others enjoy extravagant wealth. Tribal discrimination persists, and gender inequality remains deeply rooted in many societies and cultures. Corruption further complicates efforts to address these injustices. There are various ways in which your global citizenship may be used as a tool to promote and enhance social justice. A few of these ways are outlined below. One of the key ways global citizens can contribute to social justice is through advocacy and raising of awareness. You can use platforms such as social media, blogs, and public speaking engagements to highlight issues like poverty, inequality, and human rights abuses. The use of these platforms will help you reach every part of the world. Doing this can spur public interest and mobilize communities to take action. Education also plays a crucial role in educating people about global interdependency and social justice issues to foster a deeper understanding and commitment to these causes. Global citizens can also influence policy by advocating for changes at various levels of governance. You can lobby in your own small ways for policies and promote human rights and social justice, which can lead to significant improvements in the lives of marginalized populations. Furthermore, global citizens requires you to support international treaties and agreements that aim to protect rights in order to ensure that global citizens can also influence policy by advocating for changes in various levels of governance. You can lobby in your own small ways for policies that promote human rights and social justice, which can lead to significant improvements in the lives of marginalized populations. Furthermore, your global citizenship requires you to support international treaties and agreements that aim to protect human rights in order to ensure that these principles are upheld globally. In Ghana, for instance, global citizens can advocate for educational initiatives that provide equal opportunities for all children, while in China, they can push for improved labor rights and better working conditions. Grassroots movements are another avenues through which global citizens can make a difference. I urge you to engage in community initiatives and empowering marginalized groups. Providing resources, training, and platforms for these groups to voice their concerns can lead to meaningful change. Economic contributions also play a vital role. Ethical consumption and investment in social enterprises ensure that workers are treated fairly and social justice initiatives are supported. Ladies and gentlemen, volunteering and service delivery are direct ways global citizens can contribute to social justice. You may consider engaging in voluntary work locally and internationally to support social justice initiatives. Participating in service learning programs that contribute that combine educational objectives with community service can also address social justice issues effectively. Now I turn to the subject of respecting diversity. Every human community is diverse in one way or the other. The reality and necessity of diversity are affirmed by Scripture. God himself embodies diversity, existing as three persons in one God. The creation of humankind, male and female, should be understood in terms of polygenism and rather than monogenism. Just as creating one individual involves assembling different organs that work together for proper functioning, the diversity of humanity reflects this divine principle. That the human reality is diverse is evident in the fact that humanity can only be defined and informed by diversity defined in terms of race, stock, philosophy, culture, and others expressed in the oneness of being human. Quoting from Asante 2010. The following quote by the Methodist cleric and scientist Gabra stresses the fact and value of diversity. And I quote, diversity or biological diversity expresses the fact that in his wisdom, God has created a vast variety of plants and animals. For example, there are hundreds of thousands of insects. Beetles have the highest diversity. Similarly, there are many types of ants. There are several types of grass. These include wheat, barley, rice, sugarcane, and even bamboo. We also know that for each of these crop types, there are several varieties. For example, there are several species of maize and rice. Globally, the human being depends more on grass for plant-based food than any other crop. Biodiversity exists not only on land, but also in the air and water bodies, including the sea. I end the quote. It is deducible from Gabra's assertion that Ghana's gender, sociocultural, political, economic, racial, linguistic, and ethnic diversity comes from God. Where if you have to make some other, it said the G stands for generator, the O for off, and the D for diversity. So God, generator of diversity. I hope you get me. Global citizenship involves recognizing and valuing the diversity of cultures and perspectives worldwide. It requires understanding and respecting the differences among people and working towards a more inclusive and harmonious global community. Embracing diversity enhances cultural and international understanding and fosters mutual respect, which is essential for peaceful coexistence. This year, Ghana will go to the polls to elect a new president and parliamentarians. The need to recognize political diversity is critical for sustainability of the peace we currently enjoy. Ghana is not one-party state. It is politically a diverse nation. By political diversity, I mean the range of political beliefs, ideologies, and perspectives within a society or community. It encompasses differences in political opinions, values, and priorities held by individuals or groups, often reflecting various social, economic, and cultural backgrounds. There is the need to appreciate the political diversity in order to promote pluralism and democratic principles that govern political decision-making processes. Promoting peaceful elections based on the concept of political diversity involves fostering open dialogue and mutual understanding among political stakeholders. It requires ensuring transparent and fair electoral processes, educating voters about the rights and responsibilities, and combating misinformation and disinformation. Emphasizing respect for diverse political opinions and ideologies is essential, alongside efforts to maintain security and stability during elections. Emphasizing respect for diverse political opinions and ideologies is essential, alongside efforts to maintain security and stability during elections. Engaging in mediation and conflict resolution and promoting civic engagement beyond election periods are also key to creating an environment where all citizens can participate freely and peacefully in the democratic process. I therefore urge you to do all that you can to ensure that our democracy is maintained. Ladies and gentlemen, I now turn to cultivating and implementing global citizenship philosophy, beginning with embracing global citizenship. It is crucial to embrace the philosophy of global citizenship throughout your lives, no matter where you are, be it China, Ghana, or elsewhere in the world. The philosophy should be the central theme of our discussion today. We must embrace the concept of think globally and act locally, which enjoins us to always situate our local thoughts and actions within a wider global context. Think globally and act locally. This concept highlights the importance of understanding that our actions, no matter how localized, have a broader impact on the world. This means having a global perspective while taking local actions. Whether you are in Kukum in Ghana, or Beijing in China, or London in the UK, or London in the UK, your actions should reflect a global mindset, contributing to broader picture while addressing local problems and issues. For example, in Ghana, local initiatives to improve sanitation can have a significant impact on public health, which in turn supports global health goals. Similarly, in China, efforts to reduce air pollution in cities like Beijing not only improve local air quality, but also contribute to global environmental efforts to combat climate change. In London, community-driven projects support refugees to foster inclusivity and understanding, aligning broader international human rights efforts. Now, importance of joint action. Ladies and gentlemen, joint action is essential and can take two forms. Collaborating with Chinese counterparts over there in China and engaging with international youth groups. For instance, The International Youth Alliance and Friends of the Earth, and many other platforms offer bilateral and multilateral collaborations. These interactions can help you develop valuable skills and knowledge, making you more impactful when you return to Ghana in future. Collaborating with Chinese counterparts. Collaboration can be seen in educational exchange programs where students from Ghana and China work together on projects addressing global challenges like climate change or technology innovations. For instance, a joint research project on sustainable agriculture could combine traditional Ghanaian farming practices with Chinese advancement in agricultural technology, leading to improved food security in both countries. Even when you return to Ghana one day, maintain the global citizenship philosophy by developing joint programs with your Chinese counterparts. These can include community development projects, research initiatives, and mobilizing resources to support education. Organize lectures and seminars to share positive aspects of Chinese culture, such as their work ethics and lifestyle, to inspire youth in Ghana. For example, a community development project could involve building sustainable housing using techniques and materials adapted from Chinese eco-friendly construction practices. Again, a research initiative might focus on renewable energy, combining Ghanaian expertise in solar power with Chinese advancement in wind technology. Educational support programs could involve exchanging teaching methodologies to improve literacy rates and educational outcomes. So I'm suggesting a number of ways you can collaborate with the Chinese and counterparts, even when you return to Mother Ghana. Engaging with international youth groups. Engaging with international youth groups such as International Youth Alliance can provide opportunities to participate in global forum and workshops. These platforms can help you gain insights into different perspectives and solutions to common problems. For example, a Ghanaian student might share their experiences with combating illegal mining while learning from your peers in Brazil about their strategies to protect the Amazon rainforest, which is currently under serious threat. Now, international advocacy. Even while in China, you can engage international advocacy by writing articles, using social media, and making representations to governments on critical issues like illegal mining and deforestation in Ghana. Advocacy efforts can draw global attention to these issues, garnering support and resources for local initiatives. For instance, writing a compelling article about the impact of illegal mining on Ghana's water bodies could be published in an international media outlet, raising awareness and prompting action from global environmental organizations to help us address the effects of illegal mining in Ghana. Using social media platforms like Twitter and Instagram, you can share stories and visuals that highlight both the challenges and the resilience of communities affected by deforestation in Ghana. Now, attracting young Chinese volunteers. Through lobbying and constructive engagement with your Chinese students' leadership, consider the possibility of attracting young Chinese volunteers to Ghana for community service, similar to the Peace Corps from America. These efforts align with the principles of global citizenship and social responsibility. These initiatives will help bridge cultures and foster mutual growth and understanding, contributing to Ghana's development in meaningful ways. For instance, young Chinese volunteers could assist in rural health care projects, bring their medical knowledge and skills to underserved areas in Ghana. They might also participate in educational programs, teaching subjects like mathematics and science, and sharing innovative methods of teaching. Such exchanges not only provide immediate benefits to local communities, but also build long-term relationships and mutual respect between cultures. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, embracing the philosophy of global citizenship means recognizing the interconnectedness of our world and acting in ways that benefit both local and global communities. Through joint actions, international advocacy, collaborative programs, and volunteer exchanges, we can address pressing issues and foster a sense of unity and shared responsibility. By doing so, we can contribute to a more inclusive, more equitable, and a more sustainable world for all. I want to end by asking some few questions for you to think about. Are we truly embracing our roles as global citizens by advocating for social justice and environmental sustainability? 2, are we actively challenging discrimination and inequality within our society, reflecting our commitment to global citizenship? 3, how can we harness our cultural diversity to strengthen our collective efforts towards a more inclusive and a harmonious global community? And finally, 4, will our actions today leave a legacy, a positive legacy for future generations, reflecting our commitment to responsible global citizenship? Finally, ladies and gentlemen, let me emphasize that we really live in a global village, and we cannot ignore the actions and inactions in our communities, as well as the happenings in other countries and cultures. We should be mindful of the fact that as a global village, we eventually win or lose together. You should therefore always work towards effective global citizenship and social responsibility. Once again, thank you very much for the opportunity afforded me to be part of this conference, and particularly to speak on this important topic. I wish you all the best in this Congress. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof, for that insightful presentation. We are very much grateful. And so on behalf of the Senate, on behalf of NEC, and on behalf of the entire student body, we want to say a very big thank you, Prof, for taking time off your busy schedules to be with us during the 36th Annual Congress. We remain eternally grateful for this time. I took note of some few things, and I believe my colleagues also did. So I want to allow some few minutes that as an interaction session. So members, please, or colleagues, please, let's feel free to engage with Prof at this point on what he has just shared with us. You can put up your hand, and then you will be allowed to engage with Prof. So please, we have the opportunity now. Thank you very much. Colleagues, Prof is here with us. He's spoken to us on global citizenship and social responsibility. We have an opportunity to speak to Prof. Samuel Kofi Afrani, President and Vice Chancellor of Christian Service University based in Kumasi. It's a great opportunity that we have, and let's not let it pass us by. Okay, so Prof, with your kind permission, maybe I would want to put this across or ask this question. A bit of disclosure, I am also a staff of one of the public universities. So I'd want to find out from you, Prof. Do you think in our own small way on our campuses, university management is doing enough to sensitize students about this concept of global citizenship and social responsibility? That's my question to you.
Good. Thank you very much for the question. My response is that even though generally the concept is heard of in our Ghanaian circles, particularly within academia, it's still relatively a new concept. We haven't done much in making it known to a majority of our students. We need to do a bit more to conscientize our students of this very relevant concept of global citizenship and social responsibility. I think the leadership of the management of our public universities and even private universities have to put in a bit more effort, because it's so important. It's very, very, very important. And I can say that over the last 5 years or more, maybe 5, 10 years, with more and more students going on exchange programs, with more students going to Europe and North America and to Eastern Asia for short courses, for workshops and seminars, they are coming home with this concept of a global citizenship. And the idea is spreading, but I think we need to put in a bit more effort to make it, to educate our students more about the concept, so that it will shape our mindset and it will help them to grow and develop to become real global citizens and to think globally and act locally. I think we need to do a bit more. That would be my response.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that candid response. I'm most grateful. Colleagues, we still have the opportunity to engage with Prof.
I think there's a hand up.
Please, there is a hand up. Yeah, Senator Kofi.
Well, thank you very much, Prof. I'm very happy to see you again. It's been many years. I was in the Department of Land Economy between 2008 and 2012. So I knew you at KNUST. Yes.
Wonderful.
Yes. I've taken interest in the social responsibility aspect. I always complain about, for instance, the way our national assets, our national stadia and the others are being managed. And you realize that we don't seem to have that communal spirit to protect national assets. So I look at the children here in China, and right from childhood, they are being trained to have that communal spirit. So I'm thinking that perhaps we have to go back to the grassroots in our educational system. Right from the primary school, we start to groom the children that way. Recently, I was asking a friend if they still study environmental studies, and I understand no more. So some of these things that we used to study, these subjects are no more. So perhaps we can go back to the grassroots and also start putting some subjects that will lead towards this kind of mindset in the next generation. This is one suggestion that I have. Because for some, I think that's for some of us, we are already grown, and maybe it is difficult to change us. But for the children, when we start with them, it will be more productive. Yes. It is
Thank you.
one thing that I hope that in the future, in the educational system, to be added. Yes.
Good. Thank you. I think it's a very good observation you've made. If a community, people cannot maintain and keep what they have, then there will be continual deterioration of access, and that will not augur well for us as a nation. But let me give you a historical kind of background to this unfortunate development. You see, the pre-colonial time, that spirit of communalism, that spirit of communities working together was relatively an important aspect. But through colonization and particularly post-independence era, many social facilities, we entered an era where many social facilities were built by external actors. The primary school was built by district assembly. The hospital was built by the government. Roads were constructed by external body. So a lot of things, particularly soon after colonization and in the colonization era, independence era. So many things in the community were provided by external actors, either the government, sometimes even by multilateral agencies like the UN or like USAID, whatever. And so gradually, and when they did this, you see, or when they were putting up these structures and the rest, they did not involve the local communities. So they became what? Spectators, observers, and facilities were provided for them. And more communities began to demand some of these things. And a water facility was provided with their input. Schools were located in certain places and built without the input of the local community. So they saw it more as a government project is owned by somebody outside. So when it develops cracks and there are maintenance, repair kind of need for maintenance, they wait for the bodies, the district assembly, the Ministry of maybe Health to come and fix it. And that really has contributed to the poor maintenance culture we have. So this particular trend has been, unfortunate development has been detected over the last 10, 15 years. And now community participation in projects from the very beginning of the project to maybe the very end is being encouraged and promoted so that even the project itself builds within its the capacity of maintenance. That is a new trend of community development in Ghana now. So that they don't only participate in the project development and its delivery, but also the project supervisors ensure that the community has an internal capacity to maintain the project. And even though it has not been fully successful, but that is the new trend. And we believe that if we do this for the next couple of years, more and more communities will take full responsibility for their facilities and maintain them so that they can lengthen the life and service of the projects. So, and also, the Ghana Education Service in its new curricula is beginning to promote some of these things, environmental care and being friendly to the environment, those things, they are also emerging. We are not fully there yet, but at least the signs are healthy and encouraging. And we hope with these new changes, we can overcome the problem of maintenance of services, facilities, and assets in our community.
Thank you very much, Prof. And thank you, Senator Kofi. Please, did I hear your voice, Senior Kofi?
Oh, no,
Yes,
please.
there is
Thank you,
one
Professor. Thank you,
Edna
Professor.
as okay.
Okay, Edna, please, you have the floor.
Thank you for the opportunity. First, I want to thank Professor for the opportunity he has given us to grace our occasion today. I have a quick question. I love the presentation, but I want to know if we are trading, have we gotten to the point where we have traded patriotism with global civilization, global citizenship? If not, how are we able to merge the two? How are we able to get global citizenship to reflect on our patriotism? I'm asking this because a lot of times when most of us go out of, get the opportunity to travel outside, we get the exposure, we see the advancements, we see how things are going out there. And we forget, or we tend to lose the patriotic spirit we had. And instead of coming back, or instead of reflecting on how we will use our exposure to better our system back home, or to make our small home a better place for people to also come and experience, we tend to look down on what we knew as home, what we've known as home, and talk less of it.
Yeah.
And talk down on it, and we lose it. We lose the patriotism because of the exposure, because of the global citizenship. How will this help? How will
Right. What you're talking about is true to some extent. Many of our seniors who left the shores of Ghana to study in Europe. Please, are you hearing me?
Yes, please, I can hear you now.
Yes, please, Prof.
Good.
You can be heard.
Good. Many of our seniors who left the shores of Ghana to study in Europe and North America in particular, in the 70s, 80s, up to about 2000. Many of them suffered from what Edna is talking about. Many quickly even changed their accent and began to speak like the English and the American, they picked the American accent. Many began to dress as they do, and had a total change in their lifestyles. And it got to a point that if you send maybe 10 Ghanaians to study abroad for postgraduate work, you may have only about 1 or 2 coming back. So what you're talking about is a real challenge. Are we sacrificing patriotism for global citizenship? I think this is a phenomenon which must be reversed. Europe was not was built by them. North Americans built their own world, and that's what we, particularly in Africa and developing countries, must learn. the Asians have learned very fast. And now we see what the Asian countries, Malaysia, Thailand, China, India, really coming up and asserting themselves in the global economy. So we in Africa have to conscientize ourselves very fast. Yes, we must develop the global citizenship mindset because it is necessary. We need it so that we are part of a bigger world. But at the same time, we must also guard against anything that will make us lose our Africanness, that will make us lose our Ghanaianness, and be strong and active enough to protect our culture, to protect our society, and to be assertive enough to develop Ghana and Africa for ourselves, and also resist foreign attempts just to loot our resources and to devastate our environment and make us poorer. You see, Edna, that's why I introduced the concept of thinking globally and acting locally. You see, if you are able to hold these two things in your mind, in your framework, in your mindset, that I belong to a bigger world, and therefore in every thinking, all my thoughts, I should not be so myopic, so narrow in thinking, but I should look at the bigger world, but draw from it what is relevant and applicable and suitable for my local environment. If we do that, I think we can overcome this problem you are raising. I fully agree with you. It's a threat to our national sovereignties. It's a threat to our national survival. It's a threat to our Africanness. But that consciousness should be created as we educate our African students about global citizenship. We should also bring these ones alongside and let them know the what it can also do, the harm it can bring to us, so that we can hold this thing. I think it's a very important point you have raised, and I also will share with my colleagues in the university management, so that as we seek to propagate global citizenship concept, we can also introduce this side which can apply the brakes to that would prevent us from also developing our nations and let them be like this or be more sustainable and friendly to our local people. I don't know whether I've responded to what.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much. You've responded satisfactorily, and I'm grateful that you, in your latter part, you said you would communicate with your colleagues and take it from there. Bless you. I'm looking forward to the day or a time where you may come back to us for assistance in gathering information or data in a certain angle towards this trading patriotism with global citizenship. I'm happy. I will be glad if at the end of the program you share your details, contact details with us, especially LinkedIn, because yesterday we learned in one of our lessons that networking is very, very important. So today, I want to put that into action. We would want to connect with you after today for future gain and possible, growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you
very much.
That's very good. And I'm also prepared and available to continue to engage with you people so that we can float ideas and build the necessary resilience and strength that will make our nation great and strong.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleague Edna, and thank you, Prof, for your response. Any more hands up? Okay, if there are no hands up, Prof, we want to say thank you, but before we let you go, we respectfully want to invite our national president for a short presentation. So, President Steve, kindly take over.
Okay, thank you very much. Prof.
Yes.
Wow. Thank you so much, Daddy. I really appreciate everything that you've done for us. In fact, the call was late, but you left everything and then you assured us that you'll be here. So I would like to stand on behalf of the whole National Union of Ghana Students China and sincerely say a big thank you for availing yourself as a guest speaker at this 36th annual e-Congress. We are so much grateful. In fact, your presentation was so clear, your advice has been well taken, and your proficiency and experience has greatly enhanced the conversation. And I know that these insightful words that you've given to us will help us to become a great global citizens. We sincerely appreciate your dedication to excellence and your willingness to always share your experiences with young people and students abroad. We are so much grateful. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. I'm also very grateful for the opportunity once again, but I will say that probably we can explore how my university can continue to engage you people and float ideas and implement some of these things I I talked about going forward.
Yes,
that possibility is there. We are very open to that. Right.
Thank you so much, Prof. That's honor. We are grateful. Yes, please. Thank you, Prof. Thank you so much.
So can I go off? And
Yes,
Yes,
please,
please.
Prof.
Yes, please.
Can I go off?
Prof,
And
thank you. Yes, Prof. Thank you so much. Edra, please, you can take over.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. President. That was a wonderful session, and I hope we've all learned a lot as global citizens. So we can enjoy a quick minute musical interlude from the DJ. DJ, please entertain us.
DJ drum me la la, drop the song make we dance. Oh, DJ drum me la la, drop the song make we dance. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where the party there today? Hey mama, hey I have a same. Shake your body, man, ya gonna. Cause hey mama, hey I have a same. So where the party day today? Hey mama, hey I have a same. Shake your body, man, ya gonna. Hey mama, hey I have a same. Yeah. You make sad for no reason. Don't you know, say this be our season? In the pray make a fall, right? You dreaming. Yeah. Yeah, you make sad for no reason. Don't you know, say this be our season. If the pray make a fall, okay, you dreaming. Nanke better na yo, yeah. Yeah, wusuna mi yo. Chansumo, wususu kru ambemo. Don't you know, say God in control, oh. Yeah. Nanke better na yo, yeah. Medasi. Why the party day today? Hey mama, hey I ever say. Shake your body, man, ya corner. Cause hey mama, hey I ever say. So why the party day today?
Thank you, Mr. DJ. Thank you.
Shake your body, man, ya corner.
Thank you very much. Miss Edna, do you have anything to say? Hello, Miss Edna.
No, please. My hand is still up.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Fine, thank you. Okay, so the next item is the final introduction of our aspirants by the Electoral Commission. Honorable EC members, are you here?
Hana Midria Miloke. Name and contact information of referee. Because me who saving
Mr. Steph, we can hear your hand, please. Thank you.
Oh dear, for now, no part to where document be missing. I details so
Mr.
that
Steph
in any
from
other
Nanjing, please
application
turn
be
off
ano.
your mic. Thank you very much. Please, is the EC here with us?
I think there's a
Okay.
hand. I don't know.
Miss Edna, can you please lower your hand? Thank you. Okay, since the EC is not here with us, we move on to the declaration of vetting results by the vetting committee. Is the vetting committee here? VC, not Vice Chancellor, vetting committee.
Yeah, hello. Please, the vetting committee would announce it soon. Kindly give us a minute. We are working on some projections. Thank you.
Okay, so as we wait, DJ, you know what to do.
Yeah, hello.
Hello.
Hello, can I be heard? The EC is here.
Okay,
Hello.
please go ahead.
Okay, Amos, please proceed.
Yes. Please can you introduce there? Okay. Can you, it's still not enabled. Okay, so these are the aspirants for the positions that are available. Sorry, I think my network dropped. Let me share my screen again. Okay. Yes, so I think I was on, let me go back a bit. So for the general secretary position, we have Mary Yaru Anam Pok from the Nanchan chapter. Then we have Edward Sefa for Tianjin from Tianjin, and he's going for the financial controller. The organizer, we have Eugene Owusu Ampao Ansa from Changsa chapter. Then Women's Commissioner, we have Love Tope Nyama from Xian chapter. So these are our aspirants for the positions available. I'm just going to go over again. For the presidency, we have Edna Yao Akura Asase from Beijing, David Yao Mensah from Nanchan. Vice President, we have Bernard Crunchy from Hangzhou chapter. General Secretary, we have Mary Yaru Anam Pok from Nanchan chapter. Then Financial Controller, we have Edward Yao Sefa from Tianjin. Organizer, we have Eugene Owusu Ampao Ansa from Chansa chapter. Then Women's Commissioner, we have Love Tupe Nyama from Xian chapter. So these are the aspirants for the positions available. Over to you, moderator. Please, you are muted.
Can I be heard?
Yes.
Hello, can I? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable EC, for the final introduction of aspirants. So, House, we've been introduced to our aspirants, and then later we'll hear from them, hopefully, after the declaration of the vetting results. So now we have our dinner break. We will go and refresh ourselves and come back for the next session. So see you in the evening. We are coming back at 6:10 p.m. exactly. So those who are going to take their fufu, banku, and the rest, please don't take time. Thank you. DJ, please take over.
Shake your body, man, you're gonna. Hey, mama, hey, I ever say. Oh, yeah, yeah. Getcha. Hey, mama, hey, I ever say. And they call me Eugene, yeah. Rockstar. Little space. Hey, mama, hey, I ever say.
Trendybeats.com.
Somebody call the popo, me winning lotto. Say me I don't know, me yana, my yani don't know. Call the popo, me winning lotto. Say me I don't know, me yana, my yani don't know. Baby you be miracle, you give me loving way I never know. My baby you be wonderful, you give me loving way I never know. My baby you be miracle. You give me loving way I never know. Baby, you be wonderful. You give me loving way I never. Oh my God, girl, your love is spiritual. Oh my God, oh, girl, your love, baby. Oh my, oh yeah, yeah. Girl, your love is spiritual. Oh my. Hey, hey, hey.
Night Creepers. The Preacher, last two.
Yapono, 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 Willie, Yapono, 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 back and then meet me there. Yapono, yeah, great person, Yapono, man can on my mama, Yapono, well, any walk me, oh yeah. Now back and then meet me there. For me, Jim and nobody want you. Man can I, well, any walk me, oh yeah. Maria Tasha, I shall be. by the center. KK, you want women in second, so the dear, why did be a dame Bambasia? And my band and my daddy, would you ever see we see a chihuahua? Mengatia met day, or fun to be and never say what young, or for anybody I want to do so, shall we see what catching? Yeah, go back to my.
Yes, me now. Can't cool, me tell them again. Can't cool the fun girl.
Sweet. It's your boy Nafari, and I'm doing this together with DJ.
For like you give me love, now you the catch my shot. For your sake, I go touch you. Hey. We go drive around you for my Porsche. Baby pana, they say you like you all. I get you all. Baby pana, anywhere that you go, I can follow you to go. Baby pana, they say you like cassava, I get to big cassava. Baby pana, my love for you, we never die, we never die. If I ever, oh baby, if I ever, baby you too sweet, forever. Oh baby dance it do the lagwaja, make a take you to Papalada. If I ever, oh baby, if I ever, baby you too sweet, forever. Oh baby dance it do the lagwaja, make a take you to Papalada. One your time, you see, you are taking my love. Oh, I cannot understand now I'm feeling you are my woman crush. Oh, one your man, you see, in a Miami, see, maybe me no go let you go. I will always be your lover. For your sake, I go give you show. Yeah. Show you love that you never seen before. For like you give me love. Now you the catch my shot. For your sake, I go touch you. Yeah. We go drive around you for my Porsche. Baby pana, they say you like you
your body will kill me. What else?
Man for your body, dress for your body, sing for your body, baby. Man for your body, dress for your body, anything for your body. Girl, I wanna take you personal. Fight for your mother like a wrestler. Pay for your body like a painkiller. Baby, your body na sensima. Obasima. Although you won't grab my antenna. Pay for your body like a painkiller. Oh, yeah, sweet your body na sensima.
Yeah, see my baby make her realize. Say the groupies and the side chicks or them be lies. They wear bikini intentionally to show ties. Nobody compared to my baby cause they be low price. They get anybody in a boys he be friendly tundra. Now the who's in Kemuda and Memo that the lumba. Yes, made them a samba cano crack Jimmy Gunsa. Carpenter to me fear cause I do be a me boompa. Yeah, boys see the so pontin. I'm assuming damn how she be to say uniform. Say the private coach she be to say backpack. Cause niggas in meaning until I'm assuming cineform.
I wanna take you personal. Fight for your mother like a wrestler. Pay for your body like a painkiller. Baby, your body na sensima. Obasima. Although you won't grab my antenna. Pay for your body like a painkiller. Oh, sweet to your body na sensima.
Yeah, you see the way you give me better love. So what that yeah, mommy and I dream better off. I want to marry you till I me boo prayer was. My member lock you down cause it's some kiki ya doso. The testimony, the share when I mean your type. What's on suji who the local rap and your size. What they will home and it no be money, no be hype. Or mama pair with the video, let me in the eyes. Finally, now won't be my coma like the Holy Ghost. And can then me took up and let me to go. Yeah, it took me so long to get you to me. So I can't wait, I will never let you go, me dollar.
Man for your body, I'm gonna be pumping. Dress for your body, sing for your body, sing for my honey, my lady. Man for your body, dress for your body, anything for your body. Girl, I wanna take you personal. Fight for your mother like a wrestler. Pay for your body like
like a painkiller. Oh, sweet to your body, like Sicily. You know what time it is. Bubble let me call baby. Run town.
You're listening to DJ Tero.
She want marry me, yo. I hope so she sabi kukuwache. Hope your love go sweet past the shit up. Baby girl, I swear your body na killer, oh. Oh, yeah, I get it tired of your body, oh. Only on your body. That girl for the corner, there's somebody made a call, I'm see the wine, I see fire for her body, oh. And if you follow me, go now, enjoyment go kill, I'm baby girl, you bad, oh. Girl, the way you whine, I demand over you, girl. I demand over you, girl. Say you are my woman, my superwoman. I demand over you, girl. I demand over you, girl.
Die for the love, girl. I want me, she want for the dough. Oh, last half for the love, girl. I want for the die for the dough. Die for the dough, girl. I want me, she want for the dough. Girl, die for the love, girl. Die for the love.
If I sing for you, you will love me, oh. Baby, love me non-stop. I will love you non-stop. Always this you want top. Baby, oh, baby, oh. All about you, oh, I want me, oh. Play the music non-stop. Tell them dance to my song. Tell them shake it bum bum. Oh, eh, eh. That girl for the corner, there's somebody made a call, I'm oh, eh. See the wine, I see fire for her body, fire for her body, oh. And if you follow me, go now, enjoyment go kill, I'm baby girl, you body, girl, the way you whine, I demand over you, girl, I demand over you, girl. Say you are my woman, my superwoman, I demand over you, girl, I demand over you, girl.
Die for the love, girl. I want me, she want for the dough. Oh, last half for the love, girl. I want for the die for the dough. Die for the dough, girl. I want me, she want for the dough. Die for the love.
You're listening to DJ Tero.
I say, no, you know, say, I'm a fan.
Friday night to the one day. Boys in a gas in the archie. I say when you almost saw one day, I just want to Abu be daddy. To move so mante. Yellow pata kiss a homachi. Club it up in your task in a most I have a driver could be ready. Ready, veggies, tea, I know. Name my boo. Wado, Billy, my loco. It's a my boo, and the moon go view. Wado, the moon go view, my loco. It's a my boo, and the moon go view. Wado, and the moon go view, my loco. Mama better me on the moon too. Mama pana me. Soon pepper when I'm in a week. Let me just ride a mess like that. Measure my millie, for matan, measure my way ready. Since I'm a medley, I'm them that tell you I'm trying to do yoga. Maybe I'm in with a ball of so we can date, baby, I turn up. But I'm not peer pressure, so can't move you my medley. I'm a molo cat. Oh, daddy, I saw a lot in my style. Be I be name of Sisiade. Have mercy now, style mercy. Me this style be I try to be bodily best room. One way, double lane. Ningin na bombe yo mama da kwan kubi fa ha komedwum. Let me feel junction ni se mudomo ho. Bala. We ready cheda wala if ya motin chat na car na baba fa the speed am from all way minya madam ya breadwinner men do fia maya yawa. Rade bejisti ano. Na me mabu. Wado. Bele ma loko. It's me mabu. Ni mungo view. Wado. Ni mungo view ma loko. Irade. Ejame mabu, yoni mungo view. Emuado, yoni mungo view. Sunday bifi ya moko sakomono. Sunday bifi ya moko sakomono. Emudu onu mudro na wasa mudorof. Sofu tu mufle mu bisa moyo oba na chapula munyanyu mensa. Mekomola, sumi jine biane siti mpadi sabro pifi Equatorial Guinea. Boys no ye obiale yubi mesha ye ne ye Equatorial Guineas. Made it rough. Manga se me ude mesi. Utumu kwa reverse problem unshemeti. Road in the science in the macho waiting. Light is already for old currency. Nature. Na me mabu. Uwado. Bele e maloto. Isha me mabu. Ni mungo view. Uwado. Ni mungo e maloto.
You're listening to DJ Tero. You're listening to DJ Tero.
Me your old customer. We are so much in Tina. I should have been for what you are for. What Tina? I'm gonna be convinced.
That's why that we quarrel. We gon' settle when everything is not well. Girl, me carry gentle. No other girl with me act well. Two of us like pot and capsule. I just can't tell why we fight and we wrestle. I saw the fire. Me get the fire. I saw the fire. Running get the fire. If you not give me no go take go. Only your love I appreciate. If you not give me no go take go. Baby girl, let's relate to what she sings to. No touching, babe. No kissing, babe. And don't call me, babe. No kissing, babe. No touching, babe. No kissing, babe. And don't call me, babe.
What else? Come let me pump it. Yeah. I said, I'm in the yo. Na me complaining was saying no use car no. Cause I know what the Panamera na kofani niaka butena what the kina koma brajo. Enti makoma ba na me friend bonde. Beja na hwa kofa girl wa pa one share. Eto de bia ya na grow with me so I'm really taking a place them me kind of one pay. Enti me so the one I grow was it. Me pese me pie ja. Watch my swatch and I go so me nine what the kaki ne dance me pese me so the moon pa. E be si bia na coast or your bay. All I gotta do is take your hand and run away. Papi go jo kan ya na ta. Also chine mama na me they be the baby banana you late. I don't go look at your face, scared to say.
No kissing, babe.
The person is showing more.
No touching, babe.
Oh, my man, finna know.
No kissing, babe.
The person is friend.
Don't call me, babe.
Baby, I wanna kiss you.
No kissing, babe.
Can I touch you?
No touching, babe.
You look so sweet, baby.
No kissing, babe.
The person become a star.
Don't call me, babe. I saw the fire. Nigga got the fire. I saw the fire. Nigga got the fire. If you not give me no go take go. Only your love I appreciate go. If you not give me no go take go. Baby girl, let's relate to what she sings to. No kissing, babe. No touching, babe. No kissing, babe. And don't call me, babe. No kissing, babe. No touching, babe. No kissing, babe. And don't call me, babe.
Gospel on the beat.
Baba Walai, show me make us see. I want to find my waiting I go do for love. Cause the bad man never know what to do to get your love. Every day we dip and roll. I want you know, say my girlie, oh. I want to touch you. Say we can do anything for you. Girl, I'm ready, oh. Girlie, oh. I want to touch you. Say we can do anything for you. Girl, I'm ready, oh. Enkulelu, gawe namba sabasau. Enkulelu, gawe namba sabasau. Let me hold you tight. Can't feel cool, I'm a light. Gonna love you better. My touch make you feel a little lighter. And no fake man a real. One you friend know say every little argument see. None can bust up the seal. No love is blind. Just my heart can see. Girlie oh, I want to touch you, touch you. Say we gotta do anything for you. Girl, I'm ready oh. Girlie oh, I want to touch you, touch you. Say we gotta do anything for you. Girl, I'm ready oh. Gawe namba sabasao, enkulelu, gawe namba sabasao. I no born no vex, it be the things you they do and the words. Oh yeah, like journey to the west. I would follow you, we do like us. After you know one next, if you know be you, then nobody else. Oh yeah, woman I bring happiness, everything I they do, no they under me. Oh yes, girlie oh, I want to touch you, touch you. Say we can do anything for you, girl I'm ready oh, girlie oh, I want to touch you, touch you. Say we can do anything for you, girl I'm ready oh. Enkulelu, gawe namba sabasao. Enkulelu, gawe namba sabasao. Baba walai, show me make a see. I want to find my waiting I go do for that.
Chocolatey, always a boost my appetite. Your love is sweet like chocolatey, always a boost my appetite. You know love is not about the love, but you love and the other. You've got to show compassion, understanding and wisdom. So I will give my heart to you. Oh, unconditionally, mystically, and I will never chocolatey, always a boost my appetite. Your love is sweet like chocolatey, always a boost my appetite. You know love is not about the love, but you love and the other. You've got to show compassion, understanding and wisdom. So I will give my heart to you. Oh, unconditionally, mystically, and I will never
me desktop. Me now come the bus stop. Me no kwa see well last stop. Oka me hold me kwenya me passport. Show crop top for me drop top. This is come here swagging the rough. Mama me why you fat like I just bought me they watch me once I check my arms. I get rough. I be there. I just stop. They say I go hurt you. It be just talk. I just choke. The only time you go be bored is when I stop teaching you. I get choke. I pass love doctor. I get prof. I dey flaunt my lover. I get prof. I be criminal. My lover. My bad my baby. I watching me. I go be handcuffed.
And I'm feeling my out of the eye. My out of the eye. They say my out of the eye. My me do ya me do ya. My out of the eye. My me do ya me do ya me do ya. I know they lie, your love is genuine. If you original, it no be fake. I know they lie, your love is genuine. If you original, it no be fake. Your love the sweet like chocolatey. Always the boost my appetite. Your love the sweet like chocolatey. Always the boost my appetite.
You're listening to DJ Tero, highly spiritual.
Me do Jimmy, oh yeah, yeah, me be Jimmy. Oh, they make me be chastele. When you remember me, you not in me. So it's when I'm me. Oh, been to the phone, me, yeah. There's a meeting, yeah. When he ever bounce and I get through. Oh, be my Jimmy, my west way. Baby, I grow up, Benjamin. Oh, Benjamin, when you're away. Oh, didn't see God, Benjamin. Yeah, ran a one case man can. Baby, I grow up, Benjamin. Hey, one can't to mommy Dre. Oh, didn't see God, Benjamin. Oh, be my Jimmy, my west way. Baby, I grow up, Benjamin. Oh, Benjamin, when you're away. Oh, didn't see God, Benjamin. Yeah, ran a one case man can. Baby, I grow up, Benjamin. Hey, one can't to mommy Dre. Oh, didn't see God, Benjamin. Oh, don't kakra, sika kakra, America crab in my hair. Naze muni bina wonya mrema mimpwa. Ni meje wate. Odo minya chale wate. Inti mame ninje wate. Ye bibia kawate. Sebu mpodo mejayo. Sebu jaime sabu suma. You be fami go baby. You be mo pia be fami. Odo sebu mpemi ya jaime. Mi huwa mane. Makuma show don't se mama me. Una munye genti be me nesu so mi mu. Sebu jaime se kwenti fia. Si drenyi mrena mami kwa me da. Se mi so mu na dream huwa. Enye se wara o wara mi de. Be me jime my west way. Baby I grow up Benjamin. Oh Benjamin mu when you way. Oh didn't see God Benjamin. Yeah, rena one case man can. Baby I grow up Benjamin. Hey, one can't to mommy Dre. Oh didn't see God Benjamin. Oh be Benjamin my west way. Oh baby I grow up Benjamin.
Moving you Nanke bashimi ni pari ambum swawe unti mafungwa bachami wagoja minye bimla odo mi sese sana ya bongo mo papa tumi mbibiaka mini mbibia jwemi sani amene wonante ayasa ubaya bibi wa machimire ebani sa bashimi papa ode bashimi papa ifina ko inane imajimi mpumzwa ubiri ni nkomo gajo anke bashimi azumi Ebonili amayebi anameze ma umire Bengo fobia o
Obi mejime ma weswe Obi I grow up Benjamin. Obeji me mu wedi way Odin sika Benjamin. Eh rena one case man can. Baby I grow up Benjamin. Eh one can't mommy Dre. Odin sika Benjamin. Eh rena one case man can. Baby I grow up Benjamin. Eh rena one case man can.
You're listening to DJ Tero. You're listening to DJ Tero.
Did you manage? Now, hey, nonsense so cold na mape. Wuni be a woba twiape. Nke bomode na ma wenimre. Usika ba no abeti ase. Isiro bi yin ni kaki. Enye wo kitchen cabinet obema. Masa wuni be a real giant fool. Last hour I got you a Vienna. Or we were jeans pumping, making sure I got gragu, go to come. Now we're in the editor prepaid. Makalani you would this who will come. Wouldn't be a man when in cover your home. Was dropping I get it before you 50. Who here will best get it?
Hello. Okay. Welcome back for that short, I know it's very short, that short cleanup break. Our number has significantly reduced. So let's take a few minutes to invite our friends, our honorable delegates to join us. Let's call on our honorable delegates, our friends from the delegates from the various sectors to join us so we can proceed, please.
And 14, cause now they be on rich nigga shit. Yeah, for a rich nigga shit. And say, rich nigga shit. Who ya ball at the eye? Rich nigga shit. On some rich nigga shit. These girls, rich nigga shit. Yo, on some rich nigga shit. Yeah, rich nigga shit. Konako basic rich nigga shit. Yeah, on some rich nigga shit. Yo, rich nigga shit. I can't laugh there. My money rich nigga shit. When you go at the degree, we get to my job 1,000. You move 2-5, my mama. To paint this is a Vienna housing. The Academy Facos, yes, and Watro. Can I walk off on the money do, yeah? What I won't go, what I saw. When you like you cry, what the boat, yeah? Sissy Niba, get Jessica. Odida, and what baby da. Uni Mebisa, okay, Niba. Obi, and you were you on the Astro Nipa. And then, when I'm a corner there, it's to get to you to mean save it. Near one day, Pia, what appear. It's the budget to cry one gauge. So the rapey say they got some rich nigga shit. I'm a center for a rich nigga shit. Yeah, for a rich nigga shit. These girls on some rich nigga shit. They got some rich nigga shit. Yeah, rich nigga shit. Yeah, rich nigga shit. They got some rich nigga shit. Yeah, rich nigga shit. Yeah, Pussy G on the mix. One Mr.
So my pass to my banks in our growing. Or don't you marble track? And it's just yeah. Don't you macro grow. We born in Casa. And don't see my auto dear. And my auto dear. They say my auto dear. And my auto dear. My fake. Your love is sweet like chocolate. Always a boost my appetite. Your love is sweet like chocolate. Always a boost my appetite. You know love is not about in love, but you love and be other. You've got to show compassion, understanding and wisdom. So I will give my heart to you. Unconditionally, mystically, I'll put it forevermore.
We have a laptop, we have a desktop. Me now come the bus stop. Me no kwa see well last stop. Who come and hold the me queen now? Me passport, shoe crop top, for me drop top. This is come here swagging the rough. Oh mama, why you fair? Like I just pop and they watch me once I check my arms. I get rough, I be player. I just stop, they say I go hit you. It be just talk. I just choke. The only time you go be bored is when I stop teaching you. I get choke. I pass love doctor. I get prof. I dey flaunt my lover. I get prof. I be criminal. My lover, my bad, my baby are watching me. I could be handcuffed.
And I'm team my auto They say my auto Miami Dodia, me fake. I know they lie, your love is genuine. It's original.
Remember, crash me when I do and I want physical, maybe I brand over that. I base me that I know me trying to promise from 1993. From South to Agathe, is a catching and free. As I'm a man, I got German on Timothy go Mungo Pejuma. Send me by Davia, to the best I made out now. You do fear not do not say women anymore. Mention it in a team who said you man a bio. A buy, you may be a bio. I don't believe the summer not to. Throw me, Baba, who's a man going my coop. Made the moya can't be come, mamma. It's a buy, you may be a bio. I don't be my summer not to. Throw me, Baba, who's a man going my coop. Made the moya can't be come, mamma. I am Muntia, Mamma, no, I am Muntia. Ever a man who die and I am to your bottom. I am Tia, Makono Kanya Penny and Yamamu. I am Muntia. Mamma Kakra was say, that you were free at the Achamedia to Kano. At the Kateka, at the Ko, the Ketia, as you were in Pesica, as you were. Baby, I want many Namekase, Jumana Bayo. A buyer, you may be a bio. You listen to DJ. I don't be a summer natural. Baba, who's even going back. I can't be come, mamma. You listen to DJ Tero. You listening to DJ Tero. Nagani Bitwa, Wagonza Kwano, dear. Odia Yadiani, no dear. Only, I just send me in such a tune now, spread it. Samidiana Bana, Obediana Mukansureba. Mia Semi Family was a mapa, some of my same way, Mia. Obini Brodo, Yao Brodo. Yeah, and as a man, yes, I'm a found bay. Wagonza, no, Obediana. I buy, you may be a bio. Made the moe, I don't be a summer natural. Throw me, Baba, who's a man going my coop. Made the moe, I can't be cool, mamma. It's a buyer, it's a media bio. Stand by, when I
no no fa. I swear God, get me shot back, bomba. Bono sumo telema, boga. We've been working hard and working hard, but Babylon won't bring we down. Them can't tame we down, can't pull we down. My fans give me this crown. When we start dancing over them, I fight we every day. I'm a girl, one year wafe, you wafe. We strike them from Tamale to Wale Wale every day. Keleba, 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 Keleba. See me up again, let me rap up again, let me tap up again. Anyhow, we have to make this money today.
Thank you.
Nobody can stop we now, cause we up in the sky and we fly like a plane. Get how you make me all stand up. Show Babylon say this how we play. Stand by while I cash at a wallet. I'm a fair, I'm a feeling. Yendi a grow, Ra, me tell. Mokona yawa, kaka gebo jibo. Keleba, 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 Keleba.
Okay, DJ, thank you. So welcome everyone, congressmen, congresswomen, to the next session. So without much further delay, let's move right into it. So we have next on our list the declaration of the vetting results, and to do us the honors is the vetting committee. VC, are you there?
Okay. Good evening, Honorable House, congressmen and women, and Miss Gifty Techiwa Boaji, thank you for giving us the platform to do to exercise the constitutional mandate per the Constitution of Nugs-China. Please, am I audible enough?
Yes, please.
Sure, we can
Great.
hear you.
All right, so this is the 36th Annual Congress, and the theme is Strength Through Unity, Collaborating for a Resilient Tomorrow. I love the theme. Yeah, I really love the theme. And for this particular should I say episode? It's not episode. Yeah, this particular Congress, as the Constitution stipulated, a requirement for vetting committee to help in the proceedings. A five-member vetting committee was formed to review the applications of candidates vying for the positions in National Executive Committee for our union. Sorry, I should have mentioned my name, introduced my name. I dozed off. So pardon me for being a little bit clumsy. I'm Irene, the previous national, an ex-national president. Okay, so let me continue with the exercise that's been given to for me to continue. So the committee consisted of the following distinguished individuals, and the first on the list is Dr. Isaac Safo. He is our chairperson. Mr. Godfred Kufuor-Tewia, the secretary of the committee. Miss Irene Koko Nyingo Agbenu, a member, and that's myself. Professor Geoffrey Bintum Micah, he is also a member. And lastly, Mr. Bashir Mohammed, also a member. The committee invited observers from various stakeholders within the union. The observer team comprised of the following, comprises of 7 members. So the first on my list is Mr. Frimpong Edmond Owari. He's from Senate. Miss Mami Efia Akomia. Sorry if I've not mentioned your name correctly. Pardon me. From the National Executive Committee. The next is Mr. Samuel Osei Bani. He is a chapter executive. Mr. Nketia Edward Appel. He is from the National Judicial Committee. Mr. Sebastian Batasuma, sorry. Forgive me for murdering your name. He's from the Electoral Commission. He's the chairperson. We have Miss Brown Judith Aikai. He also she's a lady, of course, from the Electoral Commission, a member. And lastly, Miss Samuela Obituary. She is a member of Nugs-China. So for our committee exercise, the vetting, we considered vetting rubrics. So in order to streamline the work of the vetting committee, the specific rubrics and modalities were implemented to provide guidance during the vetting committee, the vetting process. These include the following. That is a guide called the interview rubric was created to help with the vetting process. It covers areas such as personal vision and balance, knowledge of constitutional responsibilities, leadership and service, background check and claims, as well as character and attitude of the aspirants. To aid in the vetting process, supporting documents such as the applicant's CVs, personal statements, dues and activities history, and online application forms were requested and carefully reviewed. So the vetting process was intended to be welcoming, ensuring fairness, impartiality, and lack of intimidation. The pass mark for applicants was set at 60% in order to be consistent with the established standard. Now, getting to the declaration of the results, I would request that if the Secretary General is on the meeting, should get ready to help us project the results as been shared with her, the particular one that we request to be projected. Okay, so while waiting for the SG to help us project the results, I want to continue with the results details. SG, please, are you there?
Yes, please. Please, just give me a minute.
Okay. So while waiting for her, the vetting committee diligently carried out its task of screening candidates and subsequently published the names and results of all participants in the vetting process, as shown, as about to show projected by the Secretary General. According to Article 24, subsection 10 of the amended Constitution of Nugs-China, any aspirant who is affected or disqualified must appeal to the National Judicial Committee within 24 hours after the vetting committee announces the results. However, let me just go on and great. All right. Okay. before announcing the vetting results, I would like to outline few challenges faced by the vetting committee. So the vetting committee encountered the following challenges in fulfilling its constitutional mandated function. So firstly, time constraint. Given the program outlined for the Congress, the committee worked tirelessly to vet candidates and fulfill their responsibilities. The vetting process was successfully completed this afternoon around 3 p.m. thereabout. Well, issues related to updates on aspirant who chose to opt out, as well as the provision of the materials and details for each aspirant to assist in the vetting process. So these are a few recommendations. The vetting committee would like to propose the following recommendation for future consideration. So firstly, it is recommended that all necessary nomination documents be provided to the vetting committee before the committee's session. This will allow enough time for a thorough review and evaluation. Proactive due diligence. Members should diligently and proactively raise any concerns, petitions, or relevant information about the aspirant. This will contribute to a more comprehensive and effective vetting process. Lastly, inclusion of various committee members to ensure continuity, effectiveness, and institutional memory. It is recommended to consider adding a previous committee member to the new vetting committee. Their experience and insights can offer valuable guidance in maintaining consistency and enhancing the vetting process. So without much ado, I would, Honorable Secretary, please, could you help me scroll down a little bit? Yeah. Okay, so without much ado, I would get right into the declaration of the results. So please find below the vetting results of the listed aspirant vying for next position. The total mark from all committee members is 500 points, and the pass mark is 300, converted into a percentage. That's 60%. That is the pass mark. The 60% is the pass mark. All right. And I would want to reiterate that the results that's been projected on the screen, well, if it happens that you are the aspirant and you could not make it through the process, we hope that the results that's been given out will be taken in good faith, and as being discussed earlier, you would please consider the recommendations and work on the necessary areas as pointed by the committee. And so we have the position, the first position to announce is, let me start from the roots. So I'll start from the Women's Commissioner position. And for the mark obtained, the score 61.25, which is a pass mark. And that is a lady from Honorable Love Tope in Nyama from Shan chapter. Then we'll move to the next position, that is the organizing position. So for that we have 67.75 score, a percentage, which is a pass. And the individual is Honorable Obusu Ampel, Eugene Ansa. So I'll get right into the next position, financial controller position. So we have a score of 51%, which is a failed, unfortunately, from TNG chapter. Oh, sorry, I think it escaped me to mention the honorable organizers chapter. He is from Changsha city, all right, or chapter, to be precise, according to the document. So back to the financial position, we have Sefa Edward Yao Ampel from TNG. It's unfortunate the score is a failed. So moving on to Secretary General position, we have the score of 53.6. Unfortunately, that is also a failed. Honorable vying for such a position as Yaro Mary Anampok, sorry for murdering your name, from Nanchan chapter. All right, so to the next portfolio, Vice President's position. We have the score of 60.5, which is a pass, 60.5%, which is a pass mark. And the individual is Honorable Bernard Kranche. All right, so we move to the highest position of Nugs-China, the presidency office. We have two individuals vying for the position. And the first, I'll start from 19th chapter. The individual obtained 46.8%. Unfortunately, it's a failed. And that's Honorable David Yao Mensa. And lastly, we had an individual from an aspirant from Beijing chapter obtaining 59%, which is also a failed, of course, unfortunately. And that's for Honorable Edna Yawa Ekra Asase. I would want to say a big congratulations to all the applicants for the good work done so far. I would say that all of you are winners. You have not, a failure is not a fail. It's not the end of it. It's rather a motivation for improving upon some aspects. And so you've all done a great job, and we are proud of all of you. Would also want to say that those in green, we hope that the members of congressmen and women would give you the nod to continue as it is. And I would duly say that the vetting committee duly declared the results, the vetting results for the 36th annual Congress. If you have any petition, Honorable, please, can you scroll down a little bit? Let me see the other part of the, okay. So just for you, we together as a committee, we are very grateful for your patience, your time and support in this vetting exercise. And so we duly, in the voice of my VC chair, vetting committee chair, and the members, we say thank you. and duly declare this, that is sixth Congress Annual Vetting Squad to you.
Oh, yeah.
And
I was invited to Nugs-China online Congress, so yeah, it's in sessions.
okay, so this result is signed by the chairperson, Honorable Isaac Safford, and the secretary, Godfred Kufuor-Tewia. And so this is a final version, the working document for the Congress, men and women. If a copy, just for you to know, a copy has been sent to the the National Judicial Committee, the EC, and the NEC as well. So if any aspirant feel cheated or feel uncomfortable about the results being declared, has an opportunity to file a petition or to claim a better position. And so I'll end my part. I'll end my exercise at this point and hand over to Miss Gifty. Miss Gifty, are you here? Am I right with the name? Honorable Gifty?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah.
And thank you for the good work and the patience. So over to you. And thank you, Ms. SG, for the assistance in projecting the results.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam VC. At this juncture, we know who are aspirants, those who were able to pass, and unfortunately, those who couldn't make it. Are there any questions regarding the voting results we just had? Any questions? Any opposition?
A moment. Raise your hand. Madam MC, my hand is up.
Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Report well received. My only concern is the fact that we should be asking ourselves, what next? What next? And then the worst case scenario we should give ourselves is, if nobody puts him or herself up for the positions, what happens? So these are my few concerns. What's next? And what happens if individuals don't put themselves up for the positions? What do we do? Bear in mind that we don't have infinity. We are hard pressed with time. So let's all do whatever we are doing in the midst of these constraints. Thank you very much.
So, Madam VC.
Okay, so I have to take that, right? Okay, so Honorable Paul, right, was the one who asked the question, or please, who asked the question?
No, I'm yet to ask my question.
I think it was Honorable
Okay,
Ben.
so
It was Honorable Ben.
Could I please put a face to the individual who is asking the question? Can you turn on your video, please?
My location isn't too conducive. I'm Ben. I'm Hui.
Oh, okay. Okay, Ben from Anhui. All right. So for the benefit of all of us to understand the work of the vetting committee, it's constitutional mandate to ensure that we select the best suitable aspirants or individuals who fit into the various positions applying for. And of course, almost all the members on the vetting committee have one way or the other served at the national level and know the pros and cons. And so for the safe or the betterment of the union and the continuity of the union, we have to ensure that the individuals coming on board really know what Nugs-China stand for. And so I'll be really disappointed in us if we should continue to say that, okay, we should say that the aspirant, regardless of their inability or the necessary prerequisites, skills or knowledge to, steer or to manage the various positions being applied for, would really mark the function of the union or even and so to our best interest, it will be really prudent for us to advise able aspirants their willingness, commend their willingness to come forward and give them time to go back and reassess themselves, get well prepared to come back on board. Of course, we set various rubrics whereby each individual members assign marks. And so for each rubrics has 20%. When you total it, it gives you 100%, and you get the average by the number of the vetting members on the committee. And you total all of it, you realize that the percentage shows clearly indicates that this individual cannot proceed. And so it's really fair for us to just open it up for other people to come on board. Of course, we'll surely get someone to come on board or individuals to come on board to fit in the best position. I hope I'm able to respond to your question in any way. Honorable Ben.
My concern hasn't been answered, but I leave it for other congressmen because I still stand that what happens, the worst case scenario, we can do a simulation exercise.
The worst scenario, what happens next is what I'm saying, that it's best for us to let it open for others who who have the interest to come forward to apply for this, to fit.
But that's why I'm asking that, assuming nobody, it's a possibility that nobody puts him or herself up, what do we do?
Okay, so I would really, okay, Honorable Chair, please, you can take this part.
Okay.
If you are available.
So Honorable, in the event that nobody steps in, we will still go ahead with the elections. For those who've actually passed, we will still go ahead and vote or conduct the voting exercise. From now till when voting would begin, should there be nominations, we would still go ahead and then vet them and then try to input them into the system for them to be voted upon. But then if nobody shows up or if nobody shows interest in any of the vacant positions, we will still go ahead and we'll still go ahead with the voting. And then once we are done with the voting, the various units or committees, as in the judicial committee, the vetting committee, Senate, and NEC will meet, and then we will proceed from there. Regarding the next step, there are certain positions that sometimes with the current executives, or let's say after voting, the incoming executives would actually create room for appointment or nomination of certain individuals for some positions.
But for the presidency, we know it's very key, and we will still go ahead and open up even after voting to ensure we do the needful. So that is basically that.
Okay.
Thank you very
So,
much.
You're welcome.
Honorable Ben, I hope you are satisfied now.
I rest. I'm not satisfied, but I rest.
Please accept
It's fine.
Okay, thank you for your understanding. Okay, so Honorable Paul and Kofi. Okay, so let's start with Honorable Paul.
Okay, thank you very much. My first question is, anyway, before I ask my question, I think a field is a field. Means that those individuals will not fit to run the affair of our organization. Anyway, my first question is, can they reapply?
Of course, if they reapply and they come forward and they pass this time around, it's for the good of their, I mean, it's for their own interest, and then it's up to them to decide whether they want to reapply or not. It's open to anyone, whether fail or not fail.
Yeah,
can
but that is where I have an issue with the constitution. I think a failed attempt is a failed attempt, and they shouldn't be given the opportunity to come back again. Besides, they should have due diligence.
Okay, so let me put it this way: if on the condition that they've applied for, they've petitioned to challenge the results, then
that one will be
they
different.
have the opportunity to go ahead and apply for the position. But in the event where they have not petitioned for the fail mark, then I think they would have to reapply next season, most probably.
Okay. Okay. The next one is not even actually a question, but it's a suggestion. I think this is some of the reasons why we've been advocating for change of the constitution or amendment. Perhaps maybe it's time we invoke Article 13 clause, I think clause 8 or something like that. Because if we are running the Senate system, if it was a general election, I think we wouldn't be at this point in time where, sorry to say, but I think it's a waste of time or resource all coming into all this. So perhaps I think it's time that we sit down and amend the constitution properly, so that we can avoid some of these issues and that. Thank you.
Your work has duly been noted. Okay, so we'll take the next question from the Honorable Kofi from the Senate.
Okay, Congressman, thank you very much. I think now we are at a crucial point, and what we need is the way forward. I want to suggest that we open the nominations again up to tomorrow morning for anybody who wants to go for the position, or anybody who has failed but still wants to try again. And within that time, too, of course, those who fail can also petition if they want to. So I would suggest that the way forward, let's open the nominations up to tomorrow morning.
Okay.
If nothing happens, or if nobody applies, then we look at the next way forward. For per my understanding of the constitution, in the event that nobody comes, the NGC chair will be the one to handle the union up until the time that we get a president. But I pray that we can be able to get a president here, because I know that it is difficult after Congress. The process to get executives is very tedious. So I would pray to congressmen that let us all contribute so that we get the positions filled. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I would call on my honorable chair to take this where necessary for me to come in. I will. So honorable chair, please, you can take this.
Honorable Kofi, thanks for the suggestion. I would like to state that the EC would actually make it formal regarding the reopening of nominations, or for members who would want to apply for any of these positions to actually come forth. So it will be made formal Usually the process or the norm is for the vetting committee to present their results, and then afterwards the EC will come in. We are supposed to also submit a formal report to the judicial committee, and then after that, from now till tomorrow morning or a period that will be set prior to elections or prior to voting, members will know when nominations are open or the period or the duration for which nominations are open. So once, if we get someone, fine. If we don't, yes, the constitution states that the chair for the judicial committee would have to manage affairs of the union, and until we get a substantive president to manage the union. So we would ensure that we do the needful, and then we would also try our maximum best to ensure the union will be in good hands. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
is that all? If that's all, then would really recommend that this report that we've read should serve as a valuable resource and provide recommendation for future vetting committees, facilitating their effective and efficient performance of duties, serving in this capacity as we serve in this capacity as vetting committee. So please, I'll hand over to the moderator to continue with the due process. Thank you for having us.
Thank you very much, vetting committee, for that wonderful session. So we have a very special program coming up. And to do us the honors of introducing our next guest is the Jane Ju president. Our next guest will be speaking on the opportunities in the diaspora, that's China, avoiding illegal economic engagements. Honorable.
Okay, Sechua. Hello, Madam Moderator. Okay, please just a minute. Dr. Filius, please, I plead with you, give us 5 minutes so that the EC can officially open nominations. So please, I'm sorry about the interjection. So please, officially, EC Chair, can you come on board in the next 5 minutes to open nominations so that whilst Congress is ongoing, those who like to apply can officially apply. Thank you. Can we hear from the EC?
Hello, thank you, Mr. President. I'm here. Can I be heard, please?
But we would like to also see you or your secretary.
Yeah, you can be heard. You can be heard.
Oh,
you can be heard. Yeah.
Please, my band is good, so please pardon me. So just like the VC, the vetting committee chair has already stated, so at this point in time, we are preparing the various documentation to formally open again the nominations for members to go in. So the nomination will be open from now till tomorrow, God willing, 9 a.m. And then as and when nominations set in, we'll prompt the vetting committee to start the vetting because of the time. So that by the time the nomination might have been closing, then we might have proceeded with the vetting to some extent so that the various election system can be set up in time. So on this note, I want to officially declare the reopening of the election duly while we postpone, while we finish up with the documentation of the documents and then publish them on the various platform for members to apply for. Thank you so much. And over to you, MC.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. So please, Madam Techua, you can take over whilst we invite our special guest to speak. Thank you very much. Please, let's proceed.
Okay, thank you very much, EC and Honorable National President. So as I was saying, to do us the honors of introducing our next speakers, is
Hello.
Ms.
Hello. Sorry to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt, but I was trying to raise my hand, but it was not working. So I want to ask a question. Yeah, I want to ask a question.
Please go ahead.
Okay, so I'm Jackson, and I'm currently the Hangzhou organizer for Nugs-China. So I was thinking of it, that how is it possible that maybe the person who qualified for the vice presidency is maybe promoted directly to the presidency, because the probability of you getting a fit candidate for the presidency for just within this number of hours might not be, sorry to use the word, reasonable enough, I think. I don't know how, or I don't know the on based on which guidelines that the vetting is being done to get a president and all that. So I was thinking that being agile is also part of governing a body or trying to make laws. You understand? So I don't know what is written. Like, I don't know the entire notes on the constitution. But if it's possible, I think you guys can think about it, because having to wait again or trying to get someone in place of the main for a president, we might maybe get the wrong person for that position. So that is what I think. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Julius.
Yes, please.
Okay, in relation to your question, I will respond by saying we cannot promote the vice president to become the president, in the sense that even though you have a legitimate concern, the constitution states that the vice presidency portfolio, just like the presidency portfolio, needs to be voted upon separately. So on that note, anything we do in relation to your suggestion will not be constitutional. But if in the near future someone would want to raise this up for the House to vote upon that, that will be okay. But for now, based on the Constitution, both positions needs to be voted upon separately, and we cannot promote the vice president to be the president. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Bright.
Please, I would like to step in. Right, please hold on. There are special guest speakers up to leave their work and everything. Their time is up, and then we are delaying them. Please, let's finish with them, and then allowance could be given on this discussion. But like the EC chair, the VC chair, and no other committee as I've mentioned, the let's say the nominations are open. Nominations are open. So if there are concerns and anything, if they would like to apply, if the vice president aspirant feels that he fits for president, he can still apply, resign on this one and apply for this one. So please, let's not go back and forth. The thing is open. If you think you fit, apply. That's all. So let's not go back and forth. Our special guest is on. They've been on for more than 30 minutes now. It's not the best. So please, I'll plead with congressmen and women. Let's move on so that we can proceed with them with what they have to give us. So please, can you continue? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let's move on with the introduction of our special guest, and to do this, the Jeju President, Ms. Felicia. Please go ahead. Hello, Ms. Felicia. Okay, is the Hainan Secretary available? Ms. Dora, are you here?
Yes. Can I please be heard?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening and welcome, honorables, to the 36th Annual Congress. And I will be introducing the special guest. And the first on the list, I'll be reading the profile of Mr. William Shield. Mr. William Shield is the Executive Director, Hainan Free Trade Port Industry International Corporation Committee. He has held key He has held key positions in 2 central enterprises, national ministries and multinational companies in the energy and infotech industry. He has rich international cooperation experience. He has received nearly 100 countries. He has been an ambassador to China and received by many heads of state. Over the years, several efforts have been made to promote China and its technology to drive the international community. Mr. Sun has always been an integral part of this drive and initiative. The international exchange and industrial cooperation with the Middle East, the Southeast Asia, and the European Union. He has been interviewed many times by the Associated Press, the Lucans, the Agence France Press, the Xinhua News Agency, CNBC, and CCTV. He was honored as the National Innovation Driver Award. So, Honorables, can we please welcome Mr. Xu? Hello, Mr. Xu.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Is my voice okay? Can you hear me?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay,
You're
thank
welcome.
you very much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And well, thanks for the invitation from Nugs-China. And it has been several years since my last involvement and active communication with Nugs members in China. And today I will be, let's say, I will be very glad to share some of my understanding and ideas, or some advice to all Nugs members in China. Can you see the shared screen from my side with Chinese and Ghanaian flags? Okay.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Okay, fine. I may spend something about 40 minutes. So up to 8 o'clock, I will share some of my, let's say, some of my words to all the Nugs members. That's mainly in 3 parts. So firstly, I know that all of you are studying China. And so I hope you can understand China more, not only from the campus, but from the society. And secondly, we will talk something about how to practice in a legal way during your stay in China, either 4 years, 6 years, or even longer. And then lastly, I will also, we can also discuss something about opportunities with China. And after my presentation, let's say after 8 o'clock, we may have another about, let's say, 15 to 20 minutes. We can have question and answer. That's the time plan of for today. Well, firstly, I would like to share with you some pictures, some previous pictures. And this one, this was the, let's say, this was the picture during Nugs' 30 years anniversary in the year, I think it was 2018. I'm not sure whether some of you are on this picture, and but I still remember the gentleman in the middle. It was a Ghanaian ambassador, previous ambassador in China, Mr. Edward Boaten. He also attended this event. The event was held in Hainan. That's in my place. So I still remember, because on that day, I just come back from Europe. So I was even engaged in to allocate some sponsors to make sure this event would be a big success, even during my travel in Europe. And well, we managed to let's say to get some sponsors to provide support, both financial support as well as like the, let's say like the food, like the conference room and some others. So I just start from this picture to show that personally myself, I'm very happy and willing to be closely involved in a communication with Lux. And we know that after 2020, there were something about 3 years COVID. A lot of activities can only move to online. I also joined probably 1 or twice some online program with Lux in past several years. But very happy to talk to you all, even though we cannot meet face to face. Yeah, this was the my meeting with previous ambassador during his visit in Hainan. And I still remember he advised me, he said, William, so thousands of my children in China, I leave them to you. So I received something like they identify me as the patron for Nugs-China. But from myself, we are more, let's say we just I'm probably I'm a little elder than you, and also I used to be very active when I in the campus. So I would be always be happy to let's say, for I know the Lux leadership is, let's say, handing over and change year by year. So whenever there's requirement, I will always be here to be supportive. Well, besides that, something I have to mention that actually in Hainan, we have foreign students, international students who are studying in Hainan. Maybe we have something all over Hainan. We have about 800 to 1,000 something. And so I'm based in the capital of Hainan province, which is Haikou. So in Haikou, we have about, I would say, around 500 to 600 international students. And I would say African students is a very active part of them. So together with Lux, in those past years, I have to say Ghanaian students. So the students from Ghana is the most active and the most influential in Hainan. One of the main reasons is during the leadership in the year 2018. I remember it was Julius. So we have very close, I would say, communication nearly every week. And so together with Lux, we also organized the African Independence Day. And on that day, we also launched something like, as you can see on the screen, that is Africa-China Innovation Platform. I will give you more details later. And as a part of that, some of the, I would say, students who graduate from Hainan. So after graduate, they still stay in Hainan and start its own business. So we do have such kind of cases already took place. And so this is one of the startup which funded by Ghanaian students. And so he seeked for my advice, and I recommend his project to join something like the startup competition in Hainan. So if they manage to enter the philo, they will join the national startup competition on behalf of Hainan. So I think at least 2 startups from founded by Ghana students were joined such kind of competition before. And also we have another case that is, I think Nicholas, he already graduated several years ago. And during his start during his, let's say, business development in Hainan. We even, let's say, managed to make a documentary. It is 1 hour documentary in Highland television. And also some of the content were even used and quoted by Chinese national television. So during that documentary, Highland television also sent a journalist to had an interview with Ghanaian ambassador in China at that time, and I coordinated all everything and made it happen, and even include the Ghanaian former president. I'm not sure whether he's still president for now, but during his interview by Chinese Central Television, he also mentioned some of Ghanaian students not only study in China, but also actively joined and empowered by Chinese society, such as they also founded their startup and be an active player in Chinese business field. So we are very happy to see. I know all the Lux members, you may spread in different cities of China. I noticed that someone in Wuhan, that is my hometown, and also someone in Hangzhou, Shenyang, Zhengzhou, Anhui, and different cities. So I would say most of you are study and stay in the capital city of each province. So I traveled to most capital cities of China. So something I would like to say, you have different majors. Some of you study medicine in China. Some of you maybe study mechanical, tourism, administration, economics, and some others. But don't limit yourself. Don't just learn knowledge from your subjects. You learn the subjects, you learn the knowledge in campus. Of course, it is correct. That is the requirement from your parents. But my advice to all of you is during your 4 years stay or even longer time, make use of that time, try to understand China as much as possible. I will show you some examples, such as this was some, let's say, football game between my company football team and our, let's say, African star. I remember the name, but majority and the active players, majority of them are from Ghana. I still remember. So at the beginning, the African star team, they say they will beat us at 6-0, but finally we managed to make it 6-6. And it was also my last football game. I think it's quite some years ago. And yes, here's our during such kind of football game, we also start to build our friendship, and we also understand each other. Actually, we have such kind of game several times. Really, I would say every year we have such kind of game. And so during the African Independence Day, I'm honored to be invited to join and present the champion winner. So I mean, football, such kind of sports activity can be a good connection, but not only for that. So under our close communication, I would say Luke's Hainan chapter used to be the most active and influential African students community in Hainan. I'm not sure whether the Ghanaian students are the most compared with some other African countries. See, this is the conference room during the African Independence Day. We can see the different African countries' flags. but we are proud and happy to see the Ghanaian flag is in the middle. And so I still remember on this vacation, on this occasion, we have 40 plus. We have more than 40 African countries members joined this event. It was in Haikou as well. And also a representative from Ghanaian Consulate General in Shanghai also attend. Sorry, I can't remember his name, but he's also a very influential businessman and also a professor from Nigeria. He is the professor in Zhejiang University at that time. So we all shared our viewpoints, ideas, and exchange during this event, which I believe all the participants felt very beneficial and informative. So after Lux, actually some other African countries, student unions, such like Cameroon, like South Africa, and different countries, students union, they all want to invite me to be there, something like mentor or guider, whatever. And I can share with all the Lux members, especially the leaders of different chapter. And I didn't accept that. I advised them, I don't want such those kind of, let's say, just an order or just something like an empty ID. Whatever I accept, I will also dedicate myself to be deeply involved and to be really helpful. I know as an African student studying in China for some years, there might be a lot of challenges. Things are not easy. So such as, especially at least in Hainan, I would be more than glad to be supportive and helpful as much as I can. So for the students from other countries, I just advise them to communicate with me, something like under our African Students Union, or actually which is under the leadership of Lux. So I hope the Lux different provincial chapter in different area of China can also practice the same, to be an active and influential to the local society. So here we see the map of China, and I don't know how many of them traveled to Hainan. So Hainan is something you can imagine is in the most south part of China. It is an island surrounded by the sea. Mostly is the South China Sea. So the entire province on the right side on the map, you can see the entire province just has the population about 10 million. Which is maybe just the population of Wuhan city or Hangzhou city. So this is for your information, this is the youngest province of China. It was established as a province in the year 1988. So it is the youngest province of China. And also since the year 2018, Chinese central government announced to develop Hainan Island into the most opening up area, which is called Hainan Free Trade Port, such as it has the very different and unique advantage and policy, such as 59 countries citizen or passport holder, they can come to Hainan without visa. But if they travel to some other parts of China, if they travel to Guangzhou, Shenzhen, Beijing, Shanghai, they still need to apply visa. And now already 59 countries, mostly like Southeast Asian countries, European countries, and some, let's say, oceaneering countries. And I'm working closely with the Hainan provincial government. We have the ambitious to increase the list to over 100 countries in next few years. So hopefully you can feel that Hainan is on a different development, let's say, path compared with some other province. And also Hainan, let's say, has a much easier market access and the worldwide, let's say, financial transaction. So just in one word, Chinese central government intend to develop Hainan into another Hong Kong or another Dubai. That is the general strategy. Maybe this expression is easier to understand. Well, about China, as I mentioned in the very beginning, I hope you not just focus on the books, not just focus on the subjects which were given by your teachers. Maybe the first term, first semester, you are mainly focused in the campus. I have no objection on that. But since the second term, please try to be an observer, try to be an something like a thinking about China, such as I just share with you some figures. Chinese economy growth in the past over 20 years, the average economic growth achieved over 7%, which was considered as the main engine of global economic growth. As the engine, actually, according to the World Bank or International Money Foundation, according to their statistic, China contributed something about 30% of the global economic growth. So that's why nowadays China has been the largest trader for over 130 countries in the world. And I mean, many countries, they can either, let's say, there's a lot of business opportunity in the commercial field, and also many countries can benefit from the fast growing and the development of China, especially in the economic field. And let's say the internet business, internet industry developed extremely fast in past 10 years. And it is something, and my job, my work is something in this field. I believe nowadays, most of you have been quite familiar with a lot of, let's say, apps such as Are You Hungry, such as Meituan, such as Share the Bike, and all such kind of service. And also, of course, include mobile payment, whatever. So if you travel to other countries, either go back to Africa or even to some European countries, you will feel the living in China is even more convenient than those other countries. So internet become the penetration of internet user in China already, I think, surpassed something about 85%. I think 87, 88%. So this become a very important drive and let's say infrastructure for the whole economic development. So in the world's top 10 internet companies, I would say nearly half of them is from China. And also, actually, in the past 10 and even nearly 20 years, China moved into what we call innovation driving economy. So in the past, let's say 40 years ago, it is labor density. So we make use of the advantage with lower labor cost to attract all the international investors to set up their, let's something like textile, like toy, like those kind of low technology industry. That is since the year 1980 to before 2000 years. But after 2000 years, China already shift the driven from investment driven to innovation driven. So I think maybe 4 years or even 6 years stay in China. Actually, this time is not short. So even you might be mechanical engineering, civil engineering students, but I still hope that you can keep an eye on such kind of, let's say, social and economic phenomenon to understand China more. And you see, in the year 2018, China celebrates our 40 years reform and development. This is a big campaign in the history of China, which means before 1978, China is closed to the outside world. Maybe some students, it's very hard to understand what is closed, what is opening, what is reform. Just in one word, let me give you a simple comparison. So look into the North Korea, how it looks like today. That was how China looks like before 1980s. So myself, I always say I was grown up under such social development. I witnessed the change of China, and I also benefit such change from China. Like thanks either the Highland chapter president during her introduction about my experience, I got the chance to travel many countries in the world, and I visit some very advanced country, also some disadvanced, less developed country. And after that, so such kind of observation and thinking give me the idea how we can, let's say, identify some more business with worldwide partner, which we can benefit from each other. So same, I want to share with you, I want to advise you, please pay more attention to Chinese society and economic development. See, like 40 years, you can't imagine that. 40 years, according to the, let's say, global top 500 companies. So 40 years ago, there's zero. Majority of them are European and the American companies. But in the end of 2018, there is 115 companies from China, which is more than 20%. And I think I haven't checked the latest information for this year, which were listed in the top 500, is the largest cluster now. And also, we have international students 40 years ago, all over China, there's only about 30. But now we have over 600,000, include all of you, include thousands of Ghanaian students in China year by year. And of course, some of you experience the stability, very efficiency transportation of Chinese highway, Chinese high-speed railway. And all this witness the change, the development and growth of China. And I got to know some Lux members in Hainan, and I'm happy to notice they are very, I would say, deeply involved with local society, such as this picture. We have Lux student. He teach Chinese kids playing African drum during his study in Hainan, in China. And also he needs the group of Chinese children to play drum for some musical performance during the event, which also give such young children to give them some basic understanding about African continent as well as African culture. And also we have Lux members in Hainan. I recommend him to be the football teacher in our kindergarten. Actually, my son, my boy, he's also studying in this kindergarten. So twice every week, he went to the kindergarten to teach football playing. And all the children are very happy and get along with him. And also someone, they were invited to be the part-time coach in the gymnastic, which even become the something like the speaker of the gym. And also we have some, let's say, not only Ghanaian students, but also together with some other African students as well. They visit the orphanage village in Haikou every year. I'm very happy for that. And I'm very grateful for their, let's say, dedication. So every year, they never stop. I think such activity already lasted for 7, 8 years. And also some Ghanaian students, girls, especially girls, they are very hardworking and they prepared a lot of Ghanaian food shared with each other. I still remember this food in the middle. It's called fufu, am I right? So it's also a wonderful experience for me to experience, to taste the Ghanaian food. Oh, well, I can say I like it, even though we have the totally different cooking style, but I like the Ghanaian food. I tasted it many times already. Well, here's like the shared bike. Are you hungry? And even the DD taxi, such kind of, I mean, different business mode, different business activity in the society. You can be the customer, you can be the user, but don't just stop it from there. Don't just get the convenience from the service. Try to understand the business model behind the service. Even just to understand one simple project. And if you can manage to duplicate it in Ghana, in African continent, you can imagine you will be the most successful, let's say, entrepreneur in your country. You will be the next Elon Musk in Africa. That is definitely possible. I'm not just to give some empty encouragement. And also, you see, I want to share you something more about the Chinese bilateral investment. So the pictures stand for the difference of Shanghai in the year 1990 and 2018. I think some students are based in Shanghai. You can't find the old picture of Shanghai many years ago. And but indeed, such kind of change. You know, China is very good at infrastructure development. So I believe no matter which city you are living, you can witness the change of infrastructure. You can witness the development of the city in your 4 years, 5 years, and 7 years stay there. And also China, let's say in past 40 years, China received foreign investment totally $2.1 trillion. At the same time, China also made overseas investment, which is $1.8, $1.9 trillion. So which means Chinese companies are also very active to make worldwide investment. Also include to African countries. So many Chinese industry, they are relocate their factories to other place, to Vietnam, to Indonesia, to African countries. I hope such information can also become some of your concern and your interest. See, this is my hometown 40 years ago, how it looks like, and it was how it looks like today. exactly. It was in my memory. And also, this was my office area. The change just in 10 years' time. Here is something very important. I made it for all of you. So on the left side, this is the Chinese per capita GDP since 1960 to the year of 2019. I also try to check out the Ghana's per capita in last year, and it was 2,200 something, $2,200, which is equal to something like the year 2006 and 2007. But looking to the situation of today, Chinese per capita GDP reached $12,700 last year. So it was just not that much far, only let's say 17, 18 years. So definitely, I mean, Ghana and some other African countries, you can have such kind of ambitions. Suppose next 20 years, most of you will be the main player of Ghana's economic development, social development in next 20 years. You will be the main power. You will be the main player. Suppose some of you will be the director of some ministries. In the future, I hope some of you can even be the ministers, can be the influential, let's say, entrepreneurs in your country. I hope at that time, you can also think about the experience which you have observed, which you learned from China, and hope you can also bring this expertise, bring this experience to Ghana, to African continent as well. Remember, this is definitely achievable to improve the per capita from $2,000 to $5,000 to $10,000 and even more. That is definitely workable and achievable because China already made it. So to conclude my first part, studying China, and most important is to understand more about China. As a part of my, let's say, commitment with Lux, I would like to announce that from this year, I would like to launch a thesis competition among all the Ghanaian students in China. And I give you the topic, like what can you learn from Chinese social and economic developments? So under this topic, in the future, hopefully I would have the chance to discuss with Ghanaian embassy in China, maybe educational and the cultural department. We may start an IP, something like China in my eyes. It's not a mandate, but anyone who are interested to join, highly welcome. Every year, we will something like we will evaluate and we will work out we will award the different prize. First prize, one person for all the Ghanaian students all of China. The second prize would be 2 persons, and third prize would be 4 persons. And besides them, we will also choose up to 10 persons as the Excellence Award. Hopefully, we will have hundreds of participants and even thousands of participants. We will start this project to attract and to encourage more Ghanaian students to understand China, to study about China, and also to benefit from it. Well, second part, stay in China. It's very much important. You need to practice in a legal way. The legal way is 100%. It's not 99%, not 80%. I just try to list several main parts, I would say visa is always the most headache and most important for all the members, because I came across such kind of case in Hainan many times. So we have many students, let's say Lux members in Hainan. They came to me just in last 1 week, such as they had this problem, they had that problem. Such sometimes they failed to pay the tuition fee, and the university didn't give them the visa document. Sometimes they go to the immigration office, and the immigration office maybe they close some let's say 1/2 day every week, and they met that break time, and they failed to get their visa done. See, no matter who made the problem, either the university made the problem or the immigration officer made the problem. My dear Lux members, my dear Ghanaian students, who will bear the result? Think about it. Only yourself. So I told them, it's useless to complain others, because the visa is on your name. No matter who made the trouble, you will be the only person to bear the result. Either you have to leave China, or even, let's say, cannot complete your study. So visa is always top priority. Avoid illegal stay and make sure you have enough time to get all the preparation done. Secondly, either for study or for, let's say, or for work, the residential permit is very much important, both for yourself and for your family member. I know someone even, let's say, got married, and even some child bring to China, also highly welcome. But please make sure all the family members have the legal residential permit as well. And also when you change the living place, such as if you rent a house out of campus, you need to make the residence record with the local police station. This is also a must. Otherwise, they can also be fined. And of course, some others like insurance looks due, and something like the cooperative medical care. I think this such, let's say, arrangements are very much important, as you are come here not for tourism. See, 4 years, 6 years, or even longer. Nobody can say they were never, let's say, had any disease, which we hope not. But all this arrangement is to reduce your risk in case it took place. In Hainan, we had a case that one Lux member, he rides an electronic bicycle, and he had an accident with others, and his leg was broken. And so I spent a couple of months to coordinate for that with the police, with the insurance, with the, let's say, university, to get the insurance coverage for him, and also to get the, let's say, the incident responsibility recognition with the traffic police. Well, I mean, such kind of accidents is not predictable, but please make sure you have the essential risk coverage with yourself. Okay, and I think Lux did a very good job to make it. And but every year, still some students they didn't join, and so you paid it, maybe not used at all, but in case it take place, it can really reduce the risk. And the next part, such as the work permit in China. And so on the left side, this is the work permit. So after graduation, as I mentioned, some of you may go back to your country, go back to other countries, no problem. Hope you can make use of the knowledge and also the experience during your stay in China to make yourself a good professional development. If you decide to stay in China, start your own business, you need to have the work permit for sure. And also, if you want to register a company registration is very easy. I think in most Chinese cities, it can be done just in 1 week time. But after that, you need to make sure there is tax report every month. And also there is annual report of each company, either company of Chinese people, as well as the, let's say, funded by international citizens. Everyone has the same application. And lastly, I will share with all of you a guidance to working and living in China as business expats. And so this will be, let's say, a gift to all of you. And so I'm sharing it with you now. Everyone can get it from the chat box. And I hope you can read it. Some knowledge you may already know, something you may, at least this will be a refresh for all of you. And last slide, opportunities in China. Let's say some of you, I hope if you are not in language majors, I hope you can also study, you can also learn some Chinese. If you can speak Chinese fluently after 4 years, and this would be definitely an added value for yourself, either to work with Chinese companies in your country or work with Chinese local companies in China. And understand Chinese culture will also help your work as well.
Okay, I think his network had a problem. And Mr. William, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yeah.
Sorry. My laptop was power off, but it doesn't matter. I nearly finished all the important parts. And so, I mean, if you can speak Chinese good and speak Chinese fluent, and also you have some understanding about Chinese culture, definitely this will help you to get I would say, a good job with Chinese companies who have their business in Ghana. And also this will help you to, let's say, continue if you want to stay in China. And see, we have many, I used to work in oil and gas industry for over 10 years. And so we have a lot of, let's say, worldwide employees. Sometimes our company also organize them to visit China, to have training in China. So I believe this can also, like Luke's members, after stay such a long time in China, China is something like your second hometown. So I hope your study and living in China these 4 years, 7 years, you can make maximum use of every day, and also bridging the business between China and African countries. Well, I will leave my email ID on the chat box to all of you. I think I'm really complete all my presentation. So in next 15 up to 20 minutes, if there's any questions, I think I would be glad to communicate with you all. Thank you. Thank you for your listening. Thank you. Julius, or maybe the conference chairman?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. William. Honorables, please, the floor is open. Anyone who has a question, you can ask your question in the chat box and also ask your question here. And actually, I was supposed to introduce two speakers. And so as we are waiting for the questions, I'll go through the profile of our next speaker, which is Dr. Julius John. Okay, Dr. Julius John is a medical doctor by profession who had his medical education in Hainan Medical University in China. During his time, he also served as provincial coordinator for Hainan and was also a member of the Senate for 2015 and 2016 academic year and the national president for Nugs-China for 2018-2019 academic year. He has worked in various facilities such as the Ridge Hospital and the Mamobi General Hospital in Ghana. Currently, he is pursuing his medical residency in surgery at the first affiliated hospital of Chengzhou University in China. Dr. Julius is also the vice president of Global Union of Ghanaian Scholars. So at this moment, we will welcome Dr. Julius John. If he's here, he can take over.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Yeah, so I think I would want to switch it onto the other and then have a video conversation with us. Okay. Yeah, so thank you very much for the introduction. It's an honor to be with you all again. Yeah, so Nugs-China, I've been a member for a very long time. I think basically it's been 10 years. I don't know where to start from, but I joined in during the declaration of the vetting results. And before I come on board to this, I want to quickly get a little into it. I think that this is our 5th Congress online, and I want to suggest to the new whoever is coming on board, I think it's important we move Congress from online. I understand that the on-site Congress is very expensive to move, but I look at if 7 people have come for vetting and we failed 4, it tells me a lot of people do not even know about the union, right? And so I beg, let's try to move the Congress back. COVID is over into in-person Congress. We thank Honorable Felix first for hosting online Congress 2020, then Honorable Collins, Honorable Irene, Honorable Stephen 1, Honorable Stephen 2, all of them. But I think it's time we host so that people are able to learn. Some of us got the opportunity to learn from people during Congress. I was in Beijing, Changsha first, went to Beijing before Shenyang, before becoming president at the following year in High Court. So many of them. So please, I'll encourage that we move Congress from online into in-person. We'll be able to hold discussion. A lot of the questions that were asked as the vetting results came basically told me we don't even know what the Constitution of Nugs-China says. And it's a pity because if we understand what is in our Constitution, a lot of the questions wouldn't even be asked at all. So please, let's move Congress into in-person so that we have that bond that can exist between us as we meet. That's it. Now, on the issue of opportunities in China, it's a very difficult one. As Nugs-China president some 5 years or 6 years ago, one thing we realized was people working illegally and caught and deported and all that. First, I want to start that the Chinese government recently is moving away from an employment-based economy to a job-creating economy. And so they are looking out for the very best foreigners who can join to create jobs, not people who would be employed. Chinese government has never been an employment-driven economy. they are basically a job-creating economy. And I think that for any of us who's been here for some time, we know that. I'm currently in Henan province, and I can confidently tell you that for all that Mr. William has said about Haiko, we experience similar thing here. We have a community, a countryside like Lankau, where they're even giving out loans money, incentives to help people to establish business. They help you to register business and take you through a whole series of projects. So these opportunities are there. The Chinese government doesn't want the kids, students coming. And you know, the funny thing is that as a student, you can register a business. This is the thing. Whilst they are not happy with students working, as a student, you are allowed or you can register a business, which means that you can run a business whilst you school. So it gives us that benefit to say, okay, whilst we are schooling, we can run business. And for most of us, I can tell you, whether it is science, whether it is tourism, whether it is education, the government is open to sponsor us. And for most of the provinces, they provide you free office space. You may not know, I know that in Hainan, I know that in Henan, here in Zhengzhou. So it is something that we have to do. I think at chapter level, what we have to do is we have to get people, our professors who are into international trade and economics, business administration, who are into government. They need to find out what policies are there for us at our various provincial level so that we are able to grab them. Right? It goes a long way to help us. Like Mr. Williams said, you cannot just be in China, I'm a medical doctor, I'm a civil engineer, I'm a law student, I'm a nursing student, pharmacy, and then after that, then you go back. Or then you want a job. It's easy when you have a company that is running to have a working visa. So it is something that we need to look at. And like I said, you can run your business whilst you are schooling, right? There are a lot of people who run business, they have offices or even their apartments are their offices. And they are allowed to run that. So please, let's keep that in mind. It's very, very important. Like Mr. Williams said, I know that Mr. Williams, there will be a lot of questions for you. Like, really, what is the state now as students? Can we work? Aside creating our own job, can we work? The visa processes, how difficult is it? Can you, as an individual, come in to help us? We would want some of these questions answered. But before I hand over back to Mr. William to answer some of these questions, I can see some of them on the book. I think I saw some of the ex-leaders here, and I think it's just right to quickly introduce them. I don't know whether they are still there. Our former SG, Majida, I saw you around. Are you here? Our former organizer, Dan, our former vice president, Dr. Nicholas, I saw all of you around.
Yeah, I'm around.
Okay, so that's Daniel, our former organizer, 2018-19. Honorable former Secretary General, Majida, and Honorable Vice President, are you still here? All right, so I'll leave it. There are a lot of questions. So host, I think that our time is fast spent. I'll leave it and then you will read the questions and we'll try to answer them. Myself, Mr. William mainly, and if I have any ideas, I'll add it to it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you also, Dr. Julius. Okay, so honorables, at this moment, the floor is open to anyone who has a question for Dr. Julius and Mr. William.
I have a question. Can I please come in?
Yes, please.
Okay, my name is Daniel, former welfare and board chair for shipping and national organizer 2018-2019 with Dr. Julius. First of all, before my question, I would like to encourage all of us. After China, I have been to few countries, currently a resident in Dubai. And one thing I have realized with other nationalities here in Dubai is that they come together to form a company. And once they come together, please, can you hear me?
Yes, you can be here.
Yeah, so I'm encouraging Nugs students to come together to establish businesses in China. Because here, when people come together to establish a business, they are able to facilitate loans, huge sums of loans, to even boost their businesses. So if, as Dr. Julius is saying, the government is now encouraging people to start businesses in China, except as some people say, Ghanaians need any dream. Else we could come together as one people, create businesses like shipping, like establishing a kindergarten or a food business, and you go international with it, and then you get sponsorship as well with that. So that is my encouragement to us. My question to Mr. Williams is, as part of the support to the Ghanaian society or community in China, what about those who were in China and now in other countries, but they still want to create that kind of connection with the Chinese companies in those countries where they currently are? Is there any assistance or recommendation that he could help us, especially here in Dubai? Thank you very much.
Well, maybe I missed some little information of your question. And are you talking about start your business in Dubai or in China?
So, Mr. William, I think that he's asking, he was in China, was a Nugs leader, and is in Dubai now. How can his experience as a student from China and a student leader here help him to be able to get into contact with Chinese businesses in Dubai?
Let me explain a little in details. Let's say I know most of Chinese cities now, let's say they are welcoming international citizens to start their business in China. Definitely it's open. And see, as I mentioned just now, to register, to get your company registration, it's not that much difficult. It's, I would say in most of Chinese cities, it can be done just in 1 week time. But to get a license, to get a company license, is just one step of the whole march. The march might be 20,000 miles, but to get registration is always easy. And then you may need a couple of months to open your bank account. And besides the obligation, which I mentioned just now, like tax report, annual report, and then most important for business is about the access to your potential clients, whether you can reach a deal. That is most important. So I would say my first advice to the students who ask the question, and also to all the members. So before you made the first step, like the company registration, please think about it carefully. How big you are going to, let's say, manage the business. As we have been quite familiar with each other, especially the Lux members in Hainan, I don't want just to give some, those kind of official statements. I want to tell you some very concrete and useful ideas. I mean, as a student, if you manage to, let's say, facilitate some business, of course, you can still benefit from your effort, which means sometime to collect the payment, to make payment, you can get it done by yourself. I believe all of you have different kind of solution for that. Of course, if you register your company and you can print the lay business card, and it gives yourself, I would say, a higher position in dealing with people in the business. And also, I would say it's a very remarkable step in your professional life. But something more important, you really need to think about whether the business is sustainable. Like at least every week, every month, you have the, let's say, potential inquiry and potential clients and even potential orders. So that is the most important part, the core part, I would say, of the business. Many cities, like Juniors mentioned, I know in Henan, some second tier cities like Lankao, like Puyang, Xuchang, and others, they may offer something like free office space and even some, let's say, free accommodation to attract international entrepreneurs. See, I would say if that is useful for you, of course, not bad, but more important is about the business itself. Never, remember my words, everyone, never register a company only because of a free office. If that is the motivation, I don't think there would be a good result of this, let's say, campaign. And so last point, Julius, am I right? The student, he's asking about how to access the Chinese business people in Dubai. Am I right?
Yes, yes.
Wow, to access the Chinese business people in Dubai, maybe you need my help, I would say, because actually for me, since this year, I only have half of my time in China. So my family is in Hainan and another half time in Dubai. So there is also some, in Dubai, there is altogether something about 600,000 people, I mean Chinese residents living in Dubai, and include myself, I'm one of them. And we also have something like a WeChat group. We also have online BBS community, which they can share ideas, looking for, let's say, suppliers, this and that. So, I mean, we do have such kind of online community. Hope if you're, but I think it's Chinese version only. So that's what I mentioned just now. If your Chinese is good enough, you can communicate with them. So I have shared my email ID on the, let's say, the chat box. So if anyone have such kind of a detailed inquiry and let's say requirement, you can feel free to contact me over email. I think let's make the first question. Let's make it here. Thank you. Any more questions?
Okay.
Is there any more
can I go?
question? Yes, I see someone put up your hand.
Okay.
Yeah, Isaac Changsha. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, please. My question is that you mentioned that Hainan is an island. Being in mainland China with our student visa, do we need another visa to visit Hainan, or we can visit it with the visa that we have, probably as a tourist, to look around and just experience the culture? Thank you.
Yeah, see, as the student, you are, I mean, you already have the resident permit for the purpose of studying in China. Of course, you can visit Hainan because you don't need to pass the immigration. So no problem. You can visit Hainan if your time permits. No problem.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
So Isaac, you are studying Changsha, right?
Yes, please.
Which university?
Central South. Yeah.
Okay. It's a very good university. It's a leading one. I would say something nearly top 10 in China. Good. I'm happy to see that.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Any other questions?
Yes, Mr. William, yeah, I have a question.
Yeah, please.
I'm a student in Hainan, and just recently we had a team of lawyers who told us we can work legally as students for 8 hours every week. And however, one thing that they didn't address was an issue of insurance. So my question is, after registering a business, does the business owner also require insurance for their workers or themselves? And secondly, what is the average cost of insurance for workers? That's my question.
So, okay, can I call you Larry? Okay, I think if I'm not wrong, you are asking about like if you are start up your own business, let's say after company registration, if you need to hire some other employees, let's say if it is Chinese nationality, indeed it's the obligation for the company, let's say investor, to provide what we call the social insurance to every employee. That is an obligation. But in fact, I would say even Chinese investor, not all of them behavior in I would say in a very responsible way. So some company, they just they shift the responsibility, such as they will, just in one word, let me give you an example. Like a company, if they want to hire 2 guards, they have to pay the salary, they have to pay the medical insurance, pension, and many others. So in order to reduce its own cost and the risk, they will give the, let's say they will give an order to the human resource service company. They say, okay, I need 2 guards. So please provide this service to me. And then the guards will be sent to work in that company, but they are not the employee of that company. Did you get my point? So in this way, the investor, they still can get the guard service, but the guard is not on their payroll, and they don't, the guard is not their employee. So this is the way how they minimize their own cost. So if you are working with Chinese companies as an employee, I would say it is also the obligation for Chinese employer to provide the insurance package. If they don't provide, they should pay additional salary for the international employee for them to cover the commercial insurance. So this has been a normal practice in Hainan, in many companies, because such as in my company, we also have the international employee. So we don't pay them the social insurance because it's useless for them. So which means the company, let's say, we don't pay this part. So the company, as the employer, they will give the fund directly to the international employee. And the international employee, they are required to have what we call the commercial insurance, which is from the insurance company, such as if they had any disease, if they need any surgery, if it can still be covered. So I hope I answered your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Any other question, please?
So because of time, we'll end the session. Thank you very much, Ms. Selinam, for moderating this engaging session. And thank you very much, William and Dr. Julius, for the eye-opener and interesting topics and points that you shared with us. So because of time, we'll move right on to the next session. That's manifesto reading. Manifesto reading. And I'll plead with the aspirants to please turn on your camera so that we can put a face to the names. You can put on your camera so that we see you. That will be very helpful. Okay, and to chair the session is the electoral committee. Please take over.
All right, thank you very much, MC. My name is Nathan from Taiwan, and I'll be handling this session with Miss Brown. My background is not very good, so I might not be able to turn on my video. MC, I hope you can hear me.
Yes, please.
Okay. So standing on the already established protocols, I want to thank congressmen and women for their patience and holding on up to this hour. So we all know some candidates were disqualified. So we're going to have manifestos from candidates who qualified. We'll have 10 minutes for each candidate to read their manifesto, and we'll take questions after the 10 minutes. So candidates should be informed that you have 10 minutes. You will be stopped when your 10 minutes is up, and then you wait patiently for your questions from congressmen and women. So congressmen and women are advised to pen down their questions while the candidates are reading their manifestos. So we'd like to start from the WUCOM. So if the WUCOM is ready, WUCOM, if you are ready, we want to start from you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Nathan. Please, we are streaming live on all social media handles of the union. As a result of that, we will encourage that if you like to ask questions, and then easy, please, you have to probably position yourself well. The next coming in should be on camera. It's not the best because we are streaming. And then this is the only way that we can communicate. When we see your video, we see you live. So, and then the aspirants, please put on your camera. And then those asking questions, people are watching on Facebook, YouTube, and then it will be good for them to see your face whilst you talk. Thank you very much. Please, the WUCOM can take over.
Hello.
No, please, we can hear you.
Yeah, Mr. President, can you see me now?
Yes, please, we can see you, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay. So I think I would like to mention the order in which we will be taking the manifesto so that the other candidates can be preparing. So we take the women's commissioner first, then we'll go to the organizer, and we'll take vice president last. So women's commissioner, if you're on the call, let's hear what you have for congressmen and women.
Good evening, honorables. Please, would you spare me a second to enter with my laptop? Thank you very much.
Okay, whilst we wait for the women's commissioner the aspirants to read the manifesto, congressmen and women are reminded that we'll be taking your questions immediately after she's done reading her manifesto. So please, let's pen down our questions.
Good evening, please. Please, can I share my screen? I'm unable to, or I can read without sharing my screen. Hello, please, can I be heard?
Yes, please. You are the co-host, so you can share.
Okay, thank you very much. His Excellency Dr. Wilfred Hammond, Ghana's Ambassador to China, National Executive Committee, fellow aspirants, delegates, and committee members, all protocols duly observed. I deem it an honor to be allowed to read my manifesto as National WUCOM aspirant. I am in the person of Mrs. Lavtope Nyoma, a final year Management Science and Engineering Master student at Northwestern Polytechnical University, Xi'an. I stand before you with unwavering commitment and a heart full of purpose. My vision transcends gender boundaries and seeks to create a vibrant community where every voice is heard, every dream is nurtured, and every individual thrives. My vision transcends gender boundaries and seeks to create a vibrant community where every voice is heard, every dream is nurtured, and every individual thrives. Guided by Christian values, I pledge to serve with integrity and compassion and a relentless pursuit of excellency. I had the privilege to serve as the Xi'an WUCOM and National Women's Forum's Hall Rep in the years 2023 to 2024. I also had the privilege to be a part of the organizing team for the National Women's Quiz and a debater in the in the Valentine's Day national debate, among others. It will be an honor to continue the good work done by my potential predecessors who use their office to empower women and make their voices heard. Voted by congressmen and women to be the national WUCOM, the pillars of my team and I would include empowerment through education. Education liberates minds and opens doors. National Women's Commissioner, I will champion health education on uterine fibroids, ovarian cancer, pelvic inflammatory disease, and other sexually transmitted diseases awareness programs that empowers everyone, both women and men alike. My team and I would organize the fourth edition of the National Women's Quiz workshops, mentorship initiatives, and skill building sessions that equip our women with tools they need to excel. We will also break stereotypes. We will challenge stereotypes and biases, ensuring that education is accessible to all. Let's celebrate diverse interests from STEM to arts, recognizing that every passion contributes to the collective good of society. We'll also push for unity in diversity, a tapestry of strength. Our diversity is our greatest asset. From different regions of Ghana to various cultural backgrounds, we are woven together like a beautiful tapestry. Let us celebrate our differences, recognizing the unity does not create uniqueness. Also, we will push for service with integrity, transparency, and accountability. Our service will be transparent and our decisions accountable. We will build trust through responsible stewardship. Christian values in action that is inspired by my Christian teachers. My team and I will serve with humility, kindness, and empathy. Our actions reflect Christ's love and transcend many divisions. We will also push for innovative leadership, which is to say that this is beyond tradition. Tradition has its place, but innovation propels us forward. We will explore new avenues, offline forums, and creative campaigns to engage our members. Our union will be dynamic and adaptable. We'll also mentor one another. I envision a mentorship program, where seasoned leaders guide emerging talents regardless of the gender. Together, we will raise a generation of confident and capable women who carry our legacy forward. Our motto should be empower, unite, serve with faith as a guide. Our vision statement is as follows: to create a vibrant community where every woman is empowered, inspired, and supported. And for the mission statement, it will be to advocate for the rights and development of all women through education, unity, and service, guided by Christian values and a commitment to excellence. Honorable congressmen and women, let us embark on this journey together, a journey of empowerment, unity, and purpose. As the aspiring National Women's Commissioner, I promise to be the advocate and confidant of all women and your tireless champion. Together, we will create ripples of change and extend far beyond our time at Nugs-China. May our hearts remain open, our actions impactful, and our bonds unbreakable. In faith and service, love Topenioma, aspiring Women's Commissioner for Nugs-China. Long live Nugs-China, long live Ghana. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Now it's time for questions. It's time for questions. So the floor is opened. You kindly raise your hand if you have any question for the Women Commissioner aspirant. Congressmen and women, It's time for questions. DJ, you can give us some music while we wait for congressmen and women to ask their questions.
We strike them from Tamale to Wale Wale every day. Keleba, 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 Keleba. Na mi ti wa lai wan gade manta, jai mamuka mi hunu nomfa. I swear God can me shot back bomba. Bono sumo telema boga. We've been working hard and working hard, but Babylon won't bring we down. Them can't tame we down, can't pull we down. My fans give me this crown. See me up again, let me rap up again, let me top up again. Anyhow, we have to make this money today and we not go delay. Nobody can stop we now, cause we up in the sky and we fly like a plane. Get a youth make we all stand up. Show Babylon say this how we play. Stand by one lie. Cash at a wallet, I'm a fair, I'm a feel it. Yendi a grow, Ra, me treo. Moko na yawa, kaka gebo jibo. Keleba, 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 Man a winner, with the India, man a winner, big jackpot winner. Me say, man a winner, every year me the India. See, man a winner, bingo, big jackpot winner. Man a big dance and king bingo. Yeah, my Johnny just come. Man a big dance and king bingo. Man a Johnny just come. Jam a man inside. A man in there, boy. Munya my man inside. A man in there, boy. Yanko, everybody yanko. That's how many high grade yanko. Oh, your bar would do, who's it our way show. And your power no boy. At the end, I will say, what in thing on your money, boy. Tia, get to her, Davi.
Hello, can I be heard? Congressmen and women. Can I be heard?
Yes, please, we can hear you.
Okay, I think there's a hand up. think there's a hand up.
Yes,
Let's
my
have your
hand is up.
question. Okay, let's have your question.
Okay. Okay. Good evening, congressmen and women. My name is Princess Ofusehema. I'm the newly elected Wukom for Anhui chapter. My question is, Madam Aspiring National Wukom, what are some of the initiatives you are going to take to ensure that we see full participation from the other women on our platform, like across the country? Because what I've realized is that it's always a few names and the same people that participate in some of the activities the ex-WOCOM, or I mean the current WOCOM, try to put up across. Like, it's always the same faces. So what are some of the should I say reviving tactics, or what are your plans to ensure that we see at least a lot of turn up or more turn up than we usually see? And also, my second question is, do you have plans of taking some of our activities offline? As in, do you have plans of trying to bring us together in person so that we can have the in-person fellowship that I think will help our, should I say, organization? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question, Honorable. Okay, so as I said, my team and I, this actually consists of I and the chapter WUCOMs. Your Honorable self-inclusive, congratulations on your election. When I said my team and I, if I'm elected, I meant every chapter WUCOM and I would come together to try to bring the ladies on board. Without you, I can't really get to the ladies in each chapter. So you will be a key point of reaching the ladies in each chapter, each WUCOM for each chapter. And as we know, we have a ladies national platform where we have activities ongoing. And if the chapter WUCOMs are able to work together and push these goals of having games and other programs, that is having chapters come together and then collaborate on programs like the cancer programs or STD programs we talked about, I believe that it will increase the ladies' turnout in other programs. So you're part of the bigger plan. The team consists of each chapter WUCOM coming on board and bringing her ladies on board. Without you, it's impossible to really get to the chapter ladies. So you are key in this project of bringing the ladies on board. And for your second question, yes, I had one of my major plans is to have a one-time meeting with the ladies in the year. That is probably the chapters closest to each other can come together and meet and then maybe have this women talk or share their problems or something in person. But it will be like maybe a collaboration of 2-3 chapters coming together as per their proximity, will I say, basis. Yes, please. So there is actually a plan where ladies from each chapter would meet, but I think it would be a pairing of chapters closest to each other. Thank you very much. I hope I answered your question. Thank you for the question.
You did. Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable, and thank you for the question. In the absence of further questions, we would like to move on.
Have my hand up, please.
Your hand is up. Okay, you have the floor. Ask your question, please.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, honorable congressmen and women. My name is Isaac Malan from Changsha. So to our honorable candidate, is there any part of our constitution that you might have seen that would, the constitution is being enforced for a while, and is there any part that would need some amendments for you to be able to champion the welfare of women better than it currently is? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question, Honorable. I believe the place of women commissioners in a honorable union is to foster this movement for ladies to be seen more and heard more. And I believe that that was made to address any issues that may pertain to ladies not coming on board most of the time. This is why WUCOMs are elected to gather ladies and bring them on board and let them know your voice is important. So I think NEC has provided for that, or the union has provided for that by electing WUCOMs for each chapter and even a national base. So I think though probably right now ladies' attendance or participation in programs may not be so high, with effective WUCOMs in our chapter level and also at the national level, more ladies will come on board, and the more we show up, more amendments can be made to favor us all the more. Thank you very much. I hope I answered your question, Honorable.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very
Okay,
much.
thank you very much. Thank you very much. So if there are no questions, we would like to move on. And since we are gearing on to get our ladies involved, on this note, I want to hand over to Ms. Brown, a member of the Electoral Commission, to continue from here. So Ms. Brown, if you are here, kindly continue from here.
Good evening. Hello, please, can I be heard?
Yes, you can be heard, Ms.
Okay,
Brown.
thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable.
Good evening, congressmen and women. Please, to move on to the next aspirant, we have the aspirant for organizer, and I'll kindly call him to read his manifesto. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Please, is my screen being shared?
Yes, please, we can see your screen.
Okay, so okay. All right. So, good evening, Honorable Chair. Good evening, Madam Moderator. I stand on the protocols already established. And my name is Eugene Ansan Uswampao, and I am vying for the post of the national organizer. Eugene Ansan Uswampao is a PhD student of Changsha University, and I am studying PhD in transportation engineering here in Changsha. I acknowledge the hard work of my predecessors. Please, am I being heard?
Yes, please,
Yes,
you can
Gabby.
carry on.
I can hear you.
Okay, so I acknowledge the hard work of my predecessors of the union. And however, I have some few things I would like to bring on board when the nod is being given to me. Nugs-China is growing academically and socially. And for that matter, I have enlisted a few activities that I would like to bring on board. I was once the chapter organizer, and I've been able to unite my chapter and then organize some series of activities. My vision would be to, as a servant, serve for all Ghanaians, both here in my chapter and other chapters, to come to a common cause. And also, I would like to organize programs that will enlighten most of our members who normally fall victims of drug addiction, rape cases, and illegal working and stay visa issues that comes up. When I come into power, I have some few policies that I would like to enroll. That is when I'm giving the note. I would like to emulate and apply the strength and unity that was laid down by my predecessors and make sure I keep it up and add more to it. I would also like to expand the welfare activities to encourage people to join the association. I would also like to facilitate academic growth to bring programs and seminars to help with academic aspects of the union students members so that they will also excel. I would also like to reward hardworking executives and members from chapter level to national level by bringing programs like games and other activities. When giving the note, I would also like to have a specific action plan. I would like to bring a good spirit among all chapter members. I would also like to provide accountability through a credible common goal. I would also like to ensure prompt response to members' concerns and grievances. I would also like to promote coordination between all chapters, both close and far, and make sure that there's inter-chapter activities and then common goals. When I am called to service, I have some few actions. I will urge all members to have a good communication and listening ear for each member so that we will all come together as one and then see ourselves as a one union and grow forward. When I'm brought to power, my motto would be the vision for unity and change. Long live Nugs-China, long live Ghana. God bless us all. Thank you very much for your listening here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eugene Ansah, for your manifesto reading. Congressmen and women, we have the organizer aspirant on the floor. You can kindly raise up your hand and you shall be called upon to ask your question. Mr. DJ, please, you can kindly give us some music. Congressmen and women. Okay. Mr. Justice from Changsha, your hand was up.
Yeah.
You can kindly ask your question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. Incoming Honorable Organizer, thank you for the manifesto. I would like to ask you, you made mention of you giving prompt responses to members. So I would like to know how you are going to execute that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question, Honorable. The NEC has a platform for organizers and as well as provisional coordinators. And I'm sure they are all working in line for the good of the union. So information has a way of being channeled. And then before it will get to my table, it means that it has passed through the channel of which the agency of it will be attended to. So there is a channel to use as in the medium of channeling your grievances and concerns to the union. But at the same time, as I said, there is a group for all organizers of which I will be the head of them. So when the information gets to me, since we'll be coordinating, my new plan is to visit from time to time. So I'm sure your grievances will be met. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Congressmen and women, the floor is still open for questions. Our national organizer aspirant is on the floor. You can kindly ask your questions. Thank you. Congressmen and women, we have our national organizer aspirant on the floor, and you can kindly ask him your questions. He's here to answer to our questions in order to serve the union. And if you want to know him better, you kindly have the floor now. Thank you. Okay, Congressmen and women, since we don't have any further questions to ask our national organizer, Mr. Eugene Ansah, I'll kindly ask you to put out your final words to Congressmen and women, and then we call on the next aspirant to have his manifesto. The floor is
Thank
yours.
you very much.
Any
Madam
final
Moderator.
words?
Thank you very much. Congressmen and women, I am your humble servant and I'm here to serve. I ask for your vote to give me the opportunity to serve you and serve you well. I am here and I'm here to serve. Thank you very much and thank you for your attention. God bless us all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eugene Ansah. All the best to you. And I'll kindly call on Our next aspirant, he is standing for the National Vice President. His name is Mr. Bernard Kranche from the Hangzhou chapter. Please, the floor is yours. Kindly read your manifesto to congressmen and women.
Right.
Thank you.
Please, can I share my screen?
Yes, please.
I still haven't been given the chance to share.
Please, you'll be made the co-host soon. Okay.
All right.
Please, you are now the co-host. Can kindly do so.
All right. Thank you. Okay. His Excellency Dr. Wilfred Hammond, Ghana's ambassador to China, the President and LOC Chairperson, Congress, the National Senate, various National Committee members gathered here, the Provincial Senate, the Chapter Executive Council, delegates and observers, fellow aspirants, all other protocols duly observed, ladies and gentlemen. Dear fellow Ghanaian students, my name is Kranche Bernard, a PhD student at Zhejiang University reading Science in Business Administration. I am privileged to announce my candidacy for the position of Vice President of the National Union of Ghanaian Students in China. A lot has been done and a lot has been achieved. Well done to our past leadership for their selfless and dedicated service to the union to bring it to this height. If given the chance to serve by Congress, I hope to continue to serve to the best of my abilities to promote the cause of Nugs. I come before you driven by a deep passion for our community and a commitment to our collective growth and success. I am committed to advocating for our collective interest. Together, we can build a vibrant and a supportive community that empowers each of us to reach our fullest potential. Fellow congressmen, I put together my vision and mission. My vision is to continue to foster a united and empowered and vibrant Ghanaian student community in China. A thriving community where every Ghanaian student feels supported and empowered to excel academically, socially, and professionally. As Vice President, I will dedicate myself to promoting academic excellence, enhancing our cultural heritage, and ensuring the welfare of Ghanaian students in China. Together, I believe we can create an environment where each student feels supported, valued, and inspired to achieve their fullest potential. And indeed, it is possible. Based on the vision, these are the key objectives I sought to pursue. In terms of support and representation, I pledge to advocate tirelessly for your needs and interests as Vice President if given the nod, and to ensure that every voice is heard through pin forums and regular communication. Our doors are always open and will be open. You can reach out to me and my team on all issues, and we work in our best interests and our abilities to resolve them. I am open up to suggestions, recommendations, and constructive criticisms as well. So in terms of representation, I assure you that you can count on me. I am available and I am accessible. To enhance academic excellence and support, we shall continue to organize workshops and seminars and conferences that enhances our knowledge and skills. There's a lot we have to do in this regard. And fellow congressmen, for us, we are students, these things are of necessity. And I would ensure that these things come to pass. Organizing workshops with contemporary needs of students, seminars that would elevate our skills and knowledge in our various settings. These are things that I would ensure we bring on board to enhance ourselves as students and prepare ourselves for the job market. In doing so, I would, together with my team, reach out to resource persons who are knowledgeable in the various teams we'll be giving them to reach out to us and speak to us to enhance us. Fellow congressmen, I believe collaboration is key, and especially as we find ourselves on the land of China, collaborating with authorities is something that we cannot undermine. If given the nod, I would collaborate with the Ghanaian embassy here and the university authorities to address our pertinent issues and needs. Of course, some students in various universities sometimes come up with challenges that require that we reach out to university authorities. If such issues come up, fellow congressmen, I promise to be apt and doing. I would ensure that I facilitate issues on passports as well, and ensure that the policies and decisions that we take at Senate benefit the entire community as well. Fellow congressmen, for communication and transparency is a tool to enhance the unity of this union, and by so doing, we would operate an open line of communication, whereby we will be giving you updates on decisions and policies that are being implemented, and also take feedbacks from members, and ensure that everything we are doing is transparent for members to also participate, and also ensure that the chapters and committees are accountable to the members as well. This is a dispensation that I believe that all should come on board. It's an inclusive dispensation. And fellow congressmen, I promise here today that giving me the nod, I would facilitate that members participate fully in everything we do, giving them regular feedbacks on the things and activities that we conduct as NUGS, and also ensuring that we take feedbacks from the chapters as to what is happening in their various chapters and recommend possible solutions if there are any challenges as well. In terms of our social engagement, of course, we are supposed to build solidarity. That is something that's fundamental in ensuring the Constitution. And in so doing, I would ensure that we keep on with a social event to strengthen our community bonds. So the indoor and outdoor games that we usually do, of course, given the nod, we have to ensure that it comes off and live in a chapter and a location that we would choose or decide. And we would foster a welcoming environment for new students as well, so that they would feel at home. There are packages in place for these new students. We would engage them on a platform and make them know what they are likely to face as they prepare to come to China. And ensuring that our bonds are deepened, I would make a proposal that at least the chapters could meet 3 times a year. In every 4 months, if you're able to meet 3 times a year, it's a way of encouraging the solidarity that we seek to, and also a means of reducing the stress from academic activities. And it is also a way that we could use to preach a lot about NUGS to the people who attend these programs. So people, congressmen, fellow congressmen, it is important that we, giving the nod by this Congress, I ensure that the chapters are working and reporting to us as such. It is very, very important, and admonish members. In so doing, one will raise issues of maybe cost that may incur. A fellow congressman, we have to devise means of making sure that these meetings, in as much as we spend, we should manage it. There have been case studies where some chapters employ on members just to bring anything they have to ensure that these meetings become a success, and these have been successful. I would encourage all other chapters to do same, so that we could deepen the bond that we seek to achieve as NUGS. In terms of security and our safety, it is our duty as my duty as a vice president to ensure that all students here in China who are members of NUGS, irrespective, are safe and sound. In case of any challenge, I will step in with the help of the president and all other executives to ensure that students are safe and sound and have a secure environment to go about their duties. And I also ensure that we provide resources in times of need to any student who will be in distress. I have to lead the charge to come in and then do whatever we can to help such a student. Fellow congressmen, To sustain and continue the efforts of getting a credible database, I want to lead a charge so that our presence will be felt more in Ghana as the current executives have done. We want to reach out to students even before they come here so that we can get their database and even make it available to the various chapter leaders so that it will be easy to reach out to these students who are coming. And based on the data we have, if there are any arrangement we have to do for them for pickups and like, we do them. And it is important that we go in this direction. We have to continue to make our presence felt right in Ghana and give people the reasons to join Nugs-China. Fellow congressmen, there's a lot to be said, but I would have to end here. But one will ask, why vote for me? Vote for me because I am deeply passionate about our community and dedicated to making a positive impact. I am also committed to working tirelessly for our collective welfare and success. I believe in inclusive, transparent, and accountable leadership. Fellow congressmen, together we can achieve more. Let us come together to build a stronger and a more united community. Let us elevate our voices in decorum and empower each other to excel. Peter Drucker once said, the best way to predict the future is to create it. I am ready to lead the charge so that we all together can enhance the success of Nugs-China. Your support is not just a vote for me, but for a more inclusive future for all Ghanaian students in China. Thank you for your support and trust. Together, we will make a difference. Long live Nugs-China, long live Ghana. Branch Bernard, candidate for Vice President, Nugs-China. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bernard Kranche. Congressmen and women, our National Vice President aspirant is done reading his manifesto, and the floor is ours for us to ask him questions. So kindly raise up your hand and we'll call you to ask questions. He's ready to answer us. Madam Princess Ofosuhema from Anhui chapter, please kindly ask your question. The floor is yours.
Thank you, congressmen and women. Good evening. And Mr. Honorable, I don't know if I missed it in your manifesto or not. I just want to ask you of a few positions you've held before, any portfolio or position you've held before this. Thank you.
All right, so I served on the academic committee 2022-2023 for Nugs-China.
Before Nugs, have you also served on any other committee or any other position before Nugs-China? Thank you.
All right, so most of my service had been in the Christendom. Most of my leadership, let me say, roles have been in the Christendom. I have been a secretary of an entire diocese, that is the Cape Coast Diocese, for a year, and I've been a secretary for a youth fellowship, also for a circuit, also for 2 years. So most of my leadership roles has been with the church. Okay. Yeah, but for Nugs, I served on the academic committee.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to know you've had experiences of dealing with people directly, as in knowing how to deal with people. So
being
in whatever regards. Yeah.
Being a secretary in Cape Coast, we were managing about 50 schools, all the organizations in the various high schools and tertiary were our responsibility to manage at that time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Honorable.
Welcome, please.
Mr. Michael Patton Nenchi, kindly unmute yourself and ask the question. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. My question for the vice aspirant is, assuming he is the vice right now, assuming he's the vice, and maybe the head is doing something that is not in the constitution or that is not helping the union, how is he going to solve it?
All right. So I believe we make up an executive body. That is why we're about 6 or 7. So we have to meet, and at the end of the day, it's a decision of the majority that would prevail. If the leader, which the president, is doing something that contradicts the provisions in our constitution, we just have to, raise or make alert him of whatever he or she is doing. And I believe that it's about joy, he or she would come to terms. If you're doing something that is wrong and you're being prompted of your actions, I believe that reasonably he or she would come to terms.
Hello, Mr. Michael Patton. Please, do you have another question to ask? Your hand is still up. Okay. Congressmen and women, please, if you have any additional questions to ask our National Vice President aspirant, the floor is yours. Kindly raise up your hand and I will call you to ask your questions. Thank you very much. Congressmen and women, our National Vice President aspirant, Mr. Bernard Pranche, is done with his manifesto reading and he's waiting for you to ask him questions. So you have the floor. Kindly raise up your hand and ask your question. Thank you very much. Okay. Mr. Bernard Pranche, please, I'll kindly ask you to speak any final words that you have for our congressmen and women. They have no further questions for you, so you have the floor to tell us something small before you leave the floor. So kindly take the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. fellow congressmen, Nugs-China is ours, and we will make it work. I am just calling on you to help me, give me the privilege to live in the capacity as a vice president, and we all together would make Nugs-China a better place for us, for all of us. Thank you very much.
Okay. Mr. Michael Quaten, his hand is up again. So please kindly answer this and then we'll move on with the Congress. Okay. Mr. Michael, kindly ask your question.
All right. Thank you very much. The question is, how do you develop or communicate a strategic vision for your department or an organization?
How do you develop a strategic?
How do you develop and communicate? Very good. That's it. A vision for your department or an organization.
All right. So basically, I believe most of us are aware of the SMART principle, that whatever objective you need to bring on board should be more specific enough. So if it is this direction we are going, this direction, and at the end of the day, whatever objective you are bringing on board should also be measurable. You should be able to quantify it at the end of the day, and it should be achievable as well, and it should be realistic, and it should be time bound. So if you belong to an organization and you want to set specific priorities, these 5 things are key in achieving these priorities. I don't know if I answered the question right.
If I'm to mark you, all right, you don't worry. Let me go to, I have the very last one, then I think I will drop. Okay. Can you provide an example of a challenging decision you had to make as a leader? How did you approach it, and what were the outcomes?
All right. So I visited a school in the central region around Ejuma Mando Senior High. And when I got there was a student who was part of our association and was being sacked for eating his school fees, in as much as it was a bad attitude of that student. At the end of the day, I couldn't watch, but I had to quickly inform all other executives, and we reached out to all meaning able people within the association who could help in that regard. And we raised funds to resolve that situation. And we made sure we coach that student henceforth. And as I speak, he's been a wonderful person now. So once issues come, I believe in understanding the issue and then devising a way forward. There are circumstances that probably your hands will be tied, but if there is a way,
I think you are talking about, sorry, I think you are talking about situation. I'm talking about decision.
Please come again.
Decision.
Please, decision on.
I'm talking about, I think you are answering the question in a way of situation, but I'm talking about decision. Can you provide an example of a challenging decision you had to make as a leader? Decision, not situation.
Question sounds confusing though. Because if issues doesn't come up, how do you make up decisions? It's like you're putting something ahead before something happens. Or
at times we are forced to make decisions. That's what I'm talking about. Maybe you've not faced some before. Maybe you have. That is what I want to know.
Oh, I doubt if I have come across
Because in you,
at the end of the day, I'll still go back to situations, because as we lead people, usually situations are what would drive us in making some decisions, you know.
okay, I'm
Yeah.
interested in that.
Please, Mr. Michael, I missed on the question. Oh,
You said
are we still on the question?
you said what?
Are we still on the question?
But I'm still waiting. Or should that's why I asked if not then
Like I said, usually I believe that if you're a leader, usually there are situations that will cause you to, make decisions. You cannot assume a decision when kind of nothing has happened and you're just making a decision. So I believe that I have led students before.
No,
and
wait. Let me help you. Let me help you a little. You talk about situation. At first, your answer was leading to a situation.
Yeah.
There is difference between situation and making decision.
So let me say, in 2015, we were taking the teacher training colleges in Central Region, Commander, Fosco, and I think Ola, to a place for a program. And we had met them before that program, and they had promised us they were going to come with 30 students each. So we had planned for 90 people. At the end of the day, they came in excess of hundreds, and you couldn't have sacked all of them to go back to their school. Right then, they had to make a decision to get additional bus to convey us. In as much as it came with extra cost, I had to make that decision so that everybody could come on board to make the program a success. So, as a leader, once you are confronted by an issue, then you make a determination as to which way to go in consultation with people that you are working with.
Okay, thank you.
We
have one more hand up. I'll kindly call on Dr. Larry Foster to ask the last question.
Good evening, honorable members. Actually, it's not a question. It's with regards to what Honorable Bernard was saying. And I believe even in the situation he was talking about, it was still a decision he had to make. I was trying to follow the situation because knowing very well that this person is guilty, he did something he was not supposed to do. He was still faced with the decision of whether or not to convince other people to help. And we've had similar situations here also in Hainan, where you know that this person has done something they are not supposed to do. They are very guilty of it, and yet you are expected to defend them in a way or try to get help for them. So I just want to say that I personally, listening to that situation, it's sometimes a very hard decision to make because even the people you are going to speak to, they know what you're saying. They know the person has no, there's nothing right. There's no way to redeem the person. But then you still have to make up that face and speak for the person and try to gather some help for him. So I don't know, maybe the question was referring to something personal to his life, but if it is not a personal decision he was making, and it's just about making a decision, I believe that that situation was a clear-cut, hard decision to make. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Larry Foster. and Mr. Michael Patten-Nenchi. Thank you, Mr. Bernard Franche.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, congressmen and women, for making time for the manifesto reading session. Thanks very much for your patience and your participation. The nominations for president, secretary, and financial controller is currently open. Current national secretary, our secretary general has posted it on our platforms, and everyone is encouraged to apply if you see the need to. So, congressmen and women, the nominations end at 9 a.m. on the 6th of July, tomorrow, 6th of July. So kindly take note. I'll kindly leave the floor for our moderator. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you, EC, for the manifesto reading session. So without wasting much time, we'll go ahead with the announcements by the LOC. Is the LOC chair here?
Hello.
LOC, we are waiting for the announcement.
Hello. Good evening, congressmen and women. Can I be heard?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. The program still remains the same tomorrow, 1 p.m. Continues tomorrow, 1 p.m. till we drop. So please just prepare. Tomorrow is mock voting and election time, and vote wisely. Thank you so much, and see you tomorrow. Good night.
Thank you, LOC, for that brief announcement. So we are done with the proceedings for today. Thank you, everyone, for joining in. We started with prayer and we have to end with prayer. So to give us a closing prayer is the Hujo President. Is Honorable Louise here? Honorable Louis, is there any delegates from Hujo here? Okay. In the absence of the Hujo president, is the national will come here?
Hello, please, can I be heard?
Yes, please.
Okay, so let's pray. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for the yet another successful day of Congress. Thank you so much, Father God, for all the reports that were read out today. Thank you for the questions asked. Thank you for those who have made it through the vetting, and thank you for the 3 other portfolios that are even open. We're grateful that you're going to give us the the rightful people to still lead the union. We pray to ask Father God to also thank you for successful manifesto reading. Pray to ask that God willing tomorrow, as we continue with Congress and hopefully bring it to an end, that your presence will go before us and perfect everything. So thank you so much for everything. Thank you for all the moderators who have served to make this year's Congress a lot more better as well. So thank you so much for everything and for answered prayers. Now, some of us, I pray thanksgiving. Amen.
Amen. So, congressmen and women, we are done for day 2. See you tomorrow. And now it's time for socialization. Good night.
On to item 13.
Black Avenue music. Break it down for me. D Black. What else? The fudge. Yanko. What the fuck I want another scene. Make your mouth. I like girls. Do you like girls? Oh yeah, I like girls. If you like girls and I like girls, let me tell you about my kind of girl. Let me hear you say. Go with some more. With some more. Let's go. I like girls. Do you like girls? Oh yeah, I like girls. If you like girls and I like girls, let me tell you about my kind of girl. Let me hear you say.